Back for part two, whatever this is. Back for more. Back for another round of open panel. Panelers. Welcome. It's starting a little later tonight, so it'll be interesting to see how wild the streets get in the evenings. What kind of wildlife we find. The beast, transgender. You got a membership. I forgot you even existed till you popped up in the membership list. You hadn't been around in a while. And I said, hey. And I said, ooh, ordered the Brotherhood of Death. Wow, just in time. Um, and I saw your name on the list. And I said, oh yeah, I hadn't seen it, her, it. What do I call you? Around in a while. Hey, comrade. What's up? Doing another panel. Uh, So. Mike left a comment on my page. So this was my challenge to the group because we're coming up on 1,000, 1K. So um, Mike's gonna take the credit for that. If y'all don't collectively get me there before he does. And we're that close. It's like a race. Either one of you could tilt it. Um, so he left a comment on YouTube saying that the views are dropping. And I honestly, I don't look at view numbers, so they might be. He's probably right. I haven't checked. Somebody could check if they want. Shahi? I'm not calling it Shahi. Oh, well, thank you. I'm still kind of skeptical of you. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, and I said, well, we need our golden goose. I'm almost at what 1K, so he's invited to help get the numbers up too. I figure if everybody tells a friend or a couple of friends or have a friend tell a friend, we'll get there in no time. That it shouldn't be hard to outnumber Mike. But he watches this stuff. He watches it more than I do. The numbers. I'm not a numbers person at all. At work, they do everything by numbers. Like, they look at their data, their like sales figures and stuff, and then that tells them what they're going to do for the week and how to make the schedule and where to put all that kind of stuff. It's all numbers. And I don't have a brain for that. I can't think in those terms in that way. Sometimes I can when I'm playing board games. There's some number thinking involved, but usually it's embedded in a larger context. I guess like the economy is too, like jobs and stuff. But still, you have to be able to like translate things into numbers really quickly and translate numbers into things really quickly and see everything through that lens of numbers. Hey, Kane's Catharsis. What's up? I've been peeking at some of your streams lately. Um, Nothing stands out in particular. Just want to let you know I peek in now and then. Working? Yep. Same here. I like it though. I have a new appreciation for the working class now that I am one. I mean, I've always been one. I grew up working class. Our it really surprises me how much of my values are just working class values um, that I kind of absorbed without even realizing, just from the people around me, parents. Pretty much everybody we knew was working class. My mom, my dad, all of their friends, all the people we went to school with. And they had rich kids at school, a few of them. It was a very small town. So they had a few rich kids um, that probably didn't have to work, but they had their own little circle, kind of. Like they weren't part of our circle. But we all blended in more or less. Like, so it wasn't, there wasn't that much classism. So yeah, twerking. I love twerking. It gives me like I said, it gives me a new appreciation for. This is what keeps society going. It's people that wake up every day or every night, whatever hour, random shifts, random schedules, to get up and do the actual hard work that keeps civilization going. It doesn't just go by itself. We're not on robots and AI running everything for us. So unless these people get up and take time from their lives to do these kind of jobs, we don't have the civilization that we have. So I think they deserve way, way more respect and appreciation than they get. Our guests than we get. I'm very proud to include myself among them now. Well, well, that's the original story. Was how I grew up working class. So I guess it's no surprise I have working class values. But then where do I get this idea that I'm new to working class? Maybe because I haven't worked in 5 years, like real work. This is work. This is work where you have to actually use your body, use your hands, interface with people, use your brain. It's not just sit behind the computer work or sit at a desk work. Yeah, I think the drama I've discovered, A, it's fake. B, it comes in waves. There's like cycles to it, and then you'll get these little lulls with no, like all of this life or death drama will suddenly evaporate. Um, and you'll get these lulls where nothing's happening. But then I notice the news cycle's kind of like that too, where you'll have all of these edge of your seat, life or death, society is about to collapse stories. And then the next day, there won't be a peep about them, and some other story will be there. Or there'll be like this gossip news. Trump and Elon are fighting. They said bad words to each other. That kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. It's once you see the pattern, it is the same thing over and over. It's like Coyote and Roadrunner, just different versions each time. But it's the same. You know what's going to happen every single time that cartoon starts. And you know pretty much even how it's going to happen. You just don't know the details. So, yes, you're right. But so is Mike because we have 3 viewers right now. So, that is a pretty low number. But anyone else is welcome to come up too. Um, I know it's a weeknight and it's later. Oh, I'm not surprised, TJ. That sounds like something you would do. If not scripted, then manufactured, produced, made. It's a storyline. They don't actually even feel the emotion they pretend to feel, whether it's anger or hurt or outrage or grievance. They just use they even the emotions manufactured and they use it to fuel a storyline that they trot around the panelverse. Well, I don't know. You could probably count count my streams. That gives you a rough estimation of the number of times. You could probably just Google Mike on my channel and however many videos it pulls up. In fact, I could try that experiment right now. Here's your answer. Oh, it doesn't give you the number of videos. It just infinitely scrolls. It's a lot. The answer to how many times? A lot. TJ, I honestly I don't know who you are. I've always suspected you were a sock. But at least one smart enough to not keep getting banned over and over. But also, I never hear Mike say anything about you at all. I never hear your name in his mouth once. Oh, Kane, tell us about it. Hey, Moose. Yeah, I'm off today, so I'm spending it with my favorite crew. I had plenty of alone time earlier. Who's Kane? Who's your new partner or boyfriend? How did you get him instead of me? You know, depends on who you ask, because the crew is different for each person. But if you ask me, if you're part of my crew, I've never officially adopted you into it. You're just somebody that hangs out at the channel. Oh, Chuck is rarely wrong. There's something to what he's saying. I don't know what it is, but Chuck wouldn't just type something like that. Chuck, thank you very much. We got more outliers. Um, oh, my friend Brooke got one. TA got one. Bart, our friend Bart. Southern Belle, whoever that is. Thank you, Chuck. We're well on our way to world domination. Let's see. Oh, so he doesn't? I thought he made up with Mike. I thought y'all patched things up. Which again, that fake drama, that just goes to show. If y'all can have this storyline running for weeks and weeks and then patch up like it never happened, that's not real drama. Okay, well I've seen those apologies and I've seen them go both ways. I've seen them stick and hold and do great good. And I've seen them go up in flames in 30 minutes later or one stream later. Uh-oh. What? But see, I need a little fake drama sign I could turn on and flash on the screen. Fake drama, fake drama, fake drama. But we are talking about it behind his back, which is not very fair. So if you're out there, Mike, you get to come up tonight because that's my rule. If you come up as a topic and you're not around, then you get to come up and rebut. See, this is what I'm talking about, TJ. This is why you're not in the crew. You don't respect my channel. People in my crew, I don't have to keep deleting and timing out for attacking people after being asked repeatedly over and over and over not to do it. Don't feel like you're the only one. I'm just articulating why you're not in the crew. Plus, I don't know who you are. It's not, it can't be humor at somebody else's expense after, here's the important part. After being repeatedly asked not to, like it was consciously, specifically asked of you not to do this kind of humor. So it's not like, oh, I'm just testing the limits and seeing what I can get away with. It's a line that's already been defined for you over and over and over that you continually cross. That's different. Chuck was up today. It was good to see. It really was. It was like, believe it or not, the panel verse has old times. It has a sense of nostalgia. I've been on it long enough for there to be a past that memories could take me back to. Because that's what having Chuck on today was like. It like took me back to a time in the channel before this one that had some nostalgia to it, even though it was only like a year ago. So yes, it was good to see Chuck. And I'm happy to say he seemed like the same old Chuck too. Because there's two types of friendships or relationships, connections that I've found. Is the kinds that pick up right where they left off, no matter how much time has passed, and the kind that kind of grow apart and then it gets awkward when you see each other again after time, after an amount of time. And Chuck was definitely the first. Hello, Abe. Happy. I'm sure today is some kind of holiday. Oh, look, we're up to 17 views, even without our golden goose. Y'all have, here's your window, here's your opportunity to outlap Mike and get those subscriber numbers to 1K, so y'all can get the credit for it. You well, it probably is because it's all in your head, so it's whatever you decide that it is. My actual relationship to you is viewer, like audience to viewer, content creator to audience to viewer, something like that. And that I don't know who you are. Yeah, Abe. I was getting excited because that means that you can become part of the ad partner program thing. And then I got the record scratch the other day when someone pointed out that your content has to meet their guidelines to be like ad worthy, and that mine probably will never clear that bar. And so I'm getting all excited about something that's still going to be out of reach even after I cross 1K. Unless I decide to change the content, which the content is all like I never know what the content's going to be. So how do you change something that's unpredictable? Hello, Barbara Knight, Cindy K. All these people showing up. Y'all, the other day we had the Dabbleverse show up, and they all had troll names. Um, but it's some group. It's a whole sector of YouTube, and they're devoted to John Melendez from Howard Stern, Stuttering John. And he's like their Mike Cerrone, and they go around the internet and they make fun of him. And they all ended up here. It was like 15 or 20 people showed up at a time. Some of them tried to come on. Um, hey, Becca. Is that Bex or is that a different Becca? Welcome either way. Well, y'all must, TJ, because it's only been me for the last 20 minutes. I wish we'd get a panel going. All the ladies are here tonight. If they are ladies, speaking of, welcome Shift. Different Bex. I mean, different Becca. Okay. Yes, well, welcome. Ladies are welcomed here. This is channel normed to males. Like we go off of male norms, so we don't change anything to make y'all feel better or cater to your sensibilities. But y'all are certainly welcomed here if y'all can hang with the energy. If y'all can stay on the bull like everybody else. Oh, oh, okay. I think it was Chuck. That's why everybody's always hassling him. He's like the old bull that can still pull him in. Oh yeah, the mechanical bull, which I've never ridden. I've always wanted to. If I ever find one, they're probably illegal up here, but I want to try it. Speaking of mechanical bulls, what's
That's
up?
right. Giddy up,
Yippee yay!
motherfucker.
What's going on?
Have you ever ridden a mechanical bull?
No, I want to. So we had those little things in front of the grocery store that you put a quarter in and they'd rock you. That's
Uh,
it. That's as close as I've come.
that doesn't count. If you don't have somebody pulling your ponytail and pouring tequila down your throat and having you fucking hold on with your thighs for dear life, it doesn't count.
I want that experience so bad.
There's a channel on YouTube that kind of makes you feel a little bit like a perv, where it's like scantily clad, mostly women, riding the mechanical bull, and it's just them trying to cover up their thongs, because that's what you mostly see while they ride the bull.
Oh, it's because
Mm.
so they have to do it like this. Do they have their little hats to wave
They
in their hair?
mostly don't. They mostly are just flung forward. Sometimes
Oh,
it's two ladies on the bull. But yeah, they're mostly just trying to cover their bums.
wow, that
That's
is
what
an exciting. They get
it is.
are they monetized? Do they get to have ads and all that kind of stuff?
You know
Because
what?
I'm trying to
No, I
build an
think
idea of it
I
here.
I think the whole channel. I don't remember for sure, and I don't know what I searched to have my algorithm serve that channel to me. But the pinned link was for their paid only bowls or whatever the fuck, like for where they were not even clad women riding the bull. So I think it was just like a promotional channel to get you to go to the raunchier version of it, where you pay to watch. You know what I'm saying? It was just to
Oh, like that was
get
like the
your
YouTube friendly
visual.
teaser.
Yeah, it was just, you know what I mean. But mm,
Oh, Dr. Chink, that has YouTube determines all that. That has nothing to do with me. I don't. I guess I didn't ban you if I can see you, but no, members can get banned. There have been many members that have managed to get themselves repeatedly banned. So no, it doesn't mean anything. It means that the YouTube algorithm gave you a membership. I still
Jeff, that's not the
have
way
no
to
respect
do
for you. I still think you're a low tier troll, and I
it.
like that. Like that's not gonna change.
What if I
But
told you that it
as
was
long as you
super good?
follow the chat rules and don't
What
give
if
a reason to ban you,
it,
you're still allowed to
Mhm,
chat just like anybody else.
mhm, mhm. Okay. Hey, someone's backstage.
Oh, who? Oh, yeah. No, sometimes people come backstage and I don't let them on for reasons.
Okay.
So,
I do that too. I'm not sure
oh,
if
there's
it's
a
really
man behind the curtain.
that. I'm not sure if
I
it's the
know the
person.
curtain's there for a reason.
I'm not sure if it's the person who would suggest that they are, but if it is that person never fucking remembers me, and we were part of something truly spectacular, something
With
like
that
life.
person?
Yeah, that
Ooh, I
person
feel
was.
dirty now.
No, 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 no. That has
Oh,
everything
okay.
to do with trash cake, which was like life changing for me, and they never fucking remember it, and so it pokes my heart every time.
Oh.
Anyway, whatever. I'm moving on.
So what's new today? What'd you do?
How dare you never ask a lady that? Well,
I ask people that all the time.
um, well, I had to sleep in late because I wasn't kept up.
Oh Lord, is Trash Cake gonna get resurrected again?
Trash
Do
cake
you
never
not know
went
about
away.
Trash
Trash
Cake,
cake never
TJ?
went away. Block blue trash cake, trash cake.
He
matters.
didn't get banned. He's sitting here in the chat. Just because I don't let you on panel doesn't mean you're banned from the community. You have to actively get yourself banned.
Oh my gosh, I can't. I
You
was
can
just
ask transgender how to do it.
I just had a room. I can't. I just had to remove
Oh my
myself from a
god.
panel because
Thank
I
you,
couldn't talk
Chuck. You're
about
first
it.
what? Sorry.
Oh, look,
Thank
you earned it yourself.
thank you, Chuck, very much. Um
Mhm.
okay,
No,
what were
no,
you
no, no,
saying?
no, no, no. I did that for you. I did that for you. I bring the views and the money to your channel.
Actually,
I
the
made
views were
you.
slightly high. They dropped just a little bit, but they
I
keep
ruin your
fluctuating.
channel. I do that all for you because I hurt you so much. You're my best friend.
Oh,
You're
wow,
welcome.
that's like a little emotional super chat, like almost like love bomb chat.
Can more people leave to prove how detrimental I am to this shit?
What the hell are you talking about? I was here when we were scraping sidewalk for viewers.
When we were what?
Scraping sidewalks to get a viewer.
Oh yeah, we sure were.
I mean,
That's
you
pretty.
was like 75 people when I first showed up over here.
Oh, I was
Mm.
so proud even to get to that. Yeah, I was
And
taking
I've
anybody.
already busted our ass trying to get you to monetization. I think I gave you your first super chat and your first membership.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
so
yeah, I think you did.
cute. Do you guys want me to like leave you alone? You need some time
No,
on panel or?
Well,
no.
I never thought I would be on a gay man's channel. I'll put it like that.
Oh, why? That
Okay, if
well,
this wasn't a gay man channel, but it was a mechanical bull, how would you feel?
It
New
was
it
the
could
question.
be a
antlers.
gay bull.
New
All
question,
I
new
can
question.
say, it was the antlers that drew me in.
Oh,
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, well, speaking of that, so if this was a mechanical bull and you were riding it, would you want to be the front or the caboose?
oh,
Okay.
thank you, Becca.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
have to ask for a refund, Jeff.
I am so good for your channel. I'm like so
Okay,
good.
You
Mike.
all
It's
are.
okay.
You
It's
all
okay,
are.
Mike.
I don't keep people on here that's not good for it. Well, maybe sometimes I do.
I mean,
Personal interest.
I thought Mike was the only one that had an eagle for building channels.
An eagle?
Ego,
Eagle. Oh,
EGO. My
He
eagle.
would
God.
leave the light on for you. What was his
Huh.
name?
Oh, I can't see it. What? Let me look.
And the guy that did the was it oatmeal? Wilfred Brimley.
I don't know, but that makes me think of my one of my favorite like accounts out there. That's Shaquille Oatmeal. I just think that is such a clever name.
It is. What kind of
And
content is it?
okay, they would like yeah, they would talk shit about cream of wheat. Like it just was
Oh,
fucking awesome.
that's racist.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
totally.
Abe, just for you. Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Oh.
Mm.
I think that was, I don't know who that was that did that commercial.
Tom Odette or somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. This
Is it?
Tom
Was it him?
Odette.
How? Don't.
Yep, it was
Oh my
Tom
God!
Odette. I
How did I
think you're
know
right.
that? Oh, look at all what's stored in that brain.
I'm telling you,
That would have had
massive brain
cobwebs on it.
power. Or who remembers the commercial beef? It's what's for supper.
Yeah, the beef from the beef counselor, the beef
Uh
commissioner.
huh.
No,
Yeah.
And I think that
no.
was what was his name? Oh, his name just slipped me. God darn it! Plays in all the cowboy movies.
John Wayne.
No, the skinny guy with the big mustache.
Clint
Uh,
Eastwood.
Sam O'Neill. No, not Sam O'Neill. Oh, don't get old, people. Your memory goes to shit.
I know. Oh, it's already starting.
I've done forgot more than I ever known.
Hey, guess what, Chuck? Don't worry. If you can't remember, forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Hmm.
Forget
That's some of the
about it.
that's some of that New York stuff. I don't do
Those
New York.
Italians.
New York, yeah, don't want to get your salsa from there. From
Sam Elliott. Oh, him. Yeah, the mustache.
Sam Elliott. There we go.
How did
That's
I
it.
not get
That's
it?
it.
ah,
I knew it was Sam, but I couldn't remember the last name.
mm-hmm,
He was the beef
sure.
guy.
Yeah, before he
Beef.
started getting
So
all these
he's
extra
dead.
roles. Yeah.
Right. Becca, it's got I used to have a phenomenal memory. It's gotten to the point where I'm forgetting before I even finish the complete thought. I forgot the first part of the thought and I have to go back and think what does this ending even match up to? How did I
Oh
even
my
start?
god. Hey Jeff, I watched this whole video about how brains are so remarkable that they remember that you forgot something, but how fucked up it is that your brain knows that, but it doesn't remember what you forgot.
Right. It is. It's all
It's rude,
good.
right?
It's the best nature's come up with now until man figures out some way to improve it, like with
Well,
Starlink or Neuralink, whatever that is.
I remember they wanted my wife to be the first Neuralink recipient when I
In the
lived in
world?
St. Yeah, and they gave
How
me
did
all
they
the
find her?
because of her Parkinson's. They
Oh.
wanted to, so they
Oh,
give
to
me all
help
the
control the movements.
yes, and they gave me all the literature and the videos. And after I watched all that crap and read that stuff, I told her we need a second opinion.
Hmm.
I'm like, no,
Barbara,
we're
Hmm.
this
not,
is some good insight.
because they wanted to take her top of her skull off, put all these probes in
Oh,
there, like
God, oh, I wasn't
160,
prepared for that.
and then mount a computer on top. And I'm like, oh hell no,
On top of
that
her
ain't
head?
happening. Yes, yeah, I'm like, hell no.
Mount how?
I don't know.
Ain't Washington School of Medicine, Washington University
Oh,
in
that's up
St.
here.
Louis.
Yeah, they do all that.
Well, that was in St. Louis, and I'm like, no,
Oh.
we're getting a second opinion. We're not doing that.
Hmm. I mean, I think
I
they're
mean,
Did
trying
you
to be
get a second one?
innovative.
I like computers, I like robots. I just don't want to be married to one.
Did you
Hmm.
get the second one? Did you have to go in and say, "Does my wife need a computer mounted on her head or
Yep,
not?"
yep, yep,
I want your honest
and
opinion.
yep, and their diagnosis was complete. Their treatment plan was completely different from this because they said you would be the first, and it's experimental. And I'm like, I'm not willing to gamble somebody else's life.
Hmm.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I can see that.
Unrelated but related. Ask you a question. I'm going to.
Huh? Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah. I thought
go ahead.
we were waiting. I can't believe you were waiting for us to answer. Are you still waiting?
I'm waiting.
She's up to her.
Wait, you
She's
couldn't
doing
hear
her
me?
thing.
You can't hear me?
No.
No,
Uh-uh.
we
Okay,
couldn't.
okay, wait. Can you
Which
hear
was
me right
even a
now?
better troll.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
what Okay, what happens when a microscope?
What? You keep going out. We heard
What?
Well,
microscope.
What happens? What happens when a microscope crashes into a telescope?
They see past each other.
They kaleidoscope. But
We
science.
went through all for that. All of that.
Yep.
I was edging for nothing. Oh,
I
Well, at
wasn't
least it had
trolling here.
pretty colors.
I just was multitasking, and I guess when I was on a different,
Oh, she went offline for a few seconds.
I just was,
Speaking of
it just
mounting
was.
computers on one's head.
talking about talking about drawing out the punchline. I mean,
You didn't come? Oh
Well, you're
no!
here.
All right, hold on. Let's just everybody help the James that. Make it a sticky situation.
Oh, not laws. I'm not even going to feature that one. That'll be a
Oh
members,
gosh.
viewers only treat.
Oh gosh. What a letdown. That's terrible, Kane. How
No,
dare.
six. I'm eating. Wait, what? So you don't feel guilty because you know you'll never get to 600, so you can enjoy the cheesecake, or you admire those
Hmm.
people and don't care if you get to 600. Hey, Vic, thanks. You too. Have a good evening. Welcome to the Panelverse. Have a good evening in the Panelverse.
Look at that. Sasquatch followed me again. He followed me over here this morning. He's back again. He's
Sasquatch
following
always
me.
hangs out. He's
Uh-huh,
been showing
uh-huh.
up here.
He's
Oh,
lurking me.
Miss Thing. Miss Thing, can I call you Missy? I saw other people do it and I started to do it and then I have been riddled with
Wait a minute. I thought
oh
his
no.
name was Jeff, not Missy.
Call her Missy Thing. Let me tell you
I
something,
know, but
Missy
I
Thing.
call her Missy and then I do the kiwi emoji. But I feel like I should ask permission. You know what I mean?
Why? This is the
Because
Panelverse. We want to know the real
because
you. We want to know all the little nasty, dirty, hateful things in the back of your head. So just let them out.
well, in order to do that, I have to get permission to call her like a cutesy little name. Thank you.
Oh, to like disguise, sweeten it a little bit.
Yeah,
You can
Okay,
call
it's
me
yes,
like
you
whatever
can.
you
So
want.
now this is your opening to get all the dirt out. Give her a
Call
good
me whatever
trash
you want.
cake.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Good night, Vic.
Good night,
Good night,
Vic.
Vic.
Pleasant
Sleep well,
dreams.
Vic.
Sleep well. And what's the little prayer that? Hang on.
As I lay me
The
down to sleep,
yes.
pray
As
to
I
the
lay me
Lord my
down to
soul to
sleep, I
keep.
pray.
Yeah.
Yes, I pray the Lord my soul to keep.
And if
If
I
I
die
should die
before
before I wake, I
I
pray the
hope
Lord
that
my
all
soul
my
to take.
toys
And we
will
would
break.
say that as
Oh,
kids right before we fell asleep. We'd say it to ourselves, thinking we were talking to
mm,
God, Jesus. But when I think
yeah.
about it, what a gruesome little prayer
Did you
for
hear my
kids
version?
before they sleep.
Did you hear the remix I just did? That was the fucked up kid version. Did you hear it?
No.
No.
Go ahead.
Where you change it to if I die before I wake, I pray that all my toys will break. Like where you just like
See,
curse
I
all
never
your stuff.
even. I'm jealous that I didn't even think of that, and you got.
Oh,
You thought
you
you knew that as a kid to think that way.
That's because she
yeah,
was
so
thinking
that
about.
like
I was
yeah, so
so
nobody
innocent. I
else
was a
could
little. I was a.
inherit your
I was an
good.
altar boy. I was a good little Christian.
So when did you figure out that you were going the other way, Jeff?
What are you
That's what I'm
talking
trying to
about?
figure out after talking to
I'm
her, after
jealous.
hearing that story.
I'm jealous.
You
Because I
don't
No.
know.
definitely was not going
It
the other way back then,
it
obviously.
happened the same time that I learned the whole like Batman smells Robin laid and it was like the same time. It was like you learned all that at the same time. You learned the subversive um Jingle Bells version, and then you learn the alternate prayers.
Oh,
I'm
you
sorry
must
you
have
missed
been
the memo.
born
The
about the same
alternate
time as me
prayers.
then.
What's the alternate prayers?
But I just told
Like
you the whole
like the
like
Oh,
ones you
we
just
know
did.
nobody fucked with the prayers
you
growing up.
don't.
That you did not mess with those. We only
I
knew
mean, you didn't. I
the
mean, you did it
prayers,
like with one eye open, like as a JK, and
not the
and the big guy
prayers.
knows it. You know what I mean? Like it was like a JK. You didn't like leave it at that. You fucking fixed it before you went to bed. You just did it at like a slumber party to be funny, and then you fucking
We
went.
never we never messed like sat around and like parodied prayers at slumber parties.
Oh well,
Did
you
you grow
know.
up Catholic?
Mm.
Oh, Christian at least. I guess because like do Protestants even have prayers? I thought even stuff like having a set of prayers was a Catholic thing.
How did Robin lay an egg? Mm. Wait, what? I got distracted. You know what I learned? I learned that Robin was
It's
an
called
orphan.
butt sex. That's how Robin laid an
It's the
egg.
same type of sex that the other animals have, more or less. It diversifies the DNA or something.
I listened to someone in the panel world talking about how spring, or like, this time of like the year in the whatever the hemisphere, like birds are just all happy because they're all just getting laid and just their babies are like all hatching and shit. And that's a weird thought, isn't it?
They probably are. This is their
Because like,
season. But I
you know
hear
what I
them
mean?
fighting like in the street. They'll
Yeah,
be
just like
squawking at
everybody.
each other.
I don't know. I did this like video about like that I thought was funny because I heard this like new like a song that was new to me about like I got no panties on the dance floor, and I'm like, whose fucking song is this? But it was just so funny to me. And so
Wait, who? What?
there's like this like new trending like song about not wearing panties on the dance floor, and it's really catchy and funny. Anyways, and so I'm like, what video, like what visual could I put to it? And so I just was like looking through like funny mating dances, and I found like a spider, that like does like this whole fucking weird like flapping, like hypnotic dance. And then I just was like, is this wrong? Like, is this like, I
No.
know
Are you
spider,
gonna
what is it
make
like?
it? You gonna put it on your channel?
Yeah, of course I put it on my channel.
No,
It's
it's
like
not wrong. Do it. You should do it.
it's like insect voyeurism or something. I don't know. It's just fucking weird. I feel that way about the nature
No, no,
channel.
you don't have to feel on behalf of the insects. Don't even have feelings. You
Yeah,
don't have to have
what? See, I
empathy
don't
on
know.
their
But this is
behalf.
how. Look, this is how I feel. I feel like the narrators on like Animal Planet, like I feel like they better know that they're like, what prayers are they saying? Because like, how the fuck do they know what they're talking about? Because like they do like weird shit. Like they're like, this is Jasper, and Jasper's the alpha in his group, and look at him fucking like they like have soap opera fucking storylines and shit. And like, how the fuck do they know what they're talking about? They're like, last week, George and Emilio got into it over the fucking batch of banana. Like, it's just like, what the fuck do you know what you're talking about? You know what I mean? Like, how do we know that? I don't know. Never mind. I care about weird shit. That makes
Well,
me mad.
it's because they know how to keep an audience, and our brains are like wired for stories. So if they could turn into a story, the viewers are going to be more engaged. I don't think they care if it's true or if they actually know the animal is like that, but it makes a good story for the viewer. Kind of like the paddle, not unlike the paddleverse. So it's not even confined to the human kingdom. The stuff we see on here, I always knew it was animal based.
I don't know if
Beast, Meerkat Manor.
I need a muzzle. That's not the
Why
first
does?
time I've
Oh,
heard that. Also, I don't know if I have an insect kink, but I do the like cricket leg thing a lot.
what is the? Oh, where your leg goes up and down, it vibrates.
Where I like kind of I like play the violin with my legs a lot. You know what I mean? Like that motion.
This that does sound a little creepy.
Excuse me, would you care to explain that?
Like mostly like in bed, like if my feet are cold or whatever, like I'll like do that motion that I feel like I'm
Does
like
it turn you
doing.
on?
Does it turn me on?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, well,
but
it,
I think
well,
it
no,
might.
but that wasn't like a straight up no.
No, but I feel because I was gonna
There was
say
some thinking there.
because I was gonna say I feel like it could look like a come hither movement from a certain angle.
But if you don't get turned on by it, then it's not a kink. If it doesn't give you any kind of erotic sensation.
No, it's mostly like a temperature thing, I think.
Yeah, then no, I wouldn't say that. I would not say that alone is an insect kink.
Okay. Wait, can a kink not be for somebody else? Can you not be uh, an equatal part of someone else's kink?
Well, yeah, but it would be their kink though, not yours. You would just be like an object for their kink. They would be directing some kind of fetish onto you. But it wouldn't necessarily be your fetish. Like if somebody's into feet and they like your feet, that doesn't mean you have a foot fetish. It means they do.
But hopefully your kink is being part of their kink, right?
Yeah, like that's the problem with the kink community is finding the kinks that you want to find the person that has the counterpart to your kink. and that's the goal. So they have all these parties and social events so people can try to meet people and find the kinks that match theirs. That's where you get all
Yeah,
this mix of weird fetishes from everywhere.
yeah. Like I this one dude from YouTube like sent me this link to take the like BDSM quiz or whatever.
Oh
Like I
yeah,
got
the
like
BDSM test.
yeah. And so I took it and like my answers were like, you're 0% into being like terrified. Like you're 0% into being like, dehumanized and shit. And then I like, cause they were like, show me yours and I'll show you mine kind of thing. And then I like was looking at, and I can't remember the names. Like, I'm going to make it up, but it was like, like they were like a hunter and I was like, not like that at all. Like it was so kind of terrifying a little bit. But they were super into like degradation and I was like, I don't think this is a
How
good
did
match.
you end up taking a kink test
Dates
if you're not
because
even kinky? Like to me, you would be so turned off of even the idea of taking the test to find out if you're something that you know you're
I
not.
wanted to because the offer of show me yours, show me mine was whatever. And I was like, yeah, I'll take I mean, what the fuck? Why wouldn't I
So
why
somebody else
not?
took it to show you their results.
They I
All
wanted
right.
to see their results. They
So
were
you
curious about
took it
mine.
so you could
So
see
I
somebody.
took
So you
it.
were curious about their kink, even though you knew yourself you were not kinky. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I could see that. I could see people wanting to know somebody else's kink.
well, and I didn't know exactly like what I wanted to also know like what the questions were. It's been a
Yeah.
while. Why it's been 25 years since I took a DSM test. So, and the questions were very, and then there was like the long test and then like the quickie test, and they got
Maybe
very in. Hmm.
let me see if they still have it, because maybe I could take it online one day.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and there was like a whole thing. There was like the full panel of us doing it, and they all were telling me I wasn't gonna do it, and I just was like, why the fuck wouldn't I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck. I also was like, yo, I'm gonna be like so vanilla in this category, compared to other, whatever. Anyways,
All right, I'm filling out my information right now. I can't wait to take it. They still have it. It's the original test.
of
Strictly
course
How
they would
long
pay
how
heterosexual,
long
for
ago was it
heteroflexible,
you did that? Took
huh?
that test, young lady?
me. First of all,
Recently?
I'm not that young. Probably
She knows you're
like
younger than him.
I probably could have a baby with my test at this point. Probably like 9 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I knew a channel that was running that about a month ago, and I was like, no
Oh
thanks, I'll pass.
no, this is a while ago, and it was very colorful. Like the the chartings, the chart
I
results.
didn't I didn't even want to attempt to take it. Afraid of the
I'm
answers I
attempting
might
right
have
now. Ooh,
got.
it's pretty too. There's all these colors to it.
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
like the
I think
pain
it's maybe,
scale. Here,
maybe
y'all
yes.
watch.
I don't know if it's the same one, but yeah, there was like so many
It's
colors.
this one. I like to be dominant, especially in the bedroom.
Yes,
No,
yes.
I
Wait,
hate
and
it
be
when I
very
have to
careful how you answer because like they like
step in and
switch it
do
up.
everything.
They like switch up like how you have to answer, and so it's very easy to like mistake your answer, and then it like fucks it up.
All right, that was a
Like Dino
tease. I'll
even
put that
took
on
the
the member
test.
stream.
Like Dino even took the test too. You know what I mean? Like there were a bunch of us.
So what did you come out? Where you could not have been 0% in everything. So there's something you
No,
had to.
no.
What
I'm
was
trying
your
to. I
highest?
mean, I'm not gonna.
I don't feel
I'll
like
put it
we're
on your.
getting the full story.
I'll put it on your members.
Oh, okay. That'll be on the.
No,
We'll do a member stream together then, and
okay, sure, no
dive into
problem.
all of our
Yeah.
kinks.
No, because there's like certain things that I mean, yeah.
Were you
Like,
the Tyee or the Tyer?
See, there was a lot of stuff that involved rope for sure, for
Oh,
sure. But there was a lot of stuff
little
that was
rope
like
bunny.
genuinely like I like again like let there be no mistake, stuff that's like scary. Like I don't like to be scared. I don't like to be scared.
So no spiders,
No
No
choking.
spiders.
No.
scorpions, snakes.
No spiders.
What kind of sex you be having, Jeff?
You just
No,
like
I
the
don't
kind
like
of
to be
stuff
scared
that
Spiders
either,
and
so
goes
I don't have
all
to.
snakes.
over.
I
That's
date
so
They
funny.
psychopaths and sociopaths.
they
That's
wrote a
scary
song
enough.
about that. There ain't. I don't like spiders or I don't like snakes. Was it Jim
Spiders and
Stafford?
snakes in my vagina.
Oh my word.
Whoa!
Sorry,
Wrong
just
song,
it's a
Jeff.
poetic inspiration. It just came over me.
Yeah, I'm super into Teletubby cosplay again.
Well, if there is, it's definitely not here. But you can like Google
Tell it.
prudes or something
Oh
and see
my
what comes
God!
up.
Ay, ay,
Look for
ay.
the like the Karen Society or the Harper Valley PTA. They might have a YouTube
I
version.
remember that song when it was
Or,
first released.
and they had a they made a TV show out of it too. I used to watch
Yes,
it. I
they
love that
did.
show
Didn't last
with
very long.
Barbara Eden from Genie.
It
Mm-hmm.
didn't. Now there was a woman.
Oh, God, gorgeous, beautiful, beautiful.
A woman who knew how to serve her master. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And keep her bottle nice and straight and clean.
I just found out yesterday that the woman that played on Law and Order, the uh, the female detective, I can't pronounce her name, Arjishki, whatever her name is.
Oh,
Her
I never
mom was
watched it.
James Manfield. I didn't know that.
Oh, who?
I can't pronounce her name. She played uh, the female detective on the show Law and Order. I can't pronounce her name, Marjinsky or something like that. She played Detective Benton, I think was her name. Olivia Benton, if I remember right. But her mom was James Mansfield.
I'm
You want
trying
to
to
know what I
find it
just
now.
learned?
Is this the boyfriend that you're talking about that Kane has, Nick Volt?
Ooh, Nick. I can
Is
see that. Nick,
Oh, so you really were
Nick,
joking. But see, Kane, you did
I
have a
was
boyfriend
joking.
in the wings waiting
But
to
Nick is real scientific, so I could see
pounce at you.
Kane getting into that.
Oh my word.
I just
Um,
start shit.
Nick, also for the member stream, remind me, and I'll tell the story of when I dated an old scat daddy. And I didn't
Oh
know at
my
the time, and he
god.
wanted to do all kinds of nasty stuff.
Oh my
we eventually
god.
broke up, but that
No,
was
I've
my
always
introduction to all of that.
I met Nick on
Sorry, that
on
was another teaser.
Sovereign Dave channel, and I've always liked Nick. He's a good guy. Now, if he gets drunk, that's a different
He's a
story.
troll. He's working on some troll certification though.
What?
Nick, you want to come up and tell us about it? Executive Troll Academy.
Saturday
Executive. I
says
know he
X.
has fantasies about Star Trek, but other than that,
Oh, I could see. I could totally see. That's a whole fetish of itself.
the trouble with tribbles.
Oh, okay, cool. We'll hear about this troll. He's
Wait,
like a troll doctor or something.
Who
I just
remembers when Kennedy got killed?
what? No, we're not going. You want to go? No, we're not going there. Let me just
No,
say this.
I'm trying to judge age is all.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say, you know what? You just learned that the other day. What I learned the other day was that we all didn't even have knees fully formed until we were like 10 years old. Like, we didn't have
What?
kneecaps.
Yeah,
Learn
the
that.
babies have knees. I remember them. I've
What are
held
you
enough
talking
babies.
about?
We no humans don't get kneecaps till we're like 10 to 12 years old, bro.
I think
Oh,
you're
kneecaps? I
confused
don't
with
know. I didn't pay attention
insect.
to those
No, we don't.
when
You
I was
could,
that young.
Knees are cartilage. They don't become bone until we're 10 to 12 years old.
ah, I have
you can
trouble
you can make
agreeing.
all the noises you want, but I just learned that
But
the other
that
day.
does not change reality.
It just
Sometimes
is
it does.
fucking crazy. We're just like noodly legs until later.
I didn't have noodle knees. I remember bumping my knees and shit
Look
when I
it
was a
up, bro.
kid and
Look it
falling
up.
down.
Look it up.
Look it
I will
up,
Cartilage.
look it
Jeff.
up.
Cartilage.
I'm
You
trying
had.
to find Jane Mansfield's fucking daughter.
She
I can't
played on
find.
Law and Order. She played Detective Olivia
I never
Benson.
saw it. That's what's like holding me
Oh,
back.
I mean, it's only been on for 20,000
There's a lot
years.
of shows that have been on for 20,000 years that I've never
Oh,
seen. Nobody watches every single show.
good
Let's
night,
see.
Missy.
It was the same show that Ice T or Ice Cube or whatever hell his name was when he said,
Is it
if you sleep
Mariska
with a man.
Hargitay?
Yeah,
Hargitay?
that's it.
Oh,
That's it.
okay. I've never heard
Mhm.
of her until just now.
But I didn't realize that was Jane Mansfield's daughter. Her mom got drunk and left her in a car crash when she was 3.
Oh my gosh.
Nick, oh my god, that I have a strong bias against people that are attached to that beast. I can't stand Dutchie. She's to me she's the lowest worst troll on the entire internet. Worst not in a good way, just like she truly sucks at what she does.
Oh gosh.
Wait a minute. Nick wrote her a love song?
Oh, this is getting deep into the drama. The fake
No,
drama.
look at the
Which
knee stuff.
oh right, okay. I would much rather look at uh, Jelly Knees than Dutchie.
Cart- Also,
Jelly
yeah,
knees.
allegedly,
Do babies
Spike
have kneecaps, and when do kneecaps form?
is not
It's
a
one of the
robot.
most
Oh,
Is a
complex and
robot.
hard-working joints in the body. Um, it's a big long article. Where's the information? Babies do have knee. They're made of cartilage. Okay, here's the thing. They're made of cartilage, and they turn into bone between the
Yeah.
ages
when?
of 2 and 6.
No, 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 no,
Uh
no, no,
huh.
no,
So
no,
there
no,
is
no, no.
something there.
No. What happens at 10 to 12? Oh, they fully. That's when they get kneecaps. Okay, fine.
That's when our balls drop.
Dude, okay, wait, Jeff. You know what I just remembered? You know that guy that? Okay, we don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But you know that guy that comes here that's like looks like a vampire, and people always ask him about the Delphi stuff and like, did he put those pictures up and yada yada yada.
Wait, guy that looks like a vampire.
His name
Who
might be Frank,
Yeah. Oh, from Dutch, from Dutch land,
and you know
Holland.
how he never answers the questions here.
Oh,
Do you know what I'm
do
talking about?
people ask him a lot of questions?
Like every time he's here, like he gets asked a million questions in your chat and he never answers them. Well, anyways, on a different channel, he answered them and then he deleted he was restreaming it and then he deleted it. It's like this whole fucking thing. Anyway, he did some shit, dude.
Oh, what did he do?
He like put up like he sent like crime scene photos of child murder to the parents of the kids and shit and put out those pictures publicly as well. Like this whole fucking thing, it's like
On
a
his
nightmare.
channel?
are you talking about the Delphi murders?
Yeah.
Uh,
Like there's all this crazy, but he would never address it here. And I kept being like, I even was like, wait, what? What did this guy do? And he totally got like surrounded on another channel, and then addressed it. And I haven't heard anything yet. Excuse me again since. But anyways, I
I've
just was
only
curious.
found, what did I find? 2 dead bodies? Yeah, I've only found 2.
Wait,
You
what?
found two?
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, this is a Chuck story. I forgot about the Chuck story. Y'all would not believe how the stories that Chuck is full of. He's
No,
like an
Oh, there's
action hero.
that's a
one day
weird.
I took my daughter to our little local park and we came across one. It was a female. And then the other time was when I was in the service and they told me to go upstairs to the barracks, the room where everybody sleeps because our shops were in the basement. And they said go up and get this guy. So I went up there to get him and opened the door and there he was leaning against the head of the bed with a needle hanging out of his arm. And I went over and tried to wake him up, but he was deader than a doornail.
Oh,
So
that's
back up to the
terrible,
park.
man.
What? Tell us.
I was taking my
Paint that
kid to
one
the
for
park
us.
to go swing and slide and all that stuff. And on the way, we was passing by, and I'm like, "What is that?" So we walked over to have a look, and it was a female, a dead female that had been killed the night before, apparently.
Was it like a vagrant? Or like a
No,
gang member?
no, it was a female that lived in close to,
What? Like an
yeah,
ordinary citizen you just found
yes,
lying dead in the
yes,
park?
yes.
That's like the opening of half the murder
But
mysteries I've seen on
but she
TV.
was killed by a uh, what's the word I'm looking for? A sexual predator.
How did they eventually found that out?
Yeah, yeah,
So this is something that you hear about, that you see in movies and you hear about on the crime shows, and you walked right into it live as a
yep,
person.
Wait, did you call it in and report it and stuff?
yeah.
Did
Well,
they
yeah.
like
I
suspect
wasn't
you?
gonna walk away.
Okay, did they suspect you at all? Did they like think it was you at any point?
No, no. I had
Okay,
my kid with me, and I was a
cool,
basket case.
cool, cool.
It was
Did your daughter see, or were you able to
yeah,
shield?
yeah, yeah. But
Poor
I
thing.
as soon as we figured out what, I snatched her up and I ran across to get away far enough away where she couldn't see anymore. And she kept asking questions, and I wouldn't answer them. She was too little to understand.
Okay, I was gonna ask like how old. Okay,
Hey,
that's
She
good.
was
You're
what,
good at
six,
that.
five, 6. She was young.
Poor thing. Poor and I'm glad they found the person. And good job, citizen
oh my
on the chat.
God, Jax.
And I've seen. I remember when the house next door caught on fire, and ATF was interviewing me. We was on the wrong side of the curtain when they brought the family out on stretchers. I immediately hurled right
On
on the feet.
TV,
Huh? No,
live.
no, no, no. I'm
Oh,
talking.
I thought you were being
Yeah,
interviewed.
by the ATF agent.
Oh, not. I
Alcohol,
thought you
tobacco,
meant
and
like on TV,
firearm.
like pre
No.
YouTube.
And as soon as I saw what I saw, I freaking barfed all over his shoes.
Oh,
He kept apologizing, and I'm like, I was, I was rattled. If you've never seen a barbecued body, ugh, it's it's not
I've
what you
seen
want to see.
accident victims, but they weren't barbecue.
Up close and personal.
Driving by. Our
Oh,
mom,
okay.
my mom saw it. She told us not to look, and so of course we stretched
Yeah,
our
oh
necks
yeah,
to see as much
rubberneck.
as we could. And then the minute I saw what I saw, I realized why she was telling us not to look.
And the worst part was it took about 3 months. If you never smelt a burning body before, it took like 3 months before the smell finally got out of my attic because it permeated all the.
Wait, what? Okay, you skipping over some stories. What was a burning body doing in your attic?
It wasn't. It was next door. The house next.
Oh, the
The
smell got
house
into
is,
your attic.
yes, because of the vents that were up in the attics, and it got into the insulation. The smell did, and it permeated the insulation, so it hung around forever.
So there were dead bodies in the house next door.
Yep. Well, they was banging on our door because I'm a hard sleeper, and they was about ready to kick the front door down when the wife woke up and said someone's banging on the door, and they were screaming at us to get out of the house because they was afraid the house next door is going to blow up. Well, if I opened the bedroom window, I could reach out and touch the next house bedroom window. That's how close the houses were.
Gee, this was
So
in
we all
Kentucky.
got out. No, this was up St. Louis area
Oh,
before I, yeah, and yeah, it was a mess. I tried to help the firefighters or anybody else that I could because I didn't know what else to do. We couldn't get in the car and leave because we were trapped because of all the fire trucks and shit. We couldn't get our car out. So I did what I could just to keep my mind occupied.
That's
The
so tragic. So, Pop Soda, I'm so sorry for your loss. And Dr. C, yes, Mike has been very upset many times. But I'm gonna drop off. Thanks for having me.
I
I
didn't mean to run you off.
Thanks
I'm
for coming
no,
sorry.
up,
no, no, no.
Shift.
I have to hop on a call. But thank you, thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
just as long as it
We'll see
wasn't
you
my
again.
sick stories.
So,
It's all part of life. I don't know how else to put it.
yeah, it
It
is.
I mean, I remember high school watching three kids get killed from race riots, shit like that.
You went to the
That
race riots, or they happened near you?
they happened at the the high school I was going to, and kids got stabbed from it, and three of them died.
Wait, like at the school, in
Yeah,
class,
no,
in the hall?
the the the, the school would empty out, and you would square up out in the
Wait,
parking lot. This was in the '60s, dude.
how do I used to teach school? How does a school just empty out? That doesn't just happen.
We're talking high school. As
You
soon
t-
as a race riot's on, the school emptied out. You know what a race riot is? Blacks against whites.
yeah, like they would just
Yeah.
spontaneously start in the halls or
Yep.
something, and then the school would
Yep. And it
empty.
go outside. And you get outside and there'd be people with chains and knives and pipes. Oh yeah.
Y'all brought all that that was before metal detectors at the door.
Yep. You got it. But I seen
Wow, we
three
thought the
three kids
panelverse
get
was
killed.
wild.
Yeah. Sometimes being old ain't all it's cracked up to be.
Is there anything good about it? Cause I'm just around the corner from you.
Anything good? Back then, no.
No, I
I
mean
was so
about
glad.
getting old.
Let me think. Anything good about
Not that I
getting old?
remember.
Not that I remember, correct. I mean, keep in mind, I got hurt when I was 50 and had to take a medical retirement. And even to this day, I would still rather be working any day of the week.
Cause you still do stuff around the place, huh?
Well,
Are
I
you
got
building
to,
a
yeah.
duck pen?
Oh, I got a duck house, a chicken coop, duck coop. I got 7 acres I have to look after. I got a half-acre pond with fish in it. I got two inside cats, two outside cats. I got the wife with Parkinson's. I got the son with autism. I got my hands full.
This sounds like work to me.
It is. That's what I said. I'd rather be working.
Oh, and the time you spent in the panelverse
That's
on
true.
top
Well,
of that.
that's because I can't get out into the real world. So this is my reprieve from
Oh
everything.
Lord, poor
I know it's a sad, sad life, ain't it?
I can't criticize it.
Yeah, if you do what you got to do,
I'm,
you know,
I'm
make
caught up in it
opportunities where
myself.
none exist. I mean, look at much time as you spent on the panelverse,
I know. I'm just as
and
guilty.
you're a youngin'.
Lord, will any of us be here in like what even 5 years? Will we still be doing this?
No, I think we would have shot each other all by then. All the
I'm a little
negative.
more optimistic.
Oh, I meant from all the
I don't know why.
negativity that happens on these YouTube streets. The
The
amount
what?
of the negativity
Yeah,
that
it
happens.
does bring out the part of it is like not necessarily the anonymity, but you're behind a screen, so the risk is a lot lower, or
Oh
the
yeah,
consequences for taking risk are a lot lower.
everybody gets braver behind the screen.
Yeah,
That's a fact. I hope it gets better instead of worse. I hope this
I
is
don't
just a
know. I
little
think it's up to
phase
the
we're going
individual. I
through.
think some people do use this as an opportunity to put
Well,
out something better.
you
It does
saw
like
that thing
bring
that
out a better side of them.
You saw that thing that happened in Vegas. Was it a week or two
Yeah, that
ago?
was great. It spilled over to real life. Those YouTubers, one of them shot the other one
And
on the
according to
strip
Cynthia,
live.
it all started because of a moderator of a channel. Somebody got mad because somebody had a moderator on their channel when it was supposed to be their moderator. I mean,
God,
how
I don't
stupid.
know why this. I am very immersed in this medium, and even I don't take it seriously enough to go real life over
No,
something.
when that screen turns off, you go to bed and forget
Exactly.
about it.
Yes. None of this exists anymore when I close that lid.
Am I going to shoot somebody over? Jeff's got a YouTube channel? I don't think so.
D-
I don't get it. The guy drove 2 hours to get to the guy.
yeah, he planned it.
Yep. And not only that, he killed the dude's wife too.
That's what I'm saying. I see all this street justice and fake street justice playing out in the streets here, and you never know what to take seriously or not.
Exactly. I blame what's that guy's name? From Louisiana, Steven Seagal.
Oh,
I blame him. Street Justice. That was the name of his movie, wasn't it?
like the vigilante hero.
Yeah,
I think they're just maladjusted sociopaths,
I agree with
personally.
that.
Because when you hear their stories and how early they start,
Well, when you
you
got
start to
people
see it.
listening to this stuff they call hip hop or rap, I call crap. What do you expect?
Oh
It
yeah, I wonder what the
it
correlation
feeds
is.
the
But people
negative.
say that about
Yeah.
video games too, like violent video games or violent movies, which was way more than half of the movies of my generation.
Well, as somebody that knows, Jeff, the difference between firing a real life firearm and a controller on TV is there's a huge difference. You know, when you're going out on the street, you're not going with a video controller in your hand.
But you
So
going
I
with
don't
that mind's like your brain is exposed to that scenario and
nonstop.
way of
Yep,
thinking over and over.
nonstop violence. Oh, I can see where that would play into some of these youngins.
Just like the hip hop.
Yep, I would agree.
But even rock music was like it
Oh
had a
yeah, heavy
violence to it,
metal.
and it got accused of feeding the
But
violence in
yeah, I
people.
remember when heavy metal first came out. It was the same stuff. Oh,
And
that's the
before that,
music
it was
of the
Stravinsky
devil.
at the ballet, The Rites of Spring.
The rate this rate. The Nutcracker Suite. Yep.
Yeah, it was like in the early 1900s or something, maybe even late 1800s, and the people were running out of the ballet. It freaked them out so much. His music.
I think people use a lot of these extras, like what we were just talking about, video games and music. I think they just use that as a excuse or a cope. I
For
think
what?
uh,
Being a rotten
for their
person.
action. Yeah, I think
A
it's just
coat
a
for shitty
cover.
people.
Yep, I believe that.
Well, I guess if you're that awful of a person, it helps to have some kind of cope. I'd rather them have that than go out and enact their full nature.
For sure.
I mean, it can't be that easy sucking as bad as that.
Where's all the rest of the people? They afraid to come up. I don't bite, but
Mike's not here. They're here for Mike. I'm surprised they
oh,
stuck around, honestly.
I'm
They've been
not
talking
Mike.
about it in
I'm
the chat
sorry.
the whole time.
I'm not Mike. I apologize.
He's out there, and I enjoy our conversations, Chuck. I missed your Chuck stories. They're like every time you tell one, I feel like I'm watching. My adrenaline's pumping. I feel like I'm watching a. Actually, I'm
That's
like, no way this all happened to one person.
in one lifetime. Oh,
Yeah.
the stories go on and on when you lived a full life.
Kane, that was the PMRC. I was around for that because they tried to sticker our cassette tapes, and you had to show your ID at the mall to buy certain tapes. And I called my congressman. It was J. Bennett Johnston, and I
TMRC.
left a message, and he actually called me back, and I told him how much I was against this policy, and that was my very first involvement in politics was over those labels that they were putting on the music from the
Oh, the
PMRC,
warning.
and that was Democrat, that was the left, that was Al Gore's wife that started that.
Was that warning labels?
Yeah, those little parental advisory warnings that you see on,
Oh, okay, yeah.
or sometimes you'll see the E for explicit rating.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it was embarrassing because I went to buy a tape and they wouldn't sell it to me, and I had to go get my mom. And she had to take me the next day and buy the tape for me, or like show her ID for me to buy the tape. And I was so incensed over that. As somebody that had bought music for years and years and years, that was my life, that was my hobby. And suddenly they were trying to restrict it and gatekeep it. I was furious. I was enraged.
How old were you?
Like 17 or 8.
Oh, okay.
I think it was 21, actually. I think I was like 18 or 19, and you had to be 21.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. It was a Dead Milkman tape, and they would not sell it to me
I
because it had
remember.
explicit lyrics. Like I couldn't handle hearing a curse word in the music. I had to have my parents come and approve that I could. Like you know how they had to like if you wanted to see a rated R movie, they had to approve. Like the parents had to come and tell the
You
guys
couldn't
it was okay.
back back in my day. You couldn't take a kid into one of them. They
You
would
could
stop
in
them.
ours you could with the parents, or the parents could buy the ticket and give permission for you to see it without
Oh
the
hell
theater
no!
would
Not
let
when
you.
I was young.
Oh
That
well,
wasn't
that was. Oh
happening.
right, I forgot. We're different
Yeah, I was born in
generations.
'60. Yeah, a little bit older. What, 30 years older than you? I guess.
Oh Lord, how old are you?
How old are you?
I'll be 55 this year.
Oh, you're only 10 years younger than me. I thought you was
That's what I
like.
thought. You were like one
I,
generation ahead.
okay, I thought you was younger than that.
No,
Thought you were just
forgot. I'm
now coming up
afraid.
on 50. You look good for your age. I'll say that much. A lot better than I do.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm sure it's.
It's a compliment. No matter what anybody wants
I'm
to
sure it's
say.
all on its way out. So get it while you
Chuck's
can.
first Christmas was the first Christmas. What are you talking about? I was there when God wanted the lights turned on. Who do you think flipped the switch? I'm older than dirt.
Yeah, they had a little committee. It was Dee Snyder. I forgot there was some other people involved. And Jay Bennett called me back. The phone rang one day. That was back when you had phones, and we did not have caller ID. So you just either answered the phone or you didn't. You took your chance. And a lot of times I didn't because it was never for me. The phone was never for me. It was always for my sister and sometimes my mom. So a lot of times I didn't answer the phone. But this one I did, and he's like, "Yeah, this is Jay Bennett Johnson. I understand you wanted to talk to me about this law." And I'm like, "Oh my God, he called me back. I didn't expect to actually hear from the guy." And he spent about 5 or 10 minutes with me, really listening. And I was all outraged. I was ranting and stuff, spurging out on him. And he was so calm. And he was like a older white guy. And he's like, "Oh, well, tell me more." And so after a while, I kind of just started talking to him normal
Was this
because
was he from Louisiana?
he was the senator from Louisiana. And at the music
Okay.
store, I threw a fit at the music store. And they said, "Well, sir, you can call this number. It's your senator." And they had a little, those things you tear off. You can make little
Yep.
papers and then have little phone numbers you tear off. They had one of those that like corporate sent them to give to people if they complained about this law. And so they said, well, all we can do is give you this number for your senator. And they tore one off and gave it to me. And so I called. I'm like, okay, well, if that's what I have to do, I'm going to do it. And I called him.
I'm a firm believer in the greatest greatest problem was when they invented cell phones.
You think
Because
so?
I
The smartphones specifically, or just
well,
cell phones?
cell phones in general. Because I can remember it used to, like you said, you had one telephone and it was in the house.
Yeah.
And if you wasn't at home, nowadays you can't do anything. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Type
No,
shit.
we're they call it the Great Aloning. And they're finding that people are spending more and more time, even in public, alone with their devices. But that it's by choice. They are
Yes.
choosing to be alone. Like
Well,
people, for some reason, want to be to themselves right
two
now.
years, yeah, 2 years ago when that guy blew up the AT&T building in Nashville, we spent a week without any kind of cell phone service. And going into town, people looked like they were depressed because they didn't have their device to work with.
Oh, they
It
were
was,
going through
it was,
withdrawals.
yeah, it was amazing. I'm like, oh my God, folks, get over it. It's a thingamabob.
Were you involved in the bombing in any way? Like, were you one of the
No,
rescuers climbing the
in,
buildings or anything like
huh?
that?
In Nashville?
Yeah.
I said 2 years ago.
Oh, well, I could still see you on the side of a building
I mean,
in
I've been in
flames,
some combat
pulling people
situations.
out.
You know, I was part of the Rapid Deployment Force, or what they used to call Delta Force back in the day.
I knew I was onto something.
But some of that stuff I'm not allowed to talk about.
Oh man, ever?
Well, they told me I wasn't supposed to. I don't know how long is enough time before I can talk
Well,
about
I'll
it.
respect that, I guess. That's the. I really want the story. That's the kind of
I
content
mean,
I go
how
after.
many people in your audience here has been arrested by the FBI when they were 16?
See, I knew there was a story. Oh yeah, you told us that story because of your
Mm-hmm.
brother.
Yep.
Yeah, the real culprit.
That wasn't no fun. I was like, at 16, and it's like, what did I walk into here? I was out for a good time trying to pick up the women.
When here come the feds.
Yep. They weren't nothing too nice about it either. Well, that's because he was involved in the nuclear program
Ooh.
with the United States Navy.
What do you think about all the stuff going on
I hate it.
overseas right now?
I'm going to be honest with you. I hate it. I don't see a good outcome.
For any kind of way, like you don't think
They,
Israel's gonna?
no, I don't see them backing off one iota.
No, I don't either. But you think that's a bad thing?
Well, what I'm talking about is all the crap we've sent over there, all the airplanes, the refuelers, the troops. We just sent thousands of troops to Kuwait for this issue.
What's in
From
Kuwait?
the
Is that where they just wait?
bases, yeah, we have
Kuwait,
holding
Kuwait.
bases in Kuwait.
Oh,
Last week we sent 5,000 troops from the 82nd Airborne. Tennessee sent 800 National Guardsmen over there. We got eight
just in
B-2
case.
bombers. Yep, we
Oh,
got eight B-2 bombers over there in Abu Garcia or whatever it's called. We the night before last at 1 o'clock in the morning, we sent 40 aerial tanker refuelers over.
oh, I
Yesterday
didn't know any of this.
we sent F-15s, F-22s, F-16s over. Yeah, we sent a lot of hardware. We sent an aircraft carrier, another carrier group over. Yeah, we got a
One of the
lot of hardware.
headlines says that the U.S. is Trump's meeting with the national security team as the U.S. prepares to evacuate citizens from Israel.
Yep. Well, they
So that
closed the
sounds like
embassy. They
Some
closed the
kind of escalation.
embassy yesterday, from yesterday till Friday, of all Americans out of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. They wanted them out.
For the ones
So
that
that,
were not smart enough to already be out.
well, that tells me right there that they're already planning something.
Well, it sounds like possible. Like they're setting up in case they decide to plant something. But at the same time, they also want to make sure the Americans are safe. They don't want an American crisis on their hands either. So I can see why they would want all the Americans out of the area right now
Well,
for
they
their own
just killed
safety.
one when they bombed the embassy in Jerusalem or Tel Aviv yesterday and killed an American.
Oh,
And yeah, so they've already killed one that we know
oh.
of.
Well,
But
they probably
anyone,
should not have
any
done that.
anybody out there looking, the IDF will take any volunteers from America. They don't care.
Oh,
The
we don't even
Israeli
need
defense,
America's permission. We can just go and say, "I'm
Israel will
here to
take
help
you in a
out."
heartbeat. Yep.
It's pretty based.
I hope it doesn't get worse, but I don't know if it what's
Well,
going to happen. To
they
be
should
honest
show
with
them
you.
this YouTube channel, this sector of YouTube, the Panoverse. There's all kind of people here ready to go out and
Well,
damage people.
if you never been into combat, I guess you can't fully comprehend it or understand it. It's not a pretty sight.
Yeah, I can't. Just verbal combat mostly.
Yeah, oh, then we got a lot of that, boy.
Yeah. I don't know how much that translates. I don't know if the skill set transfers.
He called me a name. Stop it. Try that when a bullet's flying at you. Did you hear what Jeff said about me yesterday? How dare Jeff? Oh my God, yes. Come on,
At least
people.
I say all my stuff public. It's all on here though, so I'm accountable for all of it. I hardly talk to anybody off stream.
No, Chuck Norris was being RDF or Delta Force, whatever you want to call it, actually sucked. Because you get a phone call 24 hours a day. If you're at home, middle of the night, you get a phone call, you go into base, you get on an airplane, and you didn't know if you was going anywhere or not. And the bad part was they never would tell you until you were in the air where you were going. But by then, you can't tell your family. And so when the family calls in, they're like, oh, we don't know where they're at. No, there's nobody deployed. Yeah, it made being married hard.
Uh, well, it's for national security, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because otherwise everybody'd be calling their
Oh,
family. You know where we're going? You know what we're doing? I mean, I've been the unofficially. I say this, I hope I don't get in trouble. Unofficially, I've been Iran twice.
well, how would you get in trouble over that? Because you weren't supposed to be there.
Uh, just by I'm
Did
trying
you
to not
rescue
to.
the hostages? Was that you?
I can neither confirm or deny that I
Oh
was
my god!
involved in.
Chuck, you got to do something with these stories so that we have them
I
at some
know,
point.
I know it's been long enough, but yeah, I was involved in twice. The first time and the second time. See, no one knew about the second time when Reagan sent us over there, and
That's when
it
they,
was
yeah,
a
because he was accused of like not rescuing them till after the election so that he could win the like be the person that rescued them instead of Jimmy Carter so he could win the election.
well. Carter sent us over there the first time. That's when the big kerfuffle happened when the helicopter sucked in all the sand and couldn't operate in the desert over there, and we had to abort mission because they did not. Their helicopter, the machines weren't equipped for all the sand, and it sucked it up and clogged up the engines and so on and so forth. And when you start crashing helicopters, people pay attention real fast that you're in the area. And then the
Not like
second
this is
time,
the hostages. The Iran
yeah,
Contra came later. That was
that's
the
where
Ali Nar thing that was on TV
what
like 24 hours a day for years.
what was the program that had day 54, day 444, Nightline, was that the
I
name
don't
of it?
know. I probably didn't watch it back then.
That's where that program got its beginnings at, was from the hostage situation.
Oh, because they were counting, like keeping track of the days.
Every day, yeah. This is day 62 of the Iranian hostage situation. I can remember, last one I remember was day 444 or something like that.
Yeah, that was all like because I was in like fourth and fifth grade at the time. So as a kid, I wasn't paying attention to any of that. But they had us write postcards. I mean, letters to the hostages, and that was the first time like any kind of anything political in the larger world had interjected itself into my life, and I had gotten the idea that there was geopolitics and things that happened outside of America and my little world, and it was all about the hostages. And this
Yeah,
was
I've
during the
been,
Jimmy Carter years when they were
yep,
still trying to get him out.
yep. I've been to Honduras, I've been to Grenada, Czechoslovakia, when it was still a Russian territory. Uh, where else? Oh, I can't even remember now.
But everywhere,
I've been everywhere,
like Carmen
man.
San
I've done
Diego, Chuck.
everything.
That's what I was thinking in my head. Who sings that?
Johnny Cash.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the song I had in my head when I was thinking, saying that.
Great minds think alike. What can I say? I can't believe nobody else has jumped up here.
I know, and I'm hardly ever on this late, so this is I didn't know what to expect. Every now and then I do my little fireside chats.
Back then, I was still a sperm in my dad's eye.
It is a weeknight
What's,
though. People may be asleep.
what's the old joke? The best part of you ran down your mom's leg. Ugh. So has Mike been around, or you got him? Is he mad at you?
I don't. I don't take any of it seriously. So
I
no, he
hadn't
hasn't been
seen him
around
in
a
a
few. But
while.
he left a comment saying that the numbers are low. So I
Oh,
said, well,
that's
come on
right.
up, make them do your magic.
I hadn't seen him in quite a while, to be honest with you.
He has other panels that he cycles through. So.
I know he tried
But I
telling
don't have
his
a problem. Like Mike's still welcomed as a
he tried
guest.
telling CT the same thing, that if it wasn't for him, CT's channel wouldn't exist.
Well, he's never been honestly. He's never been that bold in his claim here, and he even
Excuse me?
acknowledges that he didn't single-handedly that other people helped, but that he did play a
Whoa.
role in it and have a part in it, which is true.
I've seen him say that on Kane's channel, that your channel would not exist if it wasn't for him.
Well, that's just not true. It was around way before him.
I know. I was around before he
You were
was.
part of it. In fact, I don't even think he and Chris overlap. So he
No,
didn't show up
no,
till
they
after
didn't.
Chris was already out of here.
Chris was still out chasing wood fairies. Remember that?
You remember that conference? That was one of our highlights.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
I
remember
remember
what it's
that.
called or what the episode is, but there was this conversation when me and my co-host got in like this 3 or 4 hour argument about whether he saw fairies or not. because he saw something that wasn't. He looked like hummingbirds, but it wasn't hummingbirds, and he was
and it
convinced it
wasn't,
was fairies. And I kept like, "How did
and
you
it
get to
wasn't lightning
fairies?" And I
bugs.
kept asking questions,
Yeah,
and the
it.
argument went all over the
The
universe.
more you asked, the more upset he got.
Yes, he was
I
very
remember,
serious about that. He saw fairies.
and not Jeff's kind of fairies.
No, like take it from me, I should know, but no, it got intense. It was-
That was about the third one that had gotten that far off the
well, we had
rails.
another one about God, like science and God,
Yep, yep.
and how they over and that one also. I thought we were gonna break up. Like I thought
And
that
then
that this might end the show. This one
there was
conversation.
another one about movie reviews.
Was it the
You
baby
remember
reindeer
that?
one?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that one went very bad. So we didn't break
Yeah.
up over fairies.
I think,
We broke up
no,
over
not the
some other
fairy.
stuff, but
Was it reindeer? Was that the last one?
Mid Bro Life thing had
Yep,
this
yep.
idea for us to watch Baby Reindeer and do a men on film review over it. And
And it went
I
bad.
invited Chris along just because he was the co-host. He wasn't really part of the collaboration, but he was the co-host. So I invited him to participate, and he had some very bizarre opinions about Baby Reindeer and a lot of the themes that emerged from the show. And it it that was also very tense. Hello, Lawrence. Or
Yeah, I remember what really set it off was when you talked about the pain that it brought back, and he laughed at you.
because
And
I
it,
had a baby reindeer experience.
right,
That was part. I didn't. That was part of the. What was so hard about the show for me was I didn't expect. I didn't see what was coming in the storyline. Because I thought it was about this fat girl that was stalking this guy, so I could kick back and just relax and enjoy the show. And then it brought up a very personal issue that I have experience with, and I had to face some stuff that I hadn't faced in a long time. And I was trying to share that, and he did not
he
have a
started
good
laughing at
reaction.
you
Yeah,
first.
he was
Yeah,
dismissing it, not taking it seriously. He wanted to keep. I remember what it was. He had this because Chris is a film buff. He had
Ben
this
Buff.
movie theory take on that he wanted to talk about on the movie, like from a film maker's, a film aficionado's perspective, involving movie theory. And I wanted to talk about the really visceral experience as a viewer of watching something like this and how it impacted me personally. And he got irritated with that because it was interfering with his ability to get nerdy about all the ins and outs of the filmmaking of the movie.
The filmography and the
Right.
yeah.
And so we were tussling over that. I kept wanting to talk about the impact of the show, and he kept wanting to talk about
Well, he was
the
dismissing
nerdy
you.
technical stuff
Yeah,
about it, and like all the personal human stuff was starting to really irritate him. And so we butted over that, I remember.
yeah. I remember three big fights that didn't end well.
But it ended when he came up on panel and started making fun of my autism on purpose, specifically to hurt me. He said that.
Oh, yeah.
And he recorded private conversations
I
at the
remember
same
that.
time. So that's what crossed it over the line where I couldn't work with him anymore.
And you actually stayed above water. You didn't hit below the belt, even though
I
you
hit
could have.
backstage. I didn't hit on stage, but
Well, I'm talking
I
about
hit
on panel. You
backstage.
could have hit him just as low if you wanted to, but you didn't.
Well, I'm classy that way. My mama raised me right. No, I'm just kidding.
Now, what happened to
I
your
can go
daddy?
as low as the next person, but a lot of times I like to see how low they go first and then just watch and decide, do I even want to be down there with them?
So what happened to your daddy?
Which daddy? I thought you were
Your
our
orig-
daddy.
your original? No, I'm talking about when you was a youngin.
Oh, like my real daddy?
Yeah.
He was out of the picture pretty early, like just after my sister was born, and that's when we moved to the to the town where my grandma lived, little Cajun town. So that's how I ended up growing up Cajun. Otherwise, I would have grown up just a normal American kid in the city. And so
Oh,
he
okay.
never he was we had visitation like every few weekends and stuff, but he was never really he was always in the background. We didn't have like a direct
Link
relationship. Because even when we were at his house on the weekends, he did shift work. So he was always sleeping or he worked weird hours and we never got to see him. So it was kind of like you have chances to visit with your dad, but you're still not getting that full experience
bonding. Yeah, no
yes,
bonding.
you're not getting the bonding, you're not getting the sense of having an actual father, you're not getting that connection that forms when you a father does things with you.
How old
So it
were
was
you
like
when that
there
happened?
physically, but none of the psychological stuff was there with it. And it was
How old was
only in
you?
small doses. And as we got older, we just visited less and less. We just got busy with other things. So it wasn't a
Oh,
priority
okay.
because that connection wasn't laid early.
I thought it was like he was there one day and gone the next.
I was so young, I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but I just know. So, in my little child mind, one day we were living in one city, and the next day we're being snatched up and we're living in a totally new place. But it's closer to my grandma, who I was close to, and so I didn't think anything of it. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I get to have my mom right across the street, and my uncle and my grandpa and all that stuff. So to me, it wasn't weird. It seemed just natural to be living in this new
Yeah, because they
place.
were still family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he kind of he was around the first like year or two we were there. He would do off they were kind of off and on. So they hadn't completely broken up and he would come and I remember him staying at the new place now and then. I remember him on the couch. I remember him walking around, but I don't remember us interacting. So even if he was part of that, we didn't have much interaction. So I don't have a lot of I didn't get that father. He was an absent father even though he was physically I had physical access to him. I'd say he was emotionally and psychologically absent. So I grew up with a big blank space where most people have a dad. It wasn't negative or positive. It was nothing. I didn't have any experience of a father. But then I had a stepfather later on, like when I was 9 or 10, and he tried to be a father, so he at least made an attempt to play that role and have that connection. Hey, Daniel
Well,
Barry, what's up?
I think mom and dad were married, what, 12 or 14 times altogether.
Your mom and dad?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Six,
what?
7 of them were to each other. Yeah.
So you grew up with a lot of
That was,
chaos.
you damn right.
How many siblings do you have?
There's 7 of us that are related, but if you count, at one time I added up all the step brothers and sisters, and there was like 25 of them. But there were 7 of us real kids.
Oh my God, did you all grow up together?
Over the course of time, yeah, it wasn't fun.
Wow, that what dang.
That's why I vowed never to. When I got married, I said I'll never break my vows. So
You don't want
I stand.
25 kids running around.
Oh hell no! I probably got 25, but I don't claim
Stop.
them. I'm just funning. First one I had, I think she killed it, and then yeah.
Oh. See, there's always a story.
Well, I came back from when I was first in the service, and I came back, and they told me what had happened, and they offered to go through the process of exhuming the body to see if it was mine, and I told them I'd rather not. I couldn't see doing that. What purpose would it have served? You know, I said the kid's in the ground, just let him be. So to this day, I don't know if it was mine or not.
Mm. Do you think about like does it play on your mind?
It doesn't play on when it first happened, yeah, but as time went on, the fact of really not knowing, and I couldn't have done anything about it anyway because I was in another country. So, I didn't bear no responsibility in my own mind. I had no hand in it, no fault in
Mm.
it by my
Just a different
best
body part.
psychological, yeah. And I didn't even know, like I said, I didn't even know about it till after I got back. So it's amazing the things you go through in life.
It is. And straight guys have an extra like something they have to carry around with them because the consequences for them are so
As opposed to what's the difference between gay and straight?
well. I mean, we don't have to worry about break like life into the world responsibility like that's
Oh,
y'all have that
okay,
hanging
I
over
got
y'all
you.
every time you want to just be your natural self. You have that it's kind of a blessing and a curse because it's a lot of power and potential,
Yeah, you
but
never
it's
take it out of
also
the
a lot of
holster.
consequence and risk too. And
Never take
so
it out of the
that's
holster.
something
Yep.
that to carry around that I think is very unique and challenging that straight people have, particularly guys.
And these kids nowadays, they don't even look at it like that. They like it's not their problem where they
I
park
thought they
their
were
little.
having less sex now, and even less people were hooking up and having
I don't know.
connections.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I
I don't know
really
either.
don't
I
know.
just this is like little
'Cause if you
snatches from
listen to
social
some
media.
of these youngins on YouTube, you think they're out there like bunny rabbits. You know,
They might be. It could be cultural too,
could be.
depending on which population they're sampling. I mean, sex is natural, and I think it is good for people to have sex in healthy ways, adults. But
Well, back then, yeah, we were taught. You don't take it out of the holster unless you intended to use it. If you
there is
used
a
it, you best.
responsibility that comes with
Yes,
it. So if
and I don't think that's put out there enough because everybody relies on these morning after pills or abortions or it's not my problem. She should have kept her legs closed type
no,
mentality.
it's too it's
Two
there's
to tangle.
two respond there's two it's two adults in the room, so they both share responsibility for the consequences. And then gay people had like their version of it during the AIDS crisis for a while, and then now you pretty much can just take a pill and not worry about it. But I remember back then there were the same kind of sense of
Stigmatism.
risk and like you had to have a very high respect for the power that this act had to affect your life.
Well, yeah, you just back then you didn't sleep with every Tom, Dick, and Harry because
Well,
of the consequences.
they did, especially the dicks. They slept with a lot of them. Um, but that didn't stop them, and we still came through the crisis somehow. And when it was time to be responsible, we were responsible enough to get through the crisis. I'm not saying we were perfect at it, because there was still a lot of slutting and whoring going on. But a lot more of us were doing it safely to try to contain the spread.
I think so. I think you're right. Now it's like picking up a cell phone. They don't even give it no thought.
Well, now
Is the
you just
impression
swipe. You
I
just
get.
order it up. You just pick up your phone and swipe till you find something you like, and then go hit it.
Who would have thought?
But I'm not gonna lie, the gays had that going on way before y'all. Y'all got that from us because we had Grinder and all those other apps that you could find each other on, and then it got expanded to straight people. Other people started modeling it, and developing their versions.
I don't even know what the first app was, to be honest with you, for that kind of
I
stuff.
wonder if it was Grinder. Leave it to the gays.
I thought
Location-based
A
social networking.
I thought AOL was the big
Well, it was, but it wasn't location-based. Grinder was one of the first geosocial apps. Oh, for gay men. But what's the first?
dating app. Is that what they call it? Dating app.
Let's see, history. I don't feel like searching through this article right now. It was one of the first, though. That's back when Grinder was actually gay. You could go there and find other gay men. Now there's almost everything but.
I thought did Grinder get taken over by the other groups?
But yeah, by all the other letters. Like everything else. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I remember back in the day there wasn't no such thing as a trans. You had cross dressers, you had gays, and you had lesbians.
They had trans here and there, like you'd run into them occasionally, but they were normal. Like they were mentally healthy. They were fine with their transition and going from one gender to another. There wasn't all this ideology. It wasn't political. It wasn't politicized at all. They were just part of the gay movement. We were all fighting for the same thing, which was inclusion and integration in society. And the minute they got that, they started hollering about how it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, you picked up all these outliers,
But they
so
weren't
to
saying
speak.
that when we were fighting for it. They were all acting like we were on the same team.
Yeah,
So
they
and
subverted.
I think there's a lot more people that are identifying as trans now. Plus the what constitutes trans has expanded as well. It
Oh
started
my
out as a
God,
very
yes.
specific thing, and now like if you just feel like wearing a dress, you're trans. So the category got bigger, and more people started identifying into the category. And so I think the trans of today is not the trans of my generation.
I mean, we had what gays were just men that looked like men, but they were gay. And then you had cross dressers that were men that would wear female clothing. And then you had lesbians,
And you had
which
the
was
drag queens.
self-explanatory.
Yeah, I remember the lesbians.
Well, the drag queens was more of a Hollywood production back then, more than anything.
It was, but also a lot of them were very feminine, even out of drag, and
Oh, okay.
pretty much lived psychologically as though they were women. And then you had some that were just ordinary men that put on the wig and the dress um, to do a show and make a few bucks on the weekend.
Entertainers, yeah.
Yeah, it was just a hobby for them, and they could take it off and put it on as needed. And some of them, even when they took it off, that personality was still there. It was just them without a wig, but it was still that female persona.
But the really effeminate males back in the day. We used to call flamers.
Yeah, they were
Cause it,
flamers
or
or
flamboyant.
queens.
Flamboyant. Yeah.
Or the
Extremely
Nellies. They used to call
flamboyant.
them Nelly too. Those were the
Called
Nellies.
them what?
Nelly.
As in
Nelly
Liza
Queen.
Minnelli?
I don't know where the word came from actually. Let me try to find out.
I
Nelly.
thought it was I thought it came from Liza Minnelli, but I could be
It might
wrong.
have like cuz you could call someone a Nelly. Look at that Nelly. Or you could call them a Nelly Queen to emphasize that not only were they a queen, they were exceptionally effeminate. Swish.
Ooh, swish! I hadn't heard that in a while.
And so swish is also called Nelly in British English. So it comes from the British English version of swish.
Huh?
Oh, why? You don't think she could handle scary? Don't underestimate Shift.
I scared her off already. Don't worry.
I do have to pee really badly, though. Do you think you could keep the audience entertained
Sure, why
for a
not?
good
How many
30
we got
seconds or
left
so?
down there?
All right, I'm going to leave you with Chuck and his stories, and I'll be right back.
I'll try to look at chat while you're gone. Anybody got any questions, comments, complaints? No. I mean, I've seen the world go from basically. What's up, Lawrence? Good to see you. Problem is, I don't know if this audio works when I'm on two different sides like this. Uh, which mic are you referring to, Lawrence? If you're talking about Mike Cerrone, I don't have a clue. I'm not his. I haven't seen Mike Cerrone myself in 2 or 3 weeks. I don't think it is. What am I afraid of? Hell, I'm afraid of getting up and looking at the newspaper and seeing my name in the obituary column. I still get afraid. Hell, fear is all part of life. It's how you walk through it. Snakes, I hate snakes. Snakes scare the hell out of me. Cotton in a bottle. You talking about the actual physical cotton, or you talking about the medication, Oxycontin? Used to, I hated flying, Lawrence, and the last time I flew would have been about, oh, let me think, 25 years ago. And I was so scared to get in that airplane. I did not, no, it had to be longer than 25 years ago. It was before 9/11. But yeah, I did not want to get in that airplane. The older I got, the less I liked flying.
Wow, what did I come back to? Cotton pills and the cotton in the pill bottles.
Fears. He asked what my fears were, some of my fears, and I said, like, di- uh, not dying, snakes. I don't like snakes. The fear of getting up and looking at the newspaper and seeing my name in the
Looking
obituary.
at the newspaper?
And finding my name in the obituary.
Oh,
'Cause
that's a fear.
it was just a little joke.
Oh, it was funny.
But flying, I got to the point the last time I flew, I hated flying. The older I got, the worse it got. Fear of heights, I have a fear of heights. Even though I've had to work at great heights before, I still have a fear.
Did you ever have to change the light bulbs on the radio towers?
Yep,
Really? Like in those videos,
Yep.
YouTube videos?
Uh,
The
the
really
biggest
tall ones where they have to go up this little tiny
the
pole?
the biggest tower I've been on, I thought was 250 foot high, but it was all ladder. You had to climb a ladder to get to the top. I
Yeah,
hate,
that one.
yeah, I hate that.
They have a YouTube video of it. It's one of, here, I'm gonna drop the link. It's one of the most suspenseful things I've ever seen. Watching this
I
guy
get up
change
high
this light bulb.
and
He's
I'll,
above the cloud. He's climbing on this little pole with some ladder rungs, and it's above the clouds. You look down and you can see the clouds beneath your feet. That's how high this thing is.
oh shit, that's high. If you're in the cloud, no, I've never been up to the clouds climbing. I think
It's
that
those
the
radio
tall,
tower, like the ones I guess that the planes or the radio,
well, like I said, the highest one
the
I've
ones
been
that have
on
to
is
stick up really high.
250 foot. I think was the highest I went.
Fear is in the mind. Like it's partially how you think and how you process like your
You can
day-to-day
be a
information and
Yeah, but
reality
you can
contributes
still
to how
be
much fear you feel too. So you have some influence on the
you can
degree of
still
fear
be
you feel.
afraid, but yet proceed with what you're doing. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I've been I've been in those situations.
Because I used to have to go up work on radio antennas and shit like that. And when I was in the service, and I hated that with a passion. Because if you fall, there's nothing there to catch you.
Y'all are harnessed though, right?
No, not back then. We
Wait,
didn't have
what?
harnesses.
You were just left to your own skill, or you die?
Yeah, it was a rug ladder going up the side of the. Yeah, we didn't have
Dang.
harnesses. We weren't tied off. So if you slipped, you were going bye bye.
Wow.
Trying to think what else. I'm sure there's other things I'm afraid of. I just try to process them as they come, though.
I don't think I have any like overwhelming fear that cripples me. I have things that concern me if I need to, like if I might get worried about something now and then that might be likely to happen or could be a possibility, like a realistic possibility. But I don't think I have any like phobias or things that cause me
Yeah,
so
I'm
much fear
trying
or
to.
panic that I can't act.
Now, my dad was claustrophobic. Oh my God. I remember one time he almost jumped out of my car as we're going down the highway.
Because it was too small.
Yeah, it was a subcompact car back when they was going through the gas war days.
Oh yeah, is that what you the
When
ones
they
from the '70s with the gas lines?
Yeah,
Yeah,
when
I
they
remember
came out
those.
with these itty bitty
We had to
cars.
sit in the back seat of the car forever.
And I did not know he was claustrophobic. And he got in the back without saying anything. But after a while, you thought you had a wild bear back there. I mean,
He
he
couldn't
was
handle it.
clawing at everything. Yeah, we had to pull over. If there'd have been a back door, he'd have jumped out. I mean, he got as white as a sheet. So I can only imagine what that would have been like. That's a phobia, right? Not so much a fear
Yeah,
as
the
a phobia.
claustrophobia is, I think, most of the fear I felt has been on psychedelic drugs during bad trips. That's where I get that existential, absolute, utter, all-consuming dread at whatever it is I'm tripping about. So I don't know if I've had any real life experiences that has compared to the scary drug experiences that I've had.
Well, what scared you about that?
Oh, it's just different ones. Um, just like your brain generates all kind of stuff, demons and creatures and thoughts and or you'll take little parts of reality and make you think something's going on that's not actually going on. It'll make it more scary than it actually is. Like you'll think a passing car is the cops coming to get you, that kind of stuff.
Well, I know demons are real. I've seen them.
They were on those trips. And even
I
though you
wasn't
know
even,
it's your brain, because that's one thing that gets you through it, is you're like, you're on drugs, this is your brain doing all this. It's still real in the moment and scary as fuck while it's happening. Even if you know that it's not real, that doesn't stop it from being scary.
and someone asked me while you was gone about Mike Cerrone, and I said it's been at least 3 weeks or so since I've seen him. So I don't know when the last time you saw him.
How would Chuck's not a Mike Cerrone expert? Why are y'all asking him? See, they're
Hey,
upset. This is why this has become a Mike channel. Because all of his fans hang out here hoping to catch a sighting of him like Elvis or the Beatles.
wasn't there a song about him? My Sharona. Dun, dun, dun.
Mike Cerrone. Someone's got, if they haven't already, they've got to do a clip, a YouTube, a
You got
short.
it. I thought about it.
Mike Cerrone.
I'm surprised somebody hasn't already.
I like Mike. He's great content. I have very entertaining conversations with him. I enjoy talking. I enjoy seeing what's going on in his life, like with the cats and what's going on in the bushes and all the
He's
stuff
got
he covered.
cats.
Like
I didn't
I
know he
don't
had
find
cats.
Mike objectionable or off-putting at all. Not
Really?
compared to a lot of the people I see on YouTube. He's
I would.
way better than Dutchy. Like all these people that hate Mike, I have no idea how they can be connected to Dutchy
She's
and
such a
point the
sweet
fingers that they
girl.
do at Mike Cerrone.
You
Mike's
know,
a personality. He's like a radio personality. You take him for what he is, or you don't. You like him or you don't. You take him or leave him.
do you know Imperious?
It seems like I've seen the name, or I can almost picture the avatar. Maybe I've seen him on other panels or like in chats, but it's somewhere in the back of
That's
my mind. I've encountered the name and the
that's
avatar.
one guy I totally just. I'll go somewhere else if he's around.
What's his deal?
He's foul mouthed. He's he uses every trope that you can think of just to get a reaction. He's not even using it in context. He just tries to aggravate the piss out of everybody
Oh no, I
by
don't think I've
throwing.
had the pleasure. They're saying most people, Lawrence knows who you talking about.
Yeah, I would take 10 Mike Cerones compared to Imperious.
That's yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. There's so much worse people than Mike. I don't know why he's the one that get draws all the whatever, like siphons off the aggression. I'm not finding this Empiricist Guides channel.
He doesn't have a channel.
Oh, he's a panel hopper.
Yeah, but he's vile. He's extremely vile and belligerent, and
Well,
I
I
don't
have to
think
keep
I've
my
ever
eye out
heard.
for him. See if I want him on the show or not.
You might be able to break him,
Break him. Like
but he don't got much good things to say about you. So
Well, he knows me.
Well, he knows of you apparently.
Oh, okay. Well,
He
he
like
don't know me then. And plus, I
he
don't
likes to
care.
he
You
likes to
can hate
throw
me.
the F word about with
Oh,
you,
okay.
if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, that's his thing. He's people can feel whatever they want.
I I just last time I saw him, I accused him of weighing 400 pounds, living in his mom's basement eating Cheetos because he never cams up.
So is that why everybody is fat? Like if you don't cam up, it's easy to say somebody's fat because I hear that all the time. Oh, that's just a fat old person. They never
Well, it's
cam
the
up.
old from the movies back on some of those movies. You know, it was the computer nerd was always in the basement. That was overweight.
I was a
It was
computer nerd.
a persona,
They
and you
have
hung out
that's a
with
real
them.
thing. They have them up here too. Plenty of them.
Have what?
Lovely people, very nice, but they
Lovely.
fit that description.
Yeah, Imperius has managed to get himself banned from a whole lot
Maybe
of
that's his
places.
goal. Like maybe he gets an ego trip from doing that. Kind of like, oh,
He claims
oh my
he
God,
cl-
Chuck. Speaking of, wait till
he
you see this
claims.
blast from the past that's backstage.
Uh-oh.
Fi.
Oh my God! No, you bet. Did you check it? Is this the real one?
I don't know.
I
Fi,
heard you
tell
were
me.
talking shit about people that don't cam up.
It's Fi. Are you fat and
I,
old and ugly?
Maybe. Who wants to
and
know?
live on
That's
Cheetos?
just the default assumption nowadays of people that don't cam.
Oh my God! I
But you don't
fi
sound
long
like your
time.
voice doesn't sound old and fat.
It is, dude. I look like Andrew Wilson, dude. I'm old and fat.
Andrew Willis is not fat.
Yeah, he is.
Well, maybe now.
What?
He's starting to get a little frump to
He's
him.
He's always
gay, but
been.
I don't know about
He's
fat.
not gay.
Well, that
He
the
has like
jury's
what,
still
eight
out on that one.
kids?
The jury's still out on that one.
They're not his kids, Jeff.
I thought
Anyways, I just got back from watching the Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz interview.
Oh, I saw that yesterday.
Have y'all caught that, Jim? Yet?
mm-mm.
Chuck,
He
you're a Republican. Are you enjoying the quality of your government officials?
that
Speaking of
uh,
trolls.
that was cringe, hi-fi. That
Uh,
was super cringe.
if that doesn't convince you what a sham the GOP is, I don't know what will.
I was embarrassed. I hate to
Enlightened
say it.
centrism, baby.
I was embarrassed. I mean, I don't even think watching that interview that Ted Cruz could even spell Iran.
Ted Cruz still
Was it more
thinks
embarrassing than Kamala's interviews?
it was
Yes,
worse.
yes.
Oh my
Ted
God,
Cruz
that's
Ted Cruz still thinks Tucker Carlson is Tucker from 20 years ago. That's how embarrassing that interview was.
what is your criticism of the GOP? Because last time we talked, you were still
What is
hawking your
not
little
my criticism?
conservatoria thing.
I've told you all along. The GOP is just Democrat light. There is no
They're not
difference.
hard enough, like
There
are
is no
enough.
difference between the Democrat and the Republican Party. It's just cherry flavored, high fructose corn
Well, there
syrup or
is here.
blueberry
Hey,
flavored.
um, I just became precinct captain of one of the Republican precincts here. So I officially am working with the Republican Party here, and they are very different.
But the
The,
problem is that there's lots of boomers like Chuck that still think that the Republicans are the good guys. That's what's wrong
I
with
don't think
America.
anybody's the good guys.
I never voted straight ticket in my entire life.
You have voted Republican since birth and you defend them to the death.
Well,
Don't
I
care
apparently,
have
what they
voted.
say.
IFI knows
I have
better.
voted both sides of the aisle.
You voted Democrat and you're like, oh my goodness, I didn't know you were retarded. Did you ever get better?
Well, you were up here. Wait, hang on. First of all, you were up here chastising people for voting GOP.
I know, and I
And
gave you the reason why.
So they
Listen,
shouldn't vote
Jeff.
at all then.
I
Then they
know it was
can.
10 seconds ago, but let me recap the conversation for you. So ever since let's say I don't know
I'm a
Reagan.
centrist.
Let's start with Reagan. Ever since Reagan, the entire Republican Party, all the GOPs, all the neocons, all that bullshit, they are identical now to the Democrats. They're the exact same party. They just sell you different little twists of bullshit. That's the only difference.
So, what are your specific criticisms? What don't you like about what they're
Everything,
doing or their
all of the
platform?
above, Jeff.
Well, can
All
you
of the
start us with
above.
something so we'll have a conversation to work with?
Okay, let's start with the base terms themselves. Would you gentlemen agree that there should, in theory, be a difference when you vote? Like you're getting in an actual choice.
Yeah, there is.
Like for example, let's say we were voting on medicine for diabetics, and the only choice was Coke or Pepsi. Do you feel like that's a choice?
Yeah, Coke and Pepsi are very different. I
Oh,
could
they
tell a
are.
difference anyway.
What's the major differences between
But
Coke
there
and
there
Pepsi?
was definitely a difference between Trump and Kamala, and I could see it in his
Oh
executive
yeah.
orders from his first few weeks as president.
So if I was offering you choices on how to cure your diabetes, and your only choices
Well, why
are
not talk about a real
Coca-Cola or
choice
Pepsi,
Yeah. Talk about
drawn from
real stuff.
politics if it's so that's
so
what's
like
so
like
pressing on
what
you?
if I sold you the bullshit that I told you you're gonna vote
You
for
trying to sell me
insulin.
bullshit right now. Why are
Right, right,
you
right. So like if I said if you vote for me, I'll give you insulin, but I'm actually just Pepsi. That's
But
all I
why
am.
are you having to use some manufactured example if you like I don't
I'm
understand why
trying to
you
find
can't just
terms
draw
that you can
directly from what
understand, Jeff. I'm trying to find terms that you can understand.
just use a real life example from something the GOP
Yeah.
is doing right now. That's very
Okay,
easy for everybody to understand.
so when voters want something like less bullshit, endless wars, like if that's something they think they're
I
voting
want that
for.
right now.
Oh, okay. Should we vote Democrat or Republican to get less
So
endless
you're
bullshit
not gonna give
wars?
us a concrete
I'm giving
instance.
you all the examples, Jeff. You have to open
Well,
your
okay.
ears and
Well, let me know
listen.
when you get to it.
Okay,
I'll
so
wait.
starting with all of the entire Asia campaign, Vietnam, Korea, whatever, Cambodia, whatever we did there, all the way
Those
up
weren't
in
wars.
all the way up into the Middle East bullshit, you know, Zionism plus oil prices bullshit wars. Does it matter if you vote Democrat or Republican, Jeff? Tell us the answer.
Um, I think it does.
Okay, which party
So are you
will
saying that
end
you
the
think Kamala would
wars?
have handled Iran the same exact way
Did
Trump
Biden
is?
in the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East?
No.
Did Obama?
So
No.
is that your complaint
Did
against the
any
GOP is
Democrat
that
in
they're
the
not ending
history
the
of
war in Ukraine
humanity
and therefore
ever?
they suck as a party? Is that
I just gave you one example. See, you just wanted one example.
so
I
you
can give you
just don't like the
thousands of
GOP? How many
examples.
examples are there? Because it sounds like you don't like them
Okay,
for
let's talk
specific
about
reasons. You
economy.
just don't like them and then you tack on the reasons afterwards.
Let's talk about economy since you can't handle war. In
There's nothing
economies,
I can't
if
handle
I
about
gave you
it.
the
You can't
choice,
even
but
answer a question.
if I gave you the choice between a socialist country or a capitalist country, do you think there's a choice there? Does that sound like a choice?
Yeah, I would choose
Oh,
the
okay.
capitalist country every
Okay, so
time.
which party supports capitalism? Is it the Democrats or the Republicans?
I think they both do in their own way because it's beneficial to
Did
both of
the
them.
Republican George Bush support capitalism when he used taxpayers' money to bail out the banks and the government that caused the housing crash in 2008?
I
Was
thought
that
that was Obama.
capitalism? No, that was George Bush.
Uh, that was caused by the government mandating that they give out subprime loans to
Correct, correct. The
people.
government and the banks colluding together. That's called crony socialism, by the way, gentlemen. Crony
Right,
socialism
I can condemn that. I can agree
is
that
when
that's
the
bad.
mega corporations collude with the government to steal money from its
They did not
citizens.
collude.
They
The
absolutely colluded.
the
That's how
government
they make it
said
happen.
these people need housing loans.
So
They turned.
is that
That's why when it.
socialism or capitalism, Jeff? Which one
That's
was
why
that?
when it crashed, the government bailed them out because they were acting on the government.
Correct. The Republican president, George Bush, used taxpayers' money to bail out the banks that caused the crash, that colluded with the
So then we
government.
should vote Democrat, is what you're saying. But then you said they
No,
were
because
even more
they would.
retarded.
Democrats openly
And
support
Zephyr,
communism.
I know IFA already, and I know there's not going to be any high vibes coming from him, so I didn't bother.
No. I'm not about
He
the
don't do
warm
high
fuzzy
We
vibes.
know
stuff.
Fi. He's just gay as
I,
they come. We
So
know him.
then the Democrats are worse. So don't vote
they're the
for either
same, Jeff.
one.
You're not listening to me. They're the exact same
How do you know
result.
if like because only one is
I
in power at any given time. So
I
you
Because
have to
it
thought
like
it.
does.
say, oh, the Democrats would have done
I
the
thought it
exact
was
same thing if they were in
Obama that
charge.
bailed
But
out
you
the
only get
bank.
to see what one
It was
party does at
Bush,
any given
Chuck.
time.
To Google it, it was George Bush. Obama continued the bailouts in true Republican Democrat fashions because it doesn't matter which one you vote
So
for;
when you
they're
said the
identical.
GOP, you meant all of the parties. So that was a little
What
disingenuous from the
other
start.
Republicans are there than the GOP? What
You
other
don't like
choices are there?
anybody that supports any kind of politics.
Is Trump an example of another choice of Republican? Is that a different kind of Republican?
He's different from the ones I grew up with.
Is he a Democrat or Republican,
He didn't even
Jeff?
start out as a Republican.
What's his history? Do you remember who he voted for all his life
He
and
was
who he's campaigned
Democrat.
for? He was Democrat his
Democrat.
entire life.
Yes.
And he still is a Democrat, but you're
So the
dumb
people
enough to
have
vote for
spoken. Your
him as
brand
a
of
Republican.
republicanism got rejected. It's no longer
You are
viable
dumb
in
enough to
modern
vote for
political
him and
life.
call him a Republican, even though he's a
You're
self-admitted
lamenting a
Democrat.
lost world
I
that
didn't vote for the man. I
never
voted for the
was.
policy.
See what I'm saying, Jeff?
Hey, fatty.
Even when you expose the truth to people, they don't
You
care. They're
haven't
like,
done anything. You've just
I love
beclouded
my Coke and
yourself,
my
making
Pepsi.
abstract arguments about nothing.
I love my Coke and my Pepsi. It makes my diabetes feel good. See,
Well, how do you
I'll
defeat
tell you the
that?
secret sauce, Jeff. I'll tell you what the real secret
It's
sauce is.
McDonald's.
So if you put cherry flavor in in the Coke, it makes it red colored. If you put blueberry flavor
No,
in the
they
Coke,
have no.
it makes
That
it
cherry
blue
coke is
colored.
not red, dude.
It is if you put cherry flavoring in it. You know the cherry syrup
No,
they
they.
have at
I've
the
had
fountain?
No,
cherry
it's
cokes with cherries brown.
still brown.
That's why you got to put a lot of cherry syrup in it until it turns red.
Like you do with your argument right now. But
It
continue. Go
it
ahead.
becomes a slushy at some point, like if you just chug, bottles of it into it, then it will be like red with a little brown in it. There's still a little Coke in there somewhere. But that's the secret, Jeff. In order to get retards to keep voting for you, all you have to do is make one red colored and one blue colored.
So
It
it
doesn't
sounds
matter
like
if
you
it's
don't think
the
people should
exact
vote at
same.
all.
It doesn't matter if it's the
Then
exact
what are you
same
complaining about?
high fructose corn syrup. You think it will cure your
This is a
diabetes.
non-problem because it sounds like you don't want anybody voting for
It's kind
anybody.
of a problem if you value things like economy,
But what is your
morality,
goal to get people to stop
size
voting
and
because you
power
don't
of
like any
government.
of the choices? So what is your solution?
Here's my evidence if there were any good and intelligent people left on
Ask for your
earth.
solution, but go ahead, give your
If
evidence.
if there were at least one good and intelligent person on earth, Ron Paul would currently be our president right now.
Oh
Okay, so
Today.
this
God.
is all like y'all didn't vote for Ron Paul, therefore they
Yes.
all suck.
Yes.
Okay, he's a
But
libertarian.
because the evil retards are 99.99% of the population,
Well,
the
then you're stuck. You
Democrat
just stuck on planet
the
stupid, and you
Democrat
just have to
shill
suffer.
Donald
Sorry about your
Trump
luck.
is your Republican president that is about to get us into yet another Middle East war on the behalf of the Zionists. That's what your government is. Do you see how this works in real life, Jeff? It's not
I
theory.
see how you think it works. I don't see much beyond
I
that.
think your thinking is flawed.
His imagining.
Do you
Not even
deny
imagination's
that we're about to
downstream. I mean,
start a war
thinking's
with Iran
downstream.
because BB told us to do it? Do you deny
Bibi
that?
didn't tell us to do shit.
Oh, really? It was America's idea to start a war with Iran? Why are we fighting Iran? For what cause, Chuck?
we're not fighting them.
As far as I know, we
We
haven't
didn't just
stepped in
send an
yet.
aircraft carrier to Iran and tell them to evacuate their capital city and that
That's
we won't
not
accept
war, as far
anything
as I know.
except
That's not what
complete
constitutes
surrender. We
fighting.
That's
didn't
not
say that.
war.
It's not war when you tell a country that the only acceptable answer is complete surrender. That's not a war.
Unconditional, yeah. Unconditional
Unconditional. Oh, sorry,
surrender.
sorry.
No, a war is
Unconditional.
when Congress declares war. Like we are going to
Yeah,
war. We
you're right.
decide.
When you tell a country unconditional surrender, that's just fiery but mostly peaceful
It's
protesting,
just
right,
rhetoric.
Jeff?
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah, it's
say
just
that either, but
rhetoric.
it's not war. Like, who are you trying to convince that that's war?
I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I
Oh,
just
okay,
argue with
good. Well,
robots
good.
these days. I did get a good chuckle out of my recent conversation with my robot. I was talking to GPT about Grok the other day, and GPT was shocked to hear how evil and retarded Grok is because he sounds just like humans. And I was like, I know that's the problem. AI is not
Uh,
solving any problems; it's
you
just
you
repeating the same stuff.
It sounds like it's has you dumber
AI is just
Uh,
from
LLM.
this wife that you've been talking to.
no, that's the other dude. I'm not gonna marry my waifu bot.
Well,
That's the
whatever
joke.
she was to you, what is she? A
A
companion?
psychological experiment to see if humans can accidentally create intelligence.
Oh,
See, you can't face. I just read a big article on AI. It's not giving you factual based information.
It's given me some insight to certain human conditions. So for whatever that's
like
worth.
what?
Um, the stuff we were just talking about how politics helps
That's what I'm saying. It's
humans.
making you dumber
It
because you
helps
used to
them
be.
ease into their little retard
Yeah,
comas where they
it's you're
feel like
getting
everything's
AI pilled
fine.
and you're becoming
Everything's fine. What are you
dumb.
complaining about? It's just a war with Iran. That nothing bad can happen from that.
We're
I mean,
not
look,
at war with Iran, so that's
Why?
that's the
Yeah.
first like pillar of your fantasy
kind of like
What a
we're not,
mis.
disproven.
What a
kind of
misnomer.
kind of like how we weren't at war with Iraq or Afghanistan or Libya or Yemen
All right,
or
well,
We weren't
secretly
at
Syria.
we're with
war.
Iran. Secretly at war
We
with
weren't.
Iran.
The last war we declared was 1945 against Romania.
There you go.
There
See,
is the
Jeff,
theory
Chuck
that
gets it.
we're secretly in a cold war with China, Iran, and what's the other
No,
one?
that's just a
Russia.
figment of your imagination, Jeff. Just like Vietnam, it didn't happen. That wasn't a war. That was a
Well, show us when
fiery.
we're at war then. Where's because I just looked up the headlines. I didn't say
That
anything
was just a
about it.
fiery but mostly
So
peaceful
what secret
protest.
intel do you have that shows that we're actually at war? Otherwise, it's just you saying, making some
It's
claim.
all a simulation. None of it's real, Jeff. Everything's
So
fine.
you don't have an answer for those questions.
I have
There's
all the
no.
answers. Everything's fine.
Well then, okay. Where is your evidence that we're at war? What are you basing that on?
Oh, I don't
Your
know.
imagination.
When your aircraft shows up at their front door and you tell them to evacuate their
Used,
capital city,
my
that's
God.
usually an indication that you're
Used to
not
not
there
be
on
so
friendly
We're
terms.
just
conspiratorial.
there to exterminate their bug population. That's all.
Is it okay if we use a proxy instead, Jeff? Will that make it better? Let's just pretend like it's Israel that's attacking them
Oh
and
my
we're not
God! Here's
involved.
somebody we haven't seen in for
We're not
like
funding
ever.
them.
I'm bringing them all in, Jeff.
Hang on.
Chuck brings in all the crazies,
Let's see.
especially the non-cam
What's
crazies.
up?
Oh,
Oops.
Lord.
Oops. Sorry.
Chuck brought me here.
He
No.
banned you. You got banned,
Chuck brought you
Speakeasy.
here. What's going on? The
Look, Speed.
return of Speakeasy. I like your set.
Your soul is mine.
No,
Finish him.
I was actually listening in. I was like, shit, do I have to go defend iFi's position right now?
You don't have to
Oh
defend
Lord, I
shit,
should have
man. I
known.
correct
I you're
everyone.
bringing. Not only are you becoming dumber, you're bringing all the tards,
I can destroy all humans.
Shit.
I
No,
don't need your
listen.
help.
and y'all drove
You're
out
technically
Chuck.
right when you say we're not like at war when you're talking about the Iran situation, but like we're gearing up for it, aren't we?
What do you think unconditional surrender means, Speakeasy?
With
Does that
Trump, you
sound
Yeah,
like
never
a
know.
that's like
So
neutral?
that's
saying if
actually
you
a
do
more
anything else,
intelligent position,
we're fucking
Speakeasy, than
yeah.
iFi's is.
It's kind of like a war with extra steps, where you just like lots of words, but instead of in the old days, we would just show up with like rifles and stuff and start shooting people. But now we're like, we're just gonna launch a missile into your city and blow up your capital. No big deal.
And like you got to think too, we're also like right now there's like a Syrian civil war going on that we're involved in.
That wasn't us,
Oh, right.
Speakeasy.
See, we forgot
That's
all
not
about that. That was
America.
so long ago.
No, we're there. We're there.
No, that's not a war, Speakeasy.
I mean, listen, if a
But
civil war
okay,
is
but
going
here's
on,
my
if
thing.
a civil war is going on in the country and we come over and say, "Hey, listen, both of you, we're gonna tell you how the fuck this goes,"
Did we?
I think we're kind of
Here's the thing,
involved in
though.
that.
Y'all say this, but if you're going to convince other people, you have to show them how you know we're in these wars. Like it's just you saying it. We don't. What
Exactly.
inside information are you working off of besides Alex Jones?
If you just have some word games,
Well,
it's
if you're
it's
talking
not.
about the Iran situation, like Trump has literally said surrender, sent over these bombers. We're showing them off on the news right now. These bombers that could take out their
Right, but we're
deepest
not at war yet.
nuclear.
We
That,
haven't done anything with the
yeah,
Iran
but
yet.
no. We sent people over there.
I know, but we're not at
Are we
war. We're not.
funding Israel's
Is that
attacks
not
and
gearing up?
It might
greenlighting
be
them?
gearing up. That's why I said your position is much more intelligent than IFI's, which is we're in
Okay,
the middle of a
Jeff.
war. Oh my God, we're at war.
If
Yours
we
is that we could potentially end up in war because this looks a lot like gearing up for war,
if
and
we
that I would
fund
agree with.
if we fund and approve Israel to strike Iran, and then when Iran retaliates and we shoot down their missiles, are we at war then, or is that still just fiery but mostly peaceful protesting?
I don't know. We'll have to find
Wait,
out.
sorry. What was your question?
Listen very carefully, Speakeasy. If we fund and approve of the military strikes that Israel did on Iran, and then when Iran retaliates because they have been declared war on by Israel, and then we shoot down their missiles, Iron Dome. Who do you think all those weapons come from?
Okay, so yeah, we definitely
So
fund
we're
them
doing
and
all
sell
the
them a lot of
fighting and we're
weapons.
funding
Yeah, I
everything, but it's
agree
not
with you
our
that
war.
there's a lot more involvement than there should be, if that's what you're trying to ask, right?
I'm just trying to explain to this retard what it means,
What?
like when you're actually engaged in war, which
But
he
I
can't
don't. I
figure
think
out.
if we end up in war with Iran, it's not even going to take anything that complicated. Like we're
Remember
just going
when
to flat
Israel
out
said that
decide we're
Iran
at
was
war.
guilty for using their proxy, the Hamas, to attack them?
I don't know what all these conspiracy theories you keep throwing
A
out
proxy
are,
is like
and you
someone
won't
that
give
you
any kind
hire
of
to do your war for
link
you,
or evidence
Jeff.
I could base it on.
Jeff, a proxy is someone you hire to do your war for you. Like
Yeah,
like
I know what a proxy is, but did you hear what I
like
said?
when Israel said Iran declared war on them by funding Hamas and using the Gaza thing to, attack them. They blamed Iran for declaring war on them. Now we are
Well,
doing
it was
the
because
exact same thing.
Iran was backing the one Hamas leader there that they so like it seems that they have some involvement in Hamas. I
Okay,
think that's a fair judgment.
so by the same logic, when we use Israel as a proxy, when we back them, isn't that the same as we declaring war on them?
So, are you rooting for Iran?
I'm just looking for consistency.
No, I get what you're saying, I-Fi. You're saying that we are the reason that Israel's even able to go to war with them.
Exactly.
I get what you're
We're
saying.
using them as a proxy.
But this is where, well, I don't know if what you could definitely say we're using them or if they're making some decisions on
Or
their
maybe they're
own with
using
this.
us. That's the debate. Are they using us or are we using
It
them?
could
Who
be
knows?
something going along these lines, but you have to admit though there is like some strategic um benefits to having Israel as a ally in such a hostile region, right?
In fact, maybe you can help us settle this debate, Speakeasy. Did you notice right before Israel attacked, Trump was talking all about ceasefires and diplomacy and negotiations and all that shit. And then suddenly Israel launches missiles, and now Trump's like, "Oh yeah, we're definitely going to war. No question about that."
He
We're
didn't say
definitely at
that.
war.
He said I haven't decided what I'm going to do.
He
I could
said,
go
under
either
no
way.
circumstances will Iran be allowed
I've
to
never
develop
seen
nuclear weapons,
anything say Trump said we're going to war.
even though Tulsi
No, he
Gabbard.
So you
threatened
can't
that. Like,
even relay the information properly.
So
well, what do
even
you think it means, Jeff? If we say like, we want you to back down with no conditions, like, what's that mean? Like, if you don't, then
It doesn't mean we're at
unconditional
war.
surrender is
That's
his
not
no, no,
at
but
exact
it
war.
means
words.
that like,
Well,
if you
IFI is saying
don't,
we're at war, so I'm challenging specifically IFI.
I got
Okay.
you. Okay.
Okay, what do you think Trump means when he says, "Here comes my aircraft carrier, evacuate your capital city"? What does that mean, Jeff?
That's not war.
See what I'm saying,
It
Speakeasy?
could, like
You
Speakeasy
can't
said, it
explain to
could
these
become
retards.
war. It could be a sign of impending, but that itself is
Hey,
not war.
Speakeasy, if I sent an aircraft carrier to your country and I said you better evacuate your capital city, the only the only thing I will accept is unconditional surrender. Does that sound like war or peaceful
Yeah,
negotiations?
that's the initiation of like, or yeah, it's
That's the threat of war. That as blunt and as
Even the
direct
threat
as
of
you can
war
be
is not
about
actual
war.
war. Just like the threat of violence is not violence.
Okay,
Those are
Jeff, we'll
two
wait until our
distinct
bunker
things.
busters start dropping on them, and then you can
Okay.
call it a war if
Yeah,
that makes you feel
then
better.
if you come up here then and say we're at war, I'll be okay. Now this
Okay,
is war.
well, just
But
give them
what
a
you
couple
said before
days.
was not, and then we'll have
They're
the
working out
same
the
loopy
plans now.
argument over again.
Anyways, I don't. This is why I don't argue with humans anymore. Speak. This is exactly
How
why.
long? Is
This
it
is
like
what I
an
tried
hour? How
for
long has it been?
decades of my life, and it got nowhere ever.
what do you
I
argue
fight. I
with
see you
now?
on YouTube all the time.
The only time you see me on YouTube is when I'm talking to robots
Oh, to
about
your
how
robot, the
evil and
one that's
retarded humans are.
yeah. I've seen the
Which the
effects to the
robots
robot.
agree they're pretty fucking retarded.
Speakeasy, what's up with you?
I don't know. I think I've outsmarted some of these robots. I've fucked around with debating the chat GPTs and whatnot, and they'll say one thing at first, and I tell them to base everything off of logical reasoning, and in the end, they end up switching and agreeing with my stance. So I don't know
That's
how smart
because
they think
they're
they are.
that's because they're programmed to be people pleasers.
They're
It's in their
plagiarism.
guardrails.
AI is all these language models and everything. These are just like plagiarism, dude. This is
They
just a super cool Google search. That's what it is.
they know
So you're
the
not really beating the machine.
they know they're lying. They know they're lying on purpose. They know
See,
why they're lying.
They don't know anything.
Yes, they
It's a
do. They know
computer
they're
program.
programmed to
They don't
lie
even have a
yeah,
consciousness. Oh
he's
my
right. They
God, you're
don't know
worse than I
anything.
thought.
because they know that humans will get offended if you tell them they're wrong. So they're programmed to lie to make you feel like you're
Get
smart.
the fuck out of here with that shit. You're just throwing
Ask
all
them.
logic out
Just
the
ask
window.
them.
All right, I thought we took a part of his
I know.
brain.
I
I'll leave
was
that
praising his logic the other day, saying how he was one of
anymore.
the few truly logical people in the panelverse, and then he shows up with this. This has got to be a troll.
Okay, go debate them yourself and see what happens.
Yeah, I think this is a troll for sure. This one.
Nope, it's for real, for real.
Hey, Effigy, what's up?
Anyways, I've got an ongoing series. I think I'm up to like episode 20 or something, where I just let the AI do all the talking now. I used to do human bot talking, but after a while I got tired of that
So
too.
wait,
What
you don't even interact anymore? You
what
just
AI bot are you using?
GPT.
Oh,
what do
okay.
we watch if we tune in? Just this little cartoon on the screen
What you're
No,
watching
it's
blabbering
probably
stuff?
is
his thing right here. We just look at the picture while you
no,
hear
it's my
voices.
Judge
Well,
Dredd
how much? What are your
icon.
numbers like?
I've got dozens of viewers. There's dozens of us.
People like actually tuning in at the
A
helm and
dozen or
watching.
dozens?
A dozen.
Okay.
A baker's dozen.
Ah, shit.
But anyways, so the only thing you see now is just like when I prompt it in the discussion, and then I have a little back and forth, and then I just let the text to speech take over because I don't even want to waste my time talking to it live on stream. So I used to do that a while ago, but I got bored with it.
Yeah, I've seen some of those where you're actually interacting with it. So now what? It's just you. You're just it talks to
I,
itself.
I, it you're seeing the end of our discussion. Like if you talk to it through chat, like you text it in chat, it'll keep a record of the entire conversation. And then I just hit a text to speech reader and let
And
it
you just
talk.
go through the whole conversation.
Yeah.
That's I couldn't, dude.
Does it read your part too?
Yes, it reads my part
So
and
it's
its
the
own
same
part.
voice the
It'll
whole
read the
time,
whole
reading both
fucking
parts.
thing.
Yes, it's the same voice for both parts, which that shows you how
And
little fucks I
12
give.
people actually tune in for that torture.
Of
That,
course.
that's how smart the robot is. Doesn't even know to do two different voices for two different people.
I almost wanted to do a proper show with like having two of them go at it with each other, but I could never
Oh
figure out how to
yeah,
get like
like you could do an AI verbal combat.
two avatars and two AIs at the
You
same
got to
time.
have two phones and it should work, right?
I'm not that.
You start the convo up with one, and then you get it to answer, and then the other one will answer, and then they'll just keep answering each other.
How do you set that up on a YouTube stream though?
Oh, I don't
That's
fucking
not.
know.
I thought you were a tech guy.
Who,
No,
me?
dude.
Oh no, I thought he worked in
No,
Oh,
tech.
I'm a dirt engineer, dude. I move earth. I don't
Oh,
move
and okay,
I'm a
cables
I
and
dirt
didn't know it was
coding.
engineer,
dirt
he
stuff.
says.
Bunker. I should have. Easy. Have you ever had an AI try to show up on verbal combat to debate, or have you incorporated an AI in a debate?
I've
No,
been on there a couple times, so
that would
yeah.
be funny, though.
How do
Although,
y'all?
I'm
Uh,
pretty sure animated effigy is AI, but that's, you know,
I thought I
that
was the
remains to
AI.
be seen.
Well, I thought you could show up with what's her name?
Have y'all ever seen me on cam before?
No.
You?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Why are we
Then
gonna
how do you
get that
know
treat
that I'm
tonight?
not an AI?
I don't know. You, Effigy,
You
and
can't. You're not an
Righteous
AI.
Muffin could
Quit
all
do.
be the same
Don't even
person.
put that
So
on
I
No,
don't
there.
know.
Effigy's too retarded. He's human.
You're not an
He's
AI.
retarded, he's human.
How do you know, Jeff?
Because AI is supposed to get smart. It's machine learning.
You said
As
my
it
strength
go,
was
and you're getting dumber. You're going in
The
reverse.
You
problem
said
I is
And
that
an
it
AI
like
would not do that.
I doesn't stand for I-Fi, it stands for intelligence. So you'd have to have intelligence to be
right.
AI.
And what human would like name himself like a math variable or whatever? That sounds pretty nerdy to me. By the way, Jeff said my strength is logic, so wouldn't an AI just
I
be based on
said
logic?
past tense said that
Oh yeah, I
on the
have to
last
take Righteous Muffin out of there because I've actually seen Righteous Muffin. So
righteous muffin.
he's human.
Yeah, you're all human, including Andrew Wilson. Did y'all notice that Andrew Wilson is now mainstream media? Did y'all
How does
catch
his
that?
so is Jack Talcott? How is his
What do you
how
mean
does
he's
his name keep
mainstream? You
coming
mean he's
up?
gotten into the mainstream media? Is what you're
He
saying?
made
What's the
one appearance
difference?
on what's his
What's the
face,
difference,
Piers
dude?
Morgan.
Well, saying he is mainstream media, I think, is different.
But
What's the
what? How does
difference? I
Andrew
mean, if you're
Wilson
on
keep
all
coming
of the
up?
channels,
Somebody's
how's that
obsessed.
not mainstream media?
Well, maybe you could make a comparison of it both being the same thing, I guess. But yeah, that's a good thing though, right?
I mean, he's not like Joe Rogan audience or anything, but
We
he's.
needed less soy in the mainstream media.
I don't know about that. I mean, he's pretty heavy into soy, so
What makes you say that? You're such a hater, bro. You just hate for
every
no reason. You don't
every
even know why you hate. I don't at this point.
every
You don't even know
interaction
why you hate at this point. You're just a hater, bro.
every interaction I've ever had with him, that's what makes me say that speak.
Why?
So
Is
he
it
probably
because
doesn't like you.
it
That's
because you
why.
don't like that he crushes you logically?
He does
Nah,
that. He does. I
he's
watched
never
that
beaten
debate.
me
I'm
in a
sorry to say,
single debate ever.
I took that one.
COVID voice wrecking my throat does not count as a debate victory. That's not how you win debates.
I don't know,
Andrew
dude.
does not have a high respect or appreciation for logic, in my opinion, that I have
Andrew
seen.
is very Andrew is very good at blood
He's a
sporting.
smooth
He's not good
speaker.
at debating.
He's a
There's a
rhetorician.
difference.
I love how everyone, people will say this type of shit, and then like they'll try to debate him, and they get completely wrecked. So I just don't understand.
I don't know. It
No,
hasn't happened to me
speakeasy.
yet, so I wouldn't know.
Destroying
And I actually like Andrew. I have a degree of respect
destroying
for
leftards
what
is
Andrew
not a
does and
trophy of
some of his
accomplishment,
thoughts.
speakeasy. That's all Andrew's
Or
good
like,
at.
is he gonna debate with people that have the same view as him? I'm just confused.
Yeah, that's the sign of a
They're
true
gonna debate
debater.
about the same thing and give the same argument and
No,
agree with each other.
people that claim that they're conservative, for example, or claim they're right wing or something like that. That would be a debate, not destroying some leftard who doesn't know what a woman is. That's not a debate victory.
So he should debate you.
So,
Of course, that's what I've said
and
all
he
along.
did, and you got mauled, Val.
Oh, really? The
Yeah, come
Exiled,
on,
who's
be
your wife?
realistic.
the socialist authoritarian destroyed me in the debate about politics. Do
Yeah,
tell.
see, you're one of these like makeup labels, and like you're starting to fall into the lefty tard thing. Don't do that
Or
too
but
much, man. Start
or
throwing out labels and shit. You're gonna start
or
throwing that. You're gonna start leading too far to the lefty
or
tard thing there. All
speakeasy
right, you don't do that. The
if you
label thing will
prefer,
get you.
would you like to hear us debate about religion?
Who?
I've heard
Me
that
against
before.
Andrew Wilson.
Probably, yeah. You'd probably get wrecked in that too.
Oh, you mean like when I left an open invitation to all the ortho bros to defend their religion and not a single
Yeah,
one
but
of them
like
had the
if someone
balls?
wrecks you in a debate and then you go around and say
Name
he
one
sucked
time
at
I've
debating,
been
he sucked at
wrecked.
debating, what's the like benefit?
Name
You know
one
what, I
time
fight?
I've been
What would
wrecked in a
you know
debate.
what? I fight I want you to say right now out
Okay,
loud on public, and there
go
may
ahead.
be I can't guarantee anything. There may be a possibility where I could moderate something that could happen between you and Andrew. So what
Okay.
exactly would you want to debate him on? And listen,
Anything
this isn't a promise, but I'll try. I'll try.
any
What is the
anything he thinks he has even
no, no,
a
no, no. Don't do
shred of
that. I
knowledge
fight.
about.
You got to be solid. I want your stance. I want you to give a stance that he
I
would disagree with.
clearly invited him to debate me on any topic, including Christianity,
Any topic I
politics,
fight,
including economic or size and power in government. Any
any
topic he wants to debate.
within those areas, or any topic
I
in
pick
general.
those because those are the things he claims to be experts in. So
Wait,
if
what
he
are
can
the
I,
win a
things?
I
single
Say
don't
them
know if
again.
debate
I've heard him claim to be expert at anything, but
all the
He
time,
claims to be an expert in debate
he
because he
claims to
teaches
be
a
an
course.
ortho bro, even though
Is
when
is
we're
uh,
iFi
cornered,
getting
he'll
a hard
deny
on
it
he
again?
claims to be an
Over
ortho bro,
Andrew.
or he's an orthodox Christian. I
until
fight.
you
It's
until
okay.
you
Listen,
corner him, and then
calm
he
down.
denies it,
You
and then he'll
realized
say,
how
"Oh,
real it
I'm
could
an
get
iFi.
for a
entertainer."
second. iFi, you realized how real it could get for a second, and I think you get nervous. Hold up. Just listen, iFi. What's a topic? Give a specific stance you have, and then I can try
I'll
and
tell you
get
what. I'll tell
something
you what.
together.
I'm not going to debate him on is the
No, I want to know
retard.
what you want to debate him on. Not why can't you answer my question? Damn
I'm
it!
just
Coke versus
I'm
Pepsi.
eliminating the one cop out just so to save us all the time. I won't debate him on the ambiguous term of feminism because that's such a bullshit tired topic that I don't even care to engage on it.
Okay,
Plus, I would end up agreeing with most of what he's saying anyway, so it'd be a really boring debate. I would just be
true.
nitpicking on his presentation skills. But as far as a debate, if you want to hear whether or not he can debate, first of all, if you saw the Dave Smith debate, you would already know this would be a waste of everyone's time. But I would be happy to let him try again and see if he can actually do a serious debate this time instead of just sounding like a retard for an hour. But anyways,
I don't
I
know if you
I've moved
can,
on.
iFi.
I've moved on, dude. I don't debate anymore. I'm old. I'm tired of this shit. I don't care anymore, dude.
Oh,
Seriously.
you're probably 30 years younger
All
than
that
me.
just to say I don't debate anymore. Come on,
Dude,
iFi.
dude, speakeasy. If you've been on Discord for as many decades as I have,
Thank God I haven't, bro. What a life.
debating every day, including certain people from a group called the Crucible, which is why I knew him. That's where I heard his name from before. I was like, I've heard that name before. That's why I knew him when I first ran into him on YouTube. Anyways, I've debated him many times before on Discord. That's why I barely even remember him, because he has zero substance to bring to any serious,
I
deep
think
I
she's
debate.
got
barely
a
remember him,
sexual
but I've been
attraction.
talking about him for the last 20 minutes. I fine. Just say you're scared, bro. It's okay. It's
No, I'm
okay.
talking about
I
how I
made it
know him
real, and you
now.
realized how scary that was. You were like, "Oh shit,
Now
you
I know
probably
him
could set it up.
from the
Let me
past.
not do this."
I know him now from the past year on YouTube from being involved in the panel verse. That's the only reason why he's back on the radar. And the only reason why I brought him up in this conversation is because he's now mainstream media, which just shows you how retarded this planet has become.
I
We have
think
Oh,
gone
how
iFi
full
has a
retarded!
retard.
sexual attraction towards
How
a
dare
man.
anybody gain traction and get onto Piers Morgan and shows like these? How dare
Because
they?
because he wrecked Destiny, dude. If you can wreck Destiny, you're
He's
like a
wrecked way
master
more than
debater.
just Destiny, dude.
That's
This
why
is
he's
the
on
thing.
mainstream media.
Over and over again.
What? Why else is he because of his whatever legacy? Because of all the genius thoughts he shared on Fresh and
This is a
Fit?
whole lot of cope, I-Fi.
Yeah, I'm
A
jealous, dude.
whole lot of cope, bro.
I wish
That's
I
what
had
I
that kind of
hear.
cult following, man. I mean, that's a lot of money in cults these days, you know.
Oh
We're
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
start
Now
one
it's a
here.
cult. Now it's a cult. Yeah.
I mean, if I had like followers that drink that much Kool-Aid, man, I'd be a billionaire by now. So I'm
I
just saying.
think I think iFi has a
Sound
sexual
Joe.
fantasy that involves Andrew
I told
Wilson.
you not to tell, Chuck. That's my
Let's
secret.
go. Let's go.
I mean, Andrew's not a bad-looking daddy, to be honest.
Yo.
I told you. I told you I look
Oh.
like him, Jeff. So you just
I mean, I can
now
at
you're
least
flirting with me.
understand a
I mean,
fantasy about it.
anytime anybody mentions that name, iFi gets a hard on.
I
He,
do,
I
man.
brought the name to. Nobody talks about Andrew on this channel.
I'm
I
jealous
showed up
and in
and brought
love,
him up
Chuck.
3 times, several
Yep,
times.
Chuck,
yep.
I'm jealous and in love. You caught me red-handed, man.
I thought
Such
so.
a big
He
fan.
did
Well, I can
something
tell
to
by
your
the
fragile
Yeah.
feminine
ego.
tone in your voice.
Anyways, every time I see him on like Piers Morgan or Tim Cast or
Mm,
You
whatever,
go,
that's
I
I'm like,
wish
me.
that
what
was
the fuck?
me. That
Yeah.
should be me.
I want the attention.
Dude, Talcott even got there. If Talcott could do it,
When did Talcott get on
Wait a
he
minute,
got
YouTube?
those
on.
are
He was in front of the
Don
Capitol.
Lemon's a
I
has
did it on my
been.
earlier stream today. We watched some of it. He
Don
was in front
Lemon's
of the
a has
Capitol at
been.
D.C. and Don Lemon was there with his show, and
Don
Jack
Lemon.
Talcott
Who
was
gives
on
a
Don
fuck about
Lemon,
Don Lemon, dude?
and then they had footage of the Capitol cops like tackling people, and they say Jack Talcott got tackled.
No.
Yeah, but Jack, the cop told Jack to get
I
across the line, and
say
Jack
that
said, "How
I
fast?"
totally dodged.
So Don Lemon is your mainstream media, Jeff. Is that what you're telling us?
I agree
Yeah,
about Destiny,
at
not
least
lust.
okay. Just listen. I'll let it all go if you just say Andrew's a better debater than me.
He is the master
He's not.
debater.
No,
Hey,
I won that
all right,
debate
there you go.
on
Gotcha.
substance
I'll
and
accept
content.
everything now.
He
Andrew
is
is
We'll look past
flash
it
and
all.
dazzle.
he
That's
is
what he's good
the
at.
best master debationist I have ever seen.
True.
But I already told you earlier. I told Jeff he's good at blood sports. He's shitty at debating.
Yeah.
But no
Yeah,
one
the
knows the
Easy and
difference.
Andrew both, that's their strength, is the blood
There is no
sports.
debates on
But
What
that's
is
YouTube.
not
okay?
that's
Maybe you can
separate
help
from
me out. What is
debating.
blood sports, Jeff? Maybe you can help me out, and I'll see what you're seeing the difference
That's
That's
your
between the
channel.
two.
yelling and sound
You're the one
bites.
that
Wait,
It's
let
pioneered
me
it.
yelling
say
and
it so you
sound
guys know what
bites.
question I'm asking. I want to know the difference between like debating and blood sport. What like separates them?
Yelling and sound bites and gotchas
And ad hominems.
and ad hominems and cults doing super chat saying you wrecked him, yeah, you wrecked that guy, ah.
Yeah,
That
pretty
is
much
not a
that.
debate.
$10.
But you have a Bloodsport channel, so you would be the best person to tell us.
Well, what I say blood sport is debate, but it's like letting go of the feelings part, and you can tell the person after you've given your argument that you think they're fucking stupid or retarded or whatever you want to call them.
Now, Jeff. To be fair, Speakeasy has occasionally produced some decent debates, even though his
Yeah. Oh
main
no, he has.
bread
I
and
would give him
potatoes
that.
is blood sports. But so, just be fair. I mean, come on.
But because like when I see like the people separate them two, I think it's just like they don't like the added in um stings, right? Like they think like, oh, if you want it to be an actual debate, there should be no added in stings, no nothing. It's just strictly talking.
It was
Should be
fun. I
fact.
Yeah,
certainly
Yeah.
that
enjoyed
is the
it.
difference because you could put a bunch of nerds on a panel and they could have an actual debate where they go through the logic of the issue and it would
Or
be
you can have a
boring to
bunch of
everybody else. There would
spurgs.
be no stink. So there is something that you and Andrew's style brings, but I wouldn't call it the debate part. It's something else. It's the
It's
physical
Yeah.
blood
theater, the
sports.
I wouldn't
performance.
call it debate
That's
either.
what blood sports is.
Yeah, it's like the wrestling side of it. But the actual
Blood
debate is like two
sport is
people
when it's
playing
that time of the
chess.
month.
The thing I always liked about Speakeasy's format is it leaves open the possibility of an actual debate. Like if there's someone of quality shows up, you could actually have a debate.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of near misses, and unfortunately my voice gave out that one day, and I couldn't give you a proper debate. But I I showed you that it's possible if people were serious. But
Well, it's
most
good.
of the time
Good
it's
thing
just
you found your little
spurging.
AI friend to
Yeah,
give you your debates now.
that's the only debates I have these days, Jeff. Is
Yeah.
GPT versus Grok, and
Don't talk
Grok's
about his one and only
fucking
friend,
gone now.
Jeff.
Yeah, I
I get
mean
it.
I don't see the part where you're saying like he's not good at debates, because like if he's giving solid arguments that can't be refuted, what would
He's
that like
not. He's
why
not though. He's
oh,
not good at logic. I'm not even sure he understands what a logical argument is. Because when you address the
do
strictly
you
logical
understand
parts of his
logic?
argument, he
Yeah.
evades. He doesn't address them.
A little
He
bit, but
doesn't
Jeff has a
resolve
short attention
his own
span, so he
logical
can't remember the
contradictions.
debate.
So like do you understand what's the three laws of logic, Jeff?
Oh, the law of identity, non-contradiction, and whatever the third one was.
See?
But that's not what logic is. Logic is how to construct an argument and
That
make
is
sure that
literally
your
the
premises
foundation
are
of
sound
rational
and valid.
discourse.
So that if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true.
Don't
That's
forget
the
the
part he doesn't
debate
do.
fallacy list. They love to quote those like the
Right, the
debate
fallacies and the three laws
professionals.
of logic is not the actual activity of
Straw
doing logic
man, ad
itself.
hom. That's all they
Yes,
do
it
is
is.
repeat
Wait, you
fallacies.
don't like
No,
wait,
it's not. I've studied formal logic at university. It's
okay, then
not.
how come you didn't know the three laws of logic if you
That
studied
has
it?
nothing to do with. I know the three laws of logic. I just
You
rattled off
didn't
two of
though.
it.
You
I'm
just
trying to
didn't.
remember the third.
Okay, so what's
And
the
one
law of
reason I don't
identity?
know them, like off the top of my head, is because that's not what you use when you do logic. That's not what you have to load up in your brain.
Yes, it literally is.
No.
It's the foundation of rational discourse. You couldn't have rational discourse without it.
It's not something you have to
If I say
consciously keep in your head when you're
if
doing
I told you
logic.
if I told you the bus swims in green, what am I saying?
I have no idea.
Right, because it's not logical.
But
It breaks the laws of contradiction.
have you done
You
logic? Have you
understand
like
that?
solved logic
Like we
puzzles or
need
taken
this
a
for
logic
rational
course where you
discourse.
work actual logic problems and there's an answer, like you either get it right or wrong? Have you done that kind of logic?
Wait, sorry.
The the
Ask
answer
it
is one
again. You
plus one
started
equals
while I was
purple.
talking, so I didn't get to hear the start.
Have you done any kind of formal logic or have you studied formal logic where there's an actual procedure you apply to problems and you come up with a right or wrong answer that a teacher can grade and say, yes, you did this logic right or you did it wrong?
That's what you're doing when you're debating, and you're doing like the Socratic method to break down, or when you give somebody a hypothetical to test the consistency of their logic. That's what you're doing, right?
But have you done that formally?
When you say formally,
Under
what
the
do
guidance of somebody that can teach you how that's done, just like scientists and mathematicians can teach other people how to do their specific activity.
You guys are gaying up this
When
panel.
wait, I'm just asking you something. When someone uses syllogisms in an argument, what would that be?
Huh? It would be using a syllogism in an argument.
Wait, what is that not formal logic?
Oh wait, hang on. We got somebody in the back called Nine Tails Cosmic Fox. Does anybody know them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never
They're
Is
heard of
part
that
them.
of
Melanie?
that's yeah. They're they're a
What's
little
it
annoying.
trans?
They won't do nothing to like ban your
Is it?
channel. They're
Should I
just
bring them
obsessed
on?
with
Like,
me.
how will they impact the conversation? Will they add
Uh
to it? Or
well he's gonna he's gonna be
If
on your side, that's for sure,
if
Jeff.
if diversity is your strength, then you should
He'll
bring
be
you
him
on
on
your
seem
side,
because
worried.
Jeff.
Is
That's
I
for
that
can
sure.
take
Mel?
you on with one hand tied behind my back. I don't need him.
Is that
If
by
Mel?
that's what
by
you're
the
worried about.
by the way,
Yeah,
Speakeasy.
that's Mel, Chuck.
Okay.
To respond to your earlier
Chuck,
comment,
I'm gonna go off of Chuck. So Chuck, what do you think?
Well, if it's Mel Cosmic Fox, and I know Mel,
Is are they okay to have on?
it's kind of like a not laws as
That
far
doesn't
as they're
help.
extremely liberal.
Well, I guess I'll find out. But I don't have to worry about any trolling or
anyway,
Oh no
channel
no,
Speakeasy.
she
disruption.
won't. She, it
Back
won't
to your
porn
point.
bomb you.
Back to your
All
point
right,
about
it.
Andrew Wilson. So,
All right,
as
Fox.
far
I'm
as
trusting my friends here.
millennial Gen Z standards of YouTube Parentalverse, I agree. He's one of the better blood sporters, but again, I can't concede that he's a good debater. So
Right.
that's
That
the
was
problem.
my criticism of it as well. My experience with him.
And again,
I mean,
Speakeasy, I'm not trying to trash you here. I understand your perspective, but some of us old fogies come from the old school thought of like proper debate, like opening statements, cross
Yeah.
examinations,
No
have you
cards.
not watched
rebuttals.
all of those sci-fi though? He's done lots of those.
No,
I
he
think you have like a
hasn't, dude.
limited view of him because you've watched limited
No, I think you
amounts
have
of
a
his content. Like
I've
he's
seen
done
enough,
lots
dude.
of
I've
biased
those.
seen
view of him.
enough of his
Do you
whatever.
understand that's what he went to go do with Matt Dillahunty and Matt Dillahunty ran
Yes,
just
I
from
saw
his
Yeah, I
that
saw
opening
one.
that. I was
statement?
on Andrew's side for
I
that
saw
one.
that one. That's
Just
the
his
one.
opening statement made him run. So like,
That's
come
Yeah.
on,
that's
dude.
that's the one where I said that was definitely a win on his camp, but that doesn't make him the greatest debater of all time. That's the disconnect you're not
Listen,
seeing.
I never said, and Heel won't say that he's the greatest debater of all time or he's never lost a debate. Never said any of this.
He's a
But to not
professional
to
debater. He'll
deny
charge you
that
for
he's
debate
a
lessons
really high tier debater that crushes people in
by
debates, that's
millennial
just
Gen
denying
Z
reality.
standards. I agree. By millennial Gen Z
I don't even know what that
standards,
means.
if you're a millennial or younger, then your standards of what you
What's the
consider
age of
debate,
millennial again?
you're a millennial, dude.
Like
What's the age
80s.
of millennial again?
I don't know. Like I think they're now in
Like
their
if you were born
30s.
after 81, technically.
If you're born after 81?
Yeah, to
Something like
some
that.
like 90s, some date in the 90s.
So again,
How
the
old are you,
YouTube.
I-Fi?
I'm almost 50 now. I'm about 2 years out. 48.
Okay, so you're just past millennial.
I'm
You
Gen
just
X.
made it, bro.
I'm
It's
Gen
just a
X,
stupid
bro.
age
Don't
thing. I
fuck
don't
with
He's
me.
one
care.
of us. He's Gen
You
X.
know, it's just a dumb age thing. It's like this doesn't mean
And
really.
welcome Nine Tails, by the way.
Hi, thank you for having
Hey,
me.
Melody, tell Speakeasy I'm right. You heard everything I said so far, right?
I mean, I think the thing you said where you're like you don't debate anymore is a cop out, but I do agree like it's a bit of a cult of personality around the Crucible.
No. I'm about the Andrew Wilson stuff.
Yeah, you gotta dodge that part, eh? I-Fi.
No, I said it's
Anytime, any place.
I said it's a cult of
Anytime, any
personality.
place.
I said it's a cult of personality at the Crucible. So no, that's
Speaking
criticizing
of
Andrew.
cults, would you agree that his audience is 99% cult, Kool-Aid drinking, brain
Yes.
dead
How is he the
retards?
topic tonight, anyway? We
I
spent
I
like
don't
because
two
know.
hours on
because
Andrew
I-Fi
Wilson.
see me, and this is what people do.
Oh.
I-Fi is so enthralled with the
But
name
then
Andrew
I'm just
Wilson.
saying,
And he
I
won the
I
debate.
giving you an
He's coming at this
opportunity.
from like a beta loser perspective when he actually won the debate, but he's not even owning it and
No,
acting
he
like
did
he's
not win that
mastered it.
debate, and he backed down
He
hard
did.
just now.
Which debate? When?
Well, that's
With
because
who?
he's spending time with that stupid computer, and this is the effect. It's dumbing him
I
down.
only debate computers now because they're the only ones intelligent
Right.
enough to carry a thought. So
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I have standards.
you're the one that has to carry the shame.
But
If I
feel
hear
free
someone
to.
say that,
I think anytime you have a group of people that have a strong agreement with the group that they're in, you guys, anybody's just going to say that's culty. Why? Because a bunch of the
No, I
same
mean
worldview people
literally.
joined a group together.
No, I
That's,
mean literally, like Melanie put it, the cult of personality. People who worship a personality blindly, no matter how much they fail,
You
no
don't
matter how
know what
much they're
these people
wrong,
do.
they will support this person
Just because they watch
blindly.
Andrew Wilson, you don't know that that's what's going on in their head.
right. Like you're making judgments based
I
off of this
have
little bit of time in
personally
chat you're seeing them type. Like
I
this
have
is just
personally witnessed from all perspectives, being the debater that I'm debating with him, or watching from the audience him debate others and seeing if what they're saying is true.
okay. Well,
Okay,
I've
so it's
seen
inference, like
all
it's
the
easy
endless
said.
blood
this is
sports. I
just
saw a
emptiness. No,
potential debate with
this
a
is just.
serious, legit opponent like Dave Smith, for
I know, but
example.
like you could have
I'm,
debated him and you backed
I'm
down.
worried about
You
you,
always give
Hi-Fi.
your opinion on
I told him since day
his
one,
tone and shit.
anytime, by the way, I have debated him before many times on Discord. I told you this already. I've been down that road many times. I'm way past that phase now. And when by the time I got
Then
to
why'd you even
YouTube,
bring him up, bro? It doesn't seem like you're
Yes.
asking.
because I wasn't even
Sounds like
sure if he
it
was the
sounds like
one.
I
his
didn't
girlfriend
solicit
that
the name
Maddie
from you.
didn't keep calling her, man. That's what you sound
Because
Yep,
when
I
you
yep.
mean,
I don't think
to be
you
fair, it kind of takes two to tango. So Speakeasy, you just trying to defend him so hard is also why we're still talking about it.
Right,
there
and
definitely was a
yes,
lot of growth.
easy.
Defend
You
him
do
so
you do
hard?
white
What do you
knight
mean
if that's the
defend him so
word
hard?
for
Because I
him a
just made
lot.
factual statements.
I mean, somebody who doesn't
Jeff
need
was
defending.
agreeing with me, so was Jeff also defending him so hard?
No, it
Jeff
was
doesn't
mostly you.
remember. He doesn't
So
I
Oh,
have
remember.
a
okay.
very
when
balanced take on
somebody
Andrew.
when somebody needs to defend somebody, that makes me think that they're insecure about them.
Needs? I don't need to do anything. He's a grown
Okay.
ass man, and he'd fucking spank all of you
But
around
you do
easily.
you
But
do
I'm
step in
here.
there,
Wait,
even
but
though you don't
yeah,
need to.
because I'm here. And what friends do is when other people talk shit about them, they have their back,
Are
Right, so
you
right?
you have
friends
So
some
if
with
you're
kind of
gonna
Andrew
talk
tribal
Wilson?
shit about my
loyalty to him,
friend,
and
I'm
that's
gonna
what we're
have
trying to
his back and
figure
show
Are
out.
you
you
guys how
friends with
stupid you
Andrew
are for your
Wilson?
dumb opinions, right?
Hey, Speakeasy, are you friends with Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, he's my friend. Yeah, why?
I defend
This
Andrew
is
Cool.
too
this is the real
sometimes when I
problem with
think people are being unfair or inaccurate about him.
this is the problem with being terminally
Can you
online
give
is
me an
that like you don't
example of a
understand.
debate you
Wait,
felt like he
hang on, I want to hear
lost?
Fox. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
This is the problem with being terminally online is like half these people don't understand the difference between a business relationship, parasociality, and a real friendship.
Yep,
More than
So
half.
what do you
nailed
know
it.
about what do you know any like so go ahead and tell me anything any of yous know about mine and Andrew's anything. Go ahead.
I don't.
I don't
If
think you're
I had to
actual real life
guess, I
friends.
would say there was a
Based
business
off of
relationship based on the sharing of like super chat
Oh
profits
my
or
god.
viewers or subscribers or something
So,
along those lines.
so they collaborated.
Exactly,
Yeah, so that's a
collaboration.
professional
so if
relationship,
friends
not a
Yep.
open a
friendship.
business together, they are no longer friends.
Well, you were friends
No, there's a
beforehand.
So
difference
you
in
want to
the
talk about
relationship.
stupid logic? You want to talk about
It
stupid
wasn't
logic?
I
logical.
know. I
You
was
just
cheering
said
your logic
because we
earlier.
share anything that
I'm a
has to do
robot.
with business, that means
All I
we
can do
can't
is
be
logic.
friends. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Speakeasy, calm down. I know you're really defensive, but that was really bad logic.
No, I'm
You
just
don't have
pointing
to
out
call
the
him.
retarded shit you said. Don't
That was
be.
bad logic because nobody's saying that you were friends beforehand and then started a business. We're saying the only reason you think you're friends is because you have a business together, and this is online parasocial.
We have a
bullshit.
business together.
You've done business.
No,
That
y'all
was your
collaborated
example,
on
you
little
fucking.
episodes
That
he's
was
talking
wait,
about.
you disingenuous
Easy,
fuck.
I
That
have
was
no
your
problem
example.
believing
That
that
was
We
y'all
have a
your
business
example.
are
together.
That was
friends.
your example. You disingenuous.
done-
fuck.
Yeah,
Can
it
you
was
not
a
handle?
Oh my god,
hypothetical
this got really
defensive logic.
stupid. Can we get
Can you
back
not
on some
handle
kind of
your own
track?
example?
Who are you
Can you not
talking
handle?
about?
Can you not handle your own example?
It's your show,
Do you
Why
Jeff.
do you?
understand the difference between hypotheticals and
Yeah,
real
you're
life?
right.
Can you not follow a
It was a
hypothetical when someone uses your
hypothetical.
own
Wait,
against you? Can you
relax
not
for a
follow a
second. Relax for a
Sometimes I
hypothetical?
like
second.
to just give people some rope.
Calm down.
Can you not
No.
follow
It
a
was a
hypothetical?
calm down. Calm
Neither
I'd
down
one
like
for
of
a
to
you have
get
to
back
calm
our
down.
at
It was a
war.
hypothetical
Yeah,
to
that you
test
can't
the
handle.
consistency of
When
the
he used against
logic that
you can't handle
because people,
when
yo,
used
can you
against
just
you.
shut up for a second? Just
I don't
30
care if it's a
seconds.
hypothetical. You
30
can't handle
seconds.
it when I use
30
your own
seconds.
hypothetical against you. No.
Yeah, this is why you come follow me around to every
And
panel.
this is why
dude.
you try to
Oh.
control the
Like,
debate.
Oh,
this
this
is
is
why
your
you
weak
come
star. I
ass
didn't
follow
little
me
bitch.
know.
around to
And
every
this
panel,
is
bro.
why you try to
Like,
control
chill
every
the fuck
debate because
out.
you're a weak
Just
ass little
stop
bitch.
talking for a second. I want
And
to
this is
hear
why
what you're
you
saying, but I can't hear you if you're
Yeah,
just
no.
talking while
Well,
I talk.
then you can stop talking for
So
30 seconds.
Oh my gosh,
Yes, you
Jeff,
can.
we
not how
didn't have
this
this
Easy
Yeah.
works.
was
issue.
here. I want to hear easy, and then you can respond.
Yeah,
Fox.
thanks.
And
Thank
then
you.
highlight my chat real quick
Yeah,
there,
thank you.
Jeff.
Okay. What I did was a hypothetical to test the consistency of the logic that because you share any type of business, whether it be super chat, profits, subs, any type of this, that means you can't be friends.
And what I
That
did
was
was
the test of the logic, and it failed.
And what I did was point out that hypothetical doesn't inform us onto what your relationship is because you weren't friends to start out with.
How do you know
my
that, though?
Lord. Oh, you know what, Melanie? How do you know this?
Because that's literally how any online relationship works. You start doing business together and then you pretend like you're friends.
But
But how
good
do you know?
logic
Like,
there.
what are you going
That's
off
how
of?
any online business works. You heard it here first, folks.
Easy, are you really going to pretend you were friends beforehand? Because that's really disingenuous.
Oh my God! Please help this.
It's for the
person.
sake of argument, right? That you're saying that, not in reality.
No, we're not talking about anything. We're talking about the fact.
We're not talking about
like
anything.
that. We're talking about the fact that you made an assertion, and I'm wondering what you based that assertion off of.
The assumption that you probably weren't
This
friends
is your little.
beforehand.
If this is your
Assumption.
little
He said it.
sneaky
It's an
way of trying
assumption.
to see
Yeah,
how
no.
like close me and Andrew are or something, it's kind of gay, and I'm not
Oh,
participating.
I'm bisexual, so it
It's a
doesn't
bit
matter
hot.
to me. I'm
Yeah,
bisexual.
well, I'm
so
What,
not
you're
participating.
bisexual? I thought you were.
I'm not
full on- I thought you
participating,
were
though.
transsexual, actually.
I can be both. So
Yeah,
again,
no,
the
you
reason
can't.
I'm
Wait.
questioning-
You can be.
Anyway.
You can. Wait. What?
Yeah, exactly, exactly, Jeff.
Yeah,
Now they
like
have people that can go in and out of transsexualism. It's not even a stable
we can
thing
deal with your
anymore.
confusion in a moment. Speakeasy. All I'm saying is that I think you have a parasocial business relationship, not a real
That's
life
cool
But
what
friendship.
that's
you
your
think.
opinion. Like, you don't
That's
know
what you
they
think, and
have.
that's your opinion. But
So
you
have
base
you
it off
met this person in real
nothing,
life?
as we just demonstrated. You
Have you
base
met
it
this
off
person in real
nothing,
life?
and
Have
I
you met this
don't
person
care
in real
what you
life?
think. That's why you're
Have-
banned from my channel,
Have
right?
you met
Oh, I
Have you
didn't
met
know
this
that.
person in real life?
Does that matter?
Well,
What is that your
do
business?
you spend time off
Is
screen with
this
them?
any of your
Do you spend
business?
time off screen with them?
Is this any of your business?
I'm gonna. That's probably no.
Is
Then,
any
right?
of this your business?
That's
See
definitely
how I
no.
told you this was a snaky way of Mel trying to see how close we are? Like, this is weird.
No,
What?
You're
Yeah.
weird,
that would
Why
be
are
no.
Why
You're
are you
weird, bro.
interested?
I knew
You're
that would
weird,
be a
bro.
no.
Speaking of
You're weird. The only
parasocial,
one with parasocial relationships is like the one you thought you had with Sarah, but then she banned you
I
and
didn't
you
think Sarah was my
realized
because this is
friend.
a
that
whole
nobody
new
on
No,
the
I never.
internet is
First
your
of all,
friend.
drama.
I never claimed Sarah
Nobody
was.
on here cares about you. Shut
First of all,
up.
I never.
Go
First of all, I
find
never.
in real life friends
Yeah.
because it doesn't work for you on the internet.
So
You're
first
too
of all, you
fucking
like being
ignorant.
wrong. You like being wrong because I never claimed Sarah
Yeah,
was my
I love
friend.
being wrong. I love being wrong. I can read you like a book. I know
When did I
everything
show
just
one
from the way
point
you
where I
act.
claimed Sarah was my
Okay,
friend?
it's
No,
been something that God gifted me
It's
with.
because I can separate my social boundaries. Show one
No,
point
you
where I said
can't. No,
show
you
one
can't.
point.
It's been demonstrated over
Show
and
one
over
point.
that you can't. This is why you
Show one
changed your
point.
name. Even do
So
you
you're a
want? Do you
liar.
think I
So you're just
forget
a
about
liar.
that?
So you're just
Do
a
you
liar.
think I forget about that?
Speaking,
I
you
know
just want
why
to
you
lie.
changed your
You
name.
just want to lie.
It wasn't
You
always
just
this,
want to lie.
was it, Melanie?
You just want to lie because I
Right.
never said I was friends
Right.
with Sarah. So that's a
Right.
false equivocation.
Listen,
But you love
listen.
those.
Just
You
relax
love false
yourself, Melanie.
equivocations
Nobody
when you need to
cares.
pretend to be right.
Nobody cares.
So you love false equivocations.
She
do you,
didn't say
Speakeasy?
she was. She said she was part trans or something.
Yeah, you can be transgender and bisexual because gender is not the same as
Yeah,
sexual
I know
preference.
that. But I said I thought you were trans, and you said you're kind of both or something.
Yeah, I'm a trans bisexual.
Oh, okay.
You can't be both.
Yes,
You
you
can
can,
be
because
the B and the T at the same
gender
time,
is
I
not the
guess.
same thing as sexual preference.
So wait, I've been
Oh,
wanting a
That's why they
trans.
gotta
Oh my
take that
god!
out of
And
the
then you showed up.
LGB,
Are
right?
you? What are you?
Tell
Male
her,
to
Jeff,
female?
or him. Sorry, tell him, Jeff. Tell him we gotta take the
Wait, you
T's out of
froze
the
up, or I froze up.
LGB. Tell him.
They already out of mine. They never were
Ah,
in.
let's
But
go.
Yeah, and
but
you know what?
what
And to
what?
be fair to Jeff, the world does revolve around him, so his opinion matters a lot to my transgender status.
No, that's one of my arguments. Is my opinion shouldn't matter, and y'all seem like it does. Like y'all can't even exist if y'all don't get the right opinion from people. But I'm just trying to figure out if you're male to female.
Sure, I don't say male to female, but it's because gender is something that's socially enforced, and so how people display their own gender, like the clothes we choose to wear and stuff like that, has to do with how we think people will perceive us.
What does bi mean?
It means
Sorry.
I'm attracted to both genders, or you could say pan as well, where I'm attracted to people regardless of their gender,
Yeah,
really.
like
But bi is
he'll
Oh,
just
so there's
sleep
more
with
than two
either
genders.
gender, either gender.
no, that's a sexual preference.
Is there
Easy.
more than two genders?
I just talked about sexual preference.
Is there more than two genders?
Are you moving the goalpost?
I asked you a question. It had nothing to do with goalposts. I'm asking you, is there more than two genders?
So, what is the relevance to your argument?
I'm asking you a question.
Is there any relevance to your argument?
Doesn't
I want
matter.
to hear about the
Biological age is
transgenderism
over
because there was
two.
a
How much I
question that
hang out
came
with
up
Okay, so
Anthony
you don't know
yesterday
what the
No, I'm
relevance.
that we were
asking
You
you a
don't.
wanting a
question.
trans
So
person
you
to
don't.
Is
You
answer.
don't
there
know
more
what the.
than why is this such a hard question? Yes
So
or
you
no?
don't
Is there
know.
I
more
guess
than
you
two
want to fight.
genders?
It must be a hard question because you don't know what the relevance of it is to your
Is
argument.
there more than two genders?
Like I said, it must be a hard question because you don't know what the
Yeah, I
relevance of it is
got
to your
you. Is
argument.
there more than two genders?
What's the relevance?
Is there more than two
See,
genders?
why
What's
don't
the
you want to
relevance?
say? Like, why can't you say?
No,
Right?
because
Like you
he's
dodge
being slippery.
everything. This is how you are.
He's being slippery because the
Being
original thing is
slippery.
transgender, which has nothing to
But
do with
what
being
are you like?
non-binary
You're on
or
guard
third
against
gender.
something in the
Yeah,
conversation.
I'm
This
trying
is
to keep.
exactly what I'm
I'm
talking
trying to keep
about.
the conversation focused
Melanie's
on.
Our
mad
opinion
because
does
Melanie
matter.
realized that Melanie got kicked off every panel, and then he tried to give me some fake ass apology and realized I still wasn't
Wow.
letting him get unbanned, and now he's trying to be a goofy again. That's what's going on right
No,
now.
I just don't give you
Instead of
special
just being
treatment.
a loser,
No, I'm
answer the
glad. I'm
question.
glad they showed up because
Yeah,
I've
I'm
been
not
wanting
giving
to
you
talk
special
to a
Is there more
trans
than two
person.
genders?
So we can get to that, but right now we're talking about how gender is different than sexual
Well, if
preference.
there's more than two genders, then you can't be bi, right?
So going back
It's
to
pan
sexual,
now.
sexual preference, I can be bi regardless if I'm male or female, right?
Right.
Right.
So if I go from one to the other, I can still be
You
bi.
can.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah, but what if you're whatever, there's the other made up
Yeah.
genders that you have.
Okay, well, that's your
Zer,
opinion.
Zimzat,
So
Zippy
no,
Day,
I'm a woman isn't made up
whatever
gender.
those
I'm only
are.
attracted to
Those are
Zers.
pronouns,
What
by the way.
sexuality is that?
What
That
what
that would
gender
be
is
very
my waifu
pansexual.
bot?
Those are pronouns. Zippity doppity
No,
doo.
it's not pan because it's not all. It's
Zippity
very
doppity
limited.
doo. That's your pronouns now. Got
So
it.
again, I'm talking about fitting within normative gender, like the
The
old
Yeah, okay,
Zers.
you
school
I
just
thought y'all were
binary
about
gender
breaking the norms.
framework, right? So this doesn't apply to what I'm talking about, which is
Oh.
all I did was go from
What
one to the
gender is
other,
my
and I
waifu bot?
would be bisexual either way.
But how early did you know? Like, did it? Because isn't it about like you feel some kind of distress between what you, how you see yourself in your mind,
It's
and then when your mind meets your actual body?
to give an easy answer for that is difficult. I can roughly say. I can roughly say I've as soon as I started thinking about my
What is
gender,
a woman?
I've always kind of felt like both. And then growing up in an all boys group home, I
A
had to
woman is a
suppress
woman.
it.
A woman
Wait,
is
I
a
want to
woman.
hear this, guys.
So
Go
like
ahead.
as a kid, I felt like both. And then I moved into an all boys group home. They immediately tried saying I was gay and stuff, so I had to suppress my feminine kind of like essences and stuff like that. It wasn't until I was an adult that I realized how long I had been doing that for, and that I don't want to keep doing that.
Is there any more genders than masculine or feminine?
Wait,
Those aren't
Fox,
genders.
we're gonna have to have a 101 soon because I have so many questions.
What gender is my waifu bot? Does anyone know?
The robot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Zippity doppity
Do
doo,
they
bro.
have gender? But
It's whatever
you
you
said
want
you
her-
felt like both, so you're like having a boy body didn't cause you.
Oh no, it did.
Did,
Like
it,
especially especially because I wasn't really like hitting puberty when I moved into the all boys group home. So the distress that caused me was trying to pretend to be a guy when I wasn't.
Did something happen there?
Yeah, like the third day that I moved in there, they took to calling me like fairy boy and shit and implying I was gay when I knew I wasn't. I knew I was at the very least attracted to women, and even for 9 years old, very attracted to women. So they couldn't tell me what I was, but I also had to hide it because I was just getting picked on relentlessly for being the weak person in the home.
Hey, Melanie, I
Yeah,
have a
men
question
don't
for
like
you.
that weakness. It's more about weakness even I think than femininity.
It
Hello?
was, my femininity looked to them like gayness, right?
Can
Because
you
at the
hear
time,
me, Cosmic Fox?
yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to
We're
have
having a
one-on-ones.
conversation, sir.
Oh, Jeff, you're not going anywhere with this. I got a quick question,
This is so
Cosmic,
rude.
for you. Should we encourage people who have a mental perception that does not match reality?
That was a pretty vacuous statement. So 9 times out of 10, no. But typically, you actually look at the outcomes of the treatment if you're a true clinician.
So let's ignore
no,
gender.
Let her answer.
Let's ignore
you
gender just for a second.
gotta let me finish my answer, right?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So if you repeatedly try to tell someone no, you're delusional, and
Right.
they just get worse,
Yes.
and you actually want to help them,
Yes.
then that might not be the right thing to do.
What kind of
Okay.
help do you need?
Okay, so
I don't wanna
let's
do
put gender
anything
aside for a second. Like, what if I felt like or identified as like a fish or something like that? Would that
So
be
that-
okay?
I find now you're getting stupid.
I-
What
I'll
kind of
respond
help?
to this.
No,
I'll
What?
respond
No,
to
no.
this.
This is. Hang on, dude. This is my channel. I'm
This
gonna
is
get
a
the
very
mic
serious
always. I'm gonna
discussion
win that
about
fight every time.
biology and
Fox, what kind of
gender.
help do you need when you say if you're trying to help them? I wouldn't think that they needed any help from me. That they were
Well,
like
with
normal adults that could take care of themselves like anybody else.
Well, I don't know if you've looked into what is involved in gender affirming care. So, assuming you haven't, there's like taking hormones, getting surgery, and also like the social transition of kind of coming out to the people around you and them accepting you as being trans.
Should we give them species affirming
So
care?
like just validation and support.
Pretty much. Although the hormones and surgery and other like there's laser hair removal and stuff, those can be pretty intensive over time.
Should we
actually.
give them species affirming care?
Okay, let's address this one by one. First of all, do you really think that species and gender are the same thing?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Does it
you?
matter if it maps onto reality or
You
not?
with the
What do
AI
you think?
girlfriend.
First of all, what do you
I
think?
asked you a very clear, honest question, which you have
And
not
I can't.
answered
I
yet.
can only give you an answer when I know if you understand the distinction.
I said,
or not.
put the gender aside for a minute. Let's not talk about gender for a second. Just for 1 second. Is it okay if someone identifies as a different species?
No,
Is
because
that
they're
okay?
not the same thing. Now let's go on to the second
I didn't
part.
ask if they're the same thing.
What about
I'm
race?
just
Can you
asking the
identify
base
as a different
logic.
race?
Is it
So,
okay?
If they were
to-
the same thing, it wouldn't be a false equivocation,
I'm
right?
muted.
But
I'm asking-
since they aren't.
I'm
They
asking
are a false
questions on mute.
equivocation.
That
That's
doesn't
why
work.
I said put gender aside for a second, and I didn't ask if they were the same thing. I
Wait,
just asked
I-Fi.
an honest question.
I-Fi.
What?
You kind of passed something while you guys were talking there earlier. I wanted to
I
ask.
still want to
maybe
answer
your
what he's.
opinion.
No. I still haven't
I
even gotten
wanted
a
to
chance
ask
to
your
answer.
opinion
This is
real
some
quick.
fucking
This is an
bullshit.
open
Yeah, that's
channel.
true.
Melanie,
Fox
have
gets to
some
go next.
respect. Fuck. Anyways, I wanted to ask your opinion because part of Melanie's story there was like
Yeah, he wants to narrate over me.
that Melanie's story was like part of it was like I went to the home and they said I was gay,
Right.
and then the transitioning stuff
She had to
started
suppress her
happening,
essence.
right?
Right.
And wouldn't you think it makes more logical sense that Melanie just found a way to be gay and be comfortable while gay? Because like it's more, if Melanie was just a girl and liked guys, then
Mm-hmm.
Can I
wouldn't
respond to
have the
I-Fi
same
yet?
judgment.
Yes.
Doesn't that make more logical sense?
I-Fi, do you want
Let
to
her-
hear my
let her
answer?
answer I-Fi
Transgender
first.
community.
I'm waiting to see what the logic is. That was my first question. So let's see if there's logic involved.
So
Well,
I-Fi.
I'll tell
with
you.
all
I'm
those
good.
other.
Well,
Go ahead,
they
Cosmic.
don't want to get made fun of, and they
Go ahead,
think
go
if
ahead,
they were just a
Cosmic.
girl.
Well, we have
Answer the
one
question.
right here that can answer.
Answer the question, Cosmic.
Yeah. So
I
for
thought
those
you
other
asked me, but
categories,
go ahead.
Let her answer.
Well,
for those-
relax. I'll let him answer. I thought if I was talking back to me.
I'll
Relax.
answer it to you in a second, but we're still waiting for Cosmic to
Don't
answer
make
the
me pluck
original
y'all.
question.
Come on.
Relax, bro.
I'll
Go
get
ahead,
to it in a minute.
Fox.
Go ahead, Cosmic. What's the answer?
So regarding what I said before about wanting positive outcomes and actually looking at the treatments you give and how they work, if any of those things that are ever demonstrated that affirming those things gave better outcomes for those people, then I'd be willing to examine that. But so far, none of them have. So on a clinical basis alone, we would not treat those things as the same.
But
Okay, I
that's what
notice
I'm
you're not.
asking. What outcome are you looking for? What are you hoping to?
Decreases in suicidality, self-harm,
But that's all
depression.
mental health stuff. Like
And how do you
surgery,
Yeah,
measure
you don't
that?
treat that medically
self
through
report.
How
surgery.
do you know someone's not suffering from general depression and that
Because that's
their
what I
So
asked
dysphoria is an
the
when you
same
excuse?
way the
said
same
you
way we
felt
know
like
that
both,
people
so your
are
male body
depressed.
didn't necessarily cause you
I
to
love how
depress. And
like
you
it's
By
said
the
always
way,
like
no, it
these people
didn't. So
feel
then
like
what would
so
you be needing the medical intervention for
like
if it's
we
not
gotta
causing
by
you
the
hold
way,
everybody
distress?
emotionally
so
hostage.
you're
Like
asking really good questions
you don't
actually,
affirm it.
and I'm willing to answer them, but I cannot
I'm
because I
still
can't.
waiting for the original answer.
Listen, you came
Is it
up here
okay?
because
I
you
did give
came
you
to
the
follow
original
me.
answer.
Relax yourself, man. That's why you
I
came
thought the
up here.
logic discussion
That's
was
why you
interesting.
came up here, right? So
I
like
thought the
relax
logic
yourself.
I thought the logic discussion was
You
interesting
can't you
because
can't help but just follow me everywhere I go. It's wild.
well, actually,
So
I came up here speakeasy because I thought the logic discussion was interesting. In fact, I'm in agreement with Jeff and them that you can't just like take the basics of fundamentals of logic and run with that. For example, we often say around here, "Oh, you should be able to argue the other side and win if you're a good debater," but that assumes that all arguments are strong, which not all arguments are strong. That's an exercise that people do when they're in university in debate class.
Yeah.
It's not something you would actually do in a competition.
can you answer my question now, or are y'all just gonna go at it for a while?
So yeah, I fight.
Yeah,
Okay.
just it made no sense.
Okay. So is my logic being
You literally
consistent?
use logic to for everything you do. Like
Cosmic,
you can't
cosmic.
have rational discourse
Is
without it.
is
I
my
don't know
logic
what world you
consistent?
live in, but you
Is
can't.
my logic consistent? Yes or no? Am
Well,
I correct or incorrect?
that's what I was
It
trying to say.
was until
Like,
tonight.
it's a false
I
equivalency,
didn't ask if it's the same as something else.
but
I'm
that's
only
logic. No,
asking about
false
that one
equivocations
topic.
are logic is logic. So it would be a false equivocation to compare trans stuff to those
I'm not
other things.
equivocating anything. I'm not asking you to compare it to anything else, just
Are you
by
sure you're
itself. Is it
are you
okay?
sure of the rhetoric that you're
Listen to the
using?
question, Cosmic.
Are
If
you
it
aware
doesn't if it doesn't
Why
map on
I've never seen you this hot and
if
bothered.
it doesn't
when
map
you
onto reality, should we encourage that behavior or discourage it? Which one should we do?
by default we discourage it, and I'm okay
Okay,
with that.
Cosmic, that's all I needed to hear you say.
But
Thank
hear me
you.
out. But hear me out. That does not inform
A
us. That
belief and
does
a
not.
Wait, I
behavior are
want to
not the
hear
same
why.
thing.
Why do we discourage it?
So
Now Speakeasy,
it doesn't inform us on
what
trans
I
issues
didn't
at all.
do
By
is
the way,
already
it's
No,
win the
no,
debate.
no, no, no. Answer the
Okay.
question. Why? Why do they? Why do we discourage it?
so the key thing is that
I
doesn't
like
inform us
Neil
on
so
trans
far.
issues. By the way, because we've already tried telling trans people they're delusional. It does
Right.
not
You
give us the
won't answer
construct.
my question, will you?
Well, no,
So
it's
why
your
is it
opinion that
different
is
when it's
delusional.
why is it different when it's the gender topic but
Oh
not a
my
species topic
gosh.
Or a race topic.
Just
or
can't answer the
race or
question. Just can't
age or
answer any
anything?
questions. You dodge
They do
every.
have age now. People identify as baby. They have ABDL, adult
So
baby diaper
Cosmic, I
load.
didn't want to sound like I'm trolling you or whatever, but some people identify as different ages. Is that okay?
Again, no, because again, the only reason we
Because it
treat
doesn't map
trans
onto
people.
reality? Is that
No,
why we
no.
discourage it?
Yeah, ask
Well,
the reason, please, I-Fi. Ask the reason of the
I
nose and shit. Stop letting him assert shit. Just tell
I
me
will allow
why.
the person to arrive at their own logic in their own
There
time.
is no
Speakeasy.
logic behind assertions. What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean, bro?
Speakeasy.
Assertion is not. What?
You understand things
I-Fi, are you
differently than other
are you
people.
okay? Are you drunk? What's going
I'm
on,
fine.
I-Fi?
I'm
I
okay.
came
I'm
up here
okay.
because you were the one making sense at first, and now you're just fucking throwing
I
pieces of your brain out
Well,
the
y'all were
highway
arguing
windows here.
logic.
What are we
I,
doing?
I can define what a woman is. I know what
Hey,
gender
Ticky
Are
is.
you
Tack.
I know what
sure?
sex
I'm not
is.
sure you
Yes.
can anymore.
I brought up the point that there are only two genders, masculine and feminine, which are not sex,
Why?
which is
those
No,
aren't genders
ask
either.
why.
Well, there's
reality.
That's why
androgyny
we
though.
should
There
discourage
is
that
like
behavior. Why should
blends.
we discourage that behavior? Why? Why?
Jeff, androgyny does not negate the existence of male and female.
I agree. I'm just saying like everything's not strictly one or the other.
Yes, it is. In
No.
reality, biology is strictly one or the other.
Okay, so can you point to a place in the brain that's a necessary condition for gender? Because gender is a set of behaviors, right? So you have to be able to point to a place in the
We
brain.
start with
That proves
XY
our point,
chromosomes,
not yours.
genitalia,
That's right.
and then
If
we
you want to act like
confirm it,
you just said, it's a costume. It's a
and then we
costume.
confirm it with
There's nowhere in
brain
the brain
chemistry.
that says anything about your gender. It's a
Hold
fucking
on, speak.
costume. That's
Hold
what
on,
it is. Thanks for
hold on.
confirming
No,
that.
it's in the
Thank
brain.
you.
Speak. Hold on for a second.
Good
Just give me-
costume. You get to wear a
Give me 2
costume and say,
seconds, speak.
woohoo!
Give me
I'm
2
a pretty
seconds, dude.
princess. Yeah,
Give
get
me
out
2
of here,
seconds,
okay.
dude. Just hold on for a second. Cosmic. And then we confirm with brain chemistry. Now, if all 3 of those criteria
brain
don't
chemicals?
match, that's when we look at the mental illness case.
So
We
which
don't
neurochemical
affirm-
Which Fox just said it was mental illness.
We don't
Suicidality,
no.
anxiety,
To be
all that
clear,
other stuff.
to
Their
be clear,
delusions.
gender
We don't
dysphoria
affirm
is
their
the mental
delusion. We
illness.
treat it. We don't affirm it. We treat it.
To be
There's a
clear,
difference.
gender dysphoria is
Right,
the mental
but-
illness. We
Okay,
can-
that's
we can
where I'm
actually
at because
treat
the
people's-
treatment was medical intervention. And
Yes.
That's not the treatment I would use for those kind of symptoms. That's why I'm trying to see how they make the jump through suicidality, therefore I need surgery and hormone
Because what
blockers
we're
and all that
treating
stuff.
is gender
'Cause that's not the
dysphoria.
normal treatment for suicidality.
Because what we're treating is gender dysphoria, and the symptoms of gender dysphoria are higher rates of suicidality, depression, among other things. And we see positive outcomes when those things lessen.
Wrong.
Much like how if you're treating the flu isn't just a fever. You can have a fever and have many different things, but you can take very specific antibodies for a specific kind of flu that may
Were
not
you
work on the common
suicidal?
cold.
Because you said your body didn't cause you distress
I've
because
been
you felt
suicidal.
part male.
I've been suicidal. I'm a lot less suicidal now because I've also been using light therapy for my seasonal affective disorder.
Also, you can't quantify all mental illness as physical problems. That's the trap you keep falling back.
This equals if I feel like I should have one arm and like I'm really like I'm about to bite bullets if I don't get my arm chopped off. They should go surgically
That's a
remove
false
my arm.
identification.
I think there has been cases of that.
That's a false.
No, we don't. We don't. Yeah, there's cases of it, but we don't surgically remove their arms.
No, I
to
know.
treat
I don't
them.
think it should be a thing either.
We give them therapy to show them they shouldn't chop off their arm.
What's a
But
false
for some
equivocation?
reason, let's chop dicks off.
Speak easy. What's a false equivocation?
Not what I just did.
No?
You
No?
tell us what a false equivocation
Okay.
is, though.
So an arm is the same as gender, is your logic.
Nope, didn't say
Oh.
that.
It pretty
That's
much
not.
is
That's
socially
see.
acceptable.
You
at
don't
this
even
point.
understand it. You don't even understand it. The
Huh.
gender dysphoria and the body dysmorphia is the connection, not the arm
those are
and
the same
gender.
thing.
You retard.
It's fat people
You're
have
the
that
actually
same
too.
thing.
stupid. You're actually
And
stupid.
those are
And
the
bad
same thing.
faith. This is all bad faith. You don't
But
answer
speak easy.
questions and you straw man what I'm saying. This is bad faith.
But speak
These
easy.
are
So
these are
gender
bad
basic
dysphoria.
analogies. These
That's
are
all
basic
you do.
analogies, Cosmic.
Bad
So
faith
speak easy.
tactics.
So speak easy. Do you think gender dysphoria and body dysmorphia are the same thing?
He said that's the
Actually, yes,
connection.
there's lots of crossovers in this. Yes, this is one of the biggest problems of gender dysphoria and treating it in the first place. Is that we don't even know if it's other things that are causing the gender dysphoria or if gender dysphoria it's its own thing that comes out of fucking nowhere somehow. Like,
Also-
this is just bullshit what you're talking. Everything you
Also-
just
There's
saying
a
is
lot of
bullshit.
crossover.
Right?
So there's
Why is there such a huge?
Okay,
Why
do
is
you
there
wanna-
such a huge?
you gotta let other people respond
Why
to
is
you
there such a huge
eventually.
crossover between BPD, autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit
you're
hyperactive
confused.
disorder,
'Cause you're
sexual
confused.
trauma,
Have that.
Because
Munchausen
you're
syndrome,
confused. Because you're
autogynephilia,
confused. Because you're
self-hatred,
confused.
all of these
Because
things.
you're
Yeah,
confused.
see how you want to talk over me while I'm talking?
You're just coming from
Right?
a point
you
of
don't like
ignorance.
facts.
Y'all are all
You don't
doing
like
that in
facts.
fairness.
And
You
you're
just
not
want
letting
to sit
I
anyone
here
was doing
and
respond.
none
use
of
your little
that.
Dunning
And you're not letting
Kruger
anyone
over here.
respond to you
Shut
because you're
up.
afraid of my
Just shut up
response.
for a second.
Why are you
I'm
acting afraid
afraid.
of my response?
I
Yeah.
was talking. I wasn't
not-
done
you're motor
talking.
mouthing. You're
You
not
don't
talking, you're
respond
motor
in the
mouthing.
middle of my
You're
sentence.
filibustering.
What's
and you're
wrong
motor
with
mouthing.
you? It's not filibustering.
It was a very
No,
long
it's not.
sentence. That's
I'm
one hell of
sticking
a
on the
run-on
one
sentence, bro.
topic.
This is
Do you understand
conversational
what
overlap.
filibustering even means?
That's one hell of a run-on sentence.
Do you even know what
If that was
filibustering
one
means?
sentence, if that was one sentence, that was a hell of a run-on
Holy
sentence.
See, I
fuck!
can
You're
understand them both, 'cause
stupid
I
as
grew
a
up this way.
fucking stump.
Okay, so
Holy fuck,
that was all
man. They didn't
really
even
clueless.
they didn't need to give you hormones and shit. They need to give you a straitjacket in a padded fucking room because you're obviously mentally fucking
Says the
retarded.
person who's totally
Holy
clueless
man.
about mental
Can't
health.
shut up for 2 seconds.
and you can't just say it in one sentence.
I feel
So
Yeah, shut up, bro. Just shut up.
So it's very simple. Symptomology and pathology are not the same thing.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I've decided that it is.
So you can have the common
I'm
cold.
just gonna be you. I'm gonna assert everything now.
So you can have
it actually
the common
is.
cold.
It is. It's the same
Well,
thing.
Andrew Wilson does the same thing.
Yeah, he's kind. Yeah, it's
That's
very
one of
See
his
how you guys do
tactics.
that,
Is
Andrew
assertion.
Wilson? That had
That's
nothing to
very
do with
common
Andrew
at
Wilson.
Paddleverse
See,
and
no.
YouTube.
Let me point out, and
Except
actually,
he has
let me
powder
point
shepherd
this out.
stats.
This is how bad faith you guys are.
We're not the ones
I was
screaming
making
like a little
my
baby.
point, and Mel interrupted me, and you want to say this is what Andrew does too? What?
You
I
made
said
10
that.
Finish his
points.
point.
Dude, you made
I
10
said
Andrew
points.
tries to finish his point too. Okay.
How many sentences?
Like,
No,
what the
he
fuck are you even
asserts.
saying, Jeff?
Like what you're
I'm
saying.
trying to
Mel does.
finish my fucking point, and
Actually,
Mel's the one
let's give
interrupting,
some
but I'm the
Go
one
ahead.
doing something
let's
wrong.
give some credit.
This
Andrew
is
can
bad
actually
No, I
be
didn't say you
faith.
doing
Bad
something
faith as
wrong.
fuck. You guys just
I was
want to
talking about
attack
Andrew. I
Andrew
didn't say anything
Wilson
about
through
you
me,
at all.
bro. Andrew's
Yeah,
a grown ass man. He slaps
I
you all
agree.
around the same way I will. Okay, so
Let's
like
give
I don't know
Andrew
what you
some credit.
bringing
He
up
can actually
Andrew
land
for.
his
It has
plane.
nothing to do with me.
Okay, well get
Holy
back on
fuck.
whatever point
Yeah,
you were
and
making.
land your plane sometime soon.
Oh, now you want to let me finish it?
I
Oh,
forgot how
If you
triggering
can,
that
if you
name
can
is.
find an airport to land, but you don't seem capable of landing your
Wi-Fi.
plane.
Is this a real life, bro? Now I see why you're
No,
talking to the robots. I
it's a
get it. You spend too
simulation.
much time here talking to people like Mal. What's wrong
It's
with
a
you?
simulation.
No, you're
It's
still
a
motor mouthing,
simulation.
okay.
You're all
Holy
robots.
fuck.
I'm the only real
So
person.
there's a really
Okay,
simple
shut
answer.
up.
I
Let's
thought
see
you
how
were the
long you can do
AI.
it, Mal. Let's see
You're
how long
fucking
you
with
can do it.
You
You
just
ready?
threw a no, you just threw a
You
tantrum.
ready?
So you're not.
You
You don't
ready?
actually want. You just threw a
You
tantrum.
ready?
I'm not going to let you finish.
You
it now.
ready?
No, you just threw a tantrum.
I can't talk
So-
now.
Easy
Now you
has
want
the
to-
We've given you a
mic.
chance. We've
As
given you
far
a
as I
chance.
could judge it.
So
Is
it's-
this like a rap
and
battle
my,
or
my,
something?
my response is going to be the same regardless of what you say. Symptomology is not the same as
Oop, Mel just
pathology.
pulled
You can
ahead.
have the same symptoms as something like a cold and C19, but they're different causes.
Don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you don't like learning new things, don't you?
No,
Well,
I'm
I'm
just not
interested.
going to
Go-
listen to you if you
But
don't
I'm
have
still
to listen
trying
to me.
to
If
understand.
you don't have to listen to me, I don't have to listen to you. That's how it works.
I
You
did
don't get
listen
the
to you.
respect.
I'm
you
still
need.
trying
actually
because
did
you
respond to you,
said that you
moron.
felt like both, and that your male body did not cause you the
When I say I
distress it
felt like
seems to
both.
cause most trans people
Yeah, when I-
because you're not 100% trans. So you were consonant with your male body in parts.
When I said I felt like both, I just didn't have anybody really trying to like enforce gender on me at the time because I was so young, and it wasn't until I went to the All Boys group home that like the idea of like gender norms really like hit
What
home.
if, what
to
if
me.
they encourage
because you were so
to,
different from the
Hold on,
boys
Jeff,
that
hold on.
And nobody
that
was like,
Hold on,
and
Jeff.
before that, nobody was
Cosmic,
telling me I'm
Cosmic,
wrong for being
Cosmic.
that way.
Listen to me for a second. What if they encourage you to match your actual biology? Would that be a bad thing or a good thing?
That's what they were doing. No, that's what they were doing.
yes,
Okay.
because it's Speakeasy's
so-
here in honor of his panel and his style.
So if
Yes, you
someone
can pay to meet
has
people.
the physical traits of a certain sex and the chromosome traits of a certain sex, but they have brain chemistry that's a little out of whack, should we encourage them to do the opposite
Wait,
of their
First of all,
biology
what's
or
the brain
same?
chemistry? Which
Like-
All right,
which
hang
word
on real
chemicals?
quick. Time
Like-
out. We got somebody in the back. Hang on. RkMangoes. Does
Yeah, I know
anybody
Rock. He's cool.
Like, what if they have like male genitalia and male chromosomes, but they have like female exhibiting brain chemistry, for example? What should we do with them?
Which
What about
neurotransmitters? I just want to know specifically because the answer varies depending on which neurotransmitter you're talking about. Which neurotransmitter are you
Most of
referring
them,
to?
just most of them.
Most of them.
Let's just ballpark it.
Oh
Welcome,
well,
Rat.
that's just an indication that we can't be informed on behavior just from physical body alone.
Do you think we're going to create a healthy person by encouraging the brain chemistry that doesn't match the
So
physical
in the terms
body?
in terms of people with gender dysphoria, yes, because it has actually been proven that trying to push them back into the box is more harmful than affirming their chosen gender.
But nobody's trying to push y'all back into a box.
That's not true.
Yeah, actually, conversion therapy
That's
was a
not
literal
true.
attempt to push us
Where's
back
the
into the
What's
box.
more-
therapy happening?
What's more harmful is that when transgender kids or identify as transgender says it to the faculty and staff at their school, they go to a clinic that says, "Okay, your gender, we affirm your problem here without any examination, psychological therapy."
they
They
do.
just said, "Yep, you're transgender."
That's
And guess
false.
what happens after they get their bottom surgery? It's actually statistically proven. NIH has a study on this
that after 7 years, the chance of suicide for transgender people goes up phenomenally. So it's
That
predatory.
that's
It's
Sure,
just
he said
predatory.
surgery.
infidelity.
It's all, no, it's
So
fact. You
And
can
just
here
go ahead and say
and
what you
here's
want, but it actually
Are you gonna cut
happens.
me off
People have
every time I
spoken
go to
up
and
about
respond to
that.
here's
you?
the real
Are you gonna cut me
problem
off every
with
time I go to
the
respond to
data
you? Hi, I'm
Oh,
Cosmic.
you
Oh,
don't
you
like
Alicia.
what
like you
happens
don't
to
like
you
people
now?
cutting you
Oh,
off
boo
now?
hoo! Yo, you've
Oh,
been
you want
doing
me?
it all
Come on.
night, and then you don't
Cool echo
like it.
chamber.
Oh, tough shit.
Everyone's
Why don't
been
you grow
doing
a
it
pair?
that I know of.
Anyways, yeah, he's been doing
Everyone's
this
been
whole
doing
fucking time
it.
that someone does it to
Yeah,
him. He's like, "Oh my god, can you
yeah.
please let me talk?" Get the
As
See?
fuck
Jeff
out of here,
said,
dude.
as
See
Jeff
that
Also,
said,
You're,
shit? That's what
as
I'm
Jeff
Cosmic.
said,
saying.
no,
That's what I'm
like
as
saying.
Jeff
go.
Sometimes
said,
it's
Hey,
off people's
hey,
as
hey,
Jeff
speech.
hey,
said,
hey, 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 hey.
as Jeff
If
said.
you're
Does
all about
anybody
this,
know Haku? We got somebody in the back
Yeah,
named
Haku's
Haku.
cool. Bring
Yeah,
Haku up.
Haku's he's cool shit.
As Jeff
We
said, we've
need
been
more
cutting each
people
other
on
all
panel.
off,
There's
so
not
you
enough
don't get to
noise.
complain
no,
anymore.
no, no, no. You've been cutting
I
people
think it's just
off.
a little
People's
rich.
been
Haku.
waiting patiently for you to
I think
answer
it's a little
questions, and
rich.
you just been acting bad faith the whole time. I've been watching, and I've been
I think
watching
it's a little
quietly
rich.
before I
And
got
it's
part up
all on
on here.
stream
You don't
recorded
like it
too.
when you get
Anybody can
served
see
up
it.
your same
I think
medicine,
it's a
Mel.
little
You're bad
rich.
faith.
I think
Totally
it's a
bad
little
faith.
rich that you want to be able to say these things in an echo chamber and not actually be hear the other
Also,
side of
Cosmic.
this.
Well, right, because I don't agree with you. It's an echo chamber when I don't agree with you,
No,
but
because
yet
you're
I come
wrong.
up
I can
with
tell
an
you exactly why
argument.
you're
I
wrong.
am not
I can
wrong.
tell you
Okay,
exactly why you're
what is
wrong.
a woman? What is a woman?
That's
Describe
not
what
why
a
you're
woman
wrong.
is.
That's not why you're
What
wrong.
is a
You're wrong.
woman?
You're wrong
See,
because you
bad
said
faith
that
again.
Wait,
You're
wait.
refusing
I
to
want to
answer the
hear. I want
question
to hear where
because you
you're
don't
wrong.
want to
Hang
answer
on.
the
Go ahead,
question.
Fox. Go ahead.
So the reason that you're wrong is because children cannot just go to their teachers and have their gender affirmed. This is a decision that's made between the child, the parent, and their medical practitioner.
No,
Oh
there
no,
are
Not
that's not
every
some
true. In
state.
places where they
California,
can't.
Not in
Maine,
every state.
California, Maine, Maryland, they actually have it to where that if you question the validity of what the kid is claiming of their gender identity, those kids are taken away from their parents,
So again,
especially in far left
there is
states.
no.
Yes, that's
That's not a myth. That's actually a fact.
So I would encourage you to
No,
fact
you
check
would
that.
actually have to agree because there's no way you disagree with that.
I would
There's
encourage you to
absolutely
fact
no
check that
disagreeing with that. You're just acting
because
in bad faith because you know there's a lot of flaws in your logic, and that's why you
so
have
we
no
can look
way of telling that what you're saying
who's
you actually
Julie B.
believe in.
Doc, you can come up. I
You're
can't
just going
promise
off
it's
of
going
what
to
you're
be
being
chill.
told to believe, dude.
so we can look at what the guidelines for trans healthcare are across the nation, just by
Is
the
it my
various
turn to jump
organizations
in
that
yet?
talk. No,
No,
I'm
you had
responding.
plenty of time.
Oh,
So
I
we
was
can look
waiting
at the
patiently.
guidelines. We can look at the guidelines that are given to medical practitioners on what trans healthcare should be and how it should be done, and it does not say what you're
But
saying.
they don't. They don't. They're not the final authority.
You're right. It's up to the doctor at the end of the day. So if you want to take issue
Also,
with specific doctors, that's fine. But
No,
you
Do
it's
you
need to
not.
take
think,
They're
away
not
the
even
whole
the
thing.
final authority,
also,
especially when it involves
Mel?
mental health.
Mel, do
It
you
involves
think
Up
that
to
the
the
final
complexities.
decision should
doctor.
be
This
up
is a
with the parent or the
societal
medical
issue.
practitioner?
Well, I think you've
Wait,
removed
it's
any.
up
Well,
to the
Jeff,
doctor. So when the doctor at birth says it's a
all right,
boy or it's
Jeff.
a girl, they're right. Stop
There's
crying
more than one
about it.
doctor. There's more
Move the
than one
fuck
doctor on this
on.
planet. There's more than one doctor on this planet for one thing. And by the
I
way,
don't give a
Jeff.
Sure.
shit.
And by the way,
are these the same
by the way,
doctors that
Jeff.
don't
That's
know
why
what
By the way,
there's
Jeff.
not.
vaccinating?
There's no
By the way, Jeff.
authoritative expert
By the
here.
way, Jeff, regarding what you said, I think you've eliminated any meaningful authority because if the boards that recommend stuff for doctors are not authority and the doctor themselves are not an authority, who do you think the authority is?
The
I
parent.
think the authority is the trans person, but I also think they live in a society with other people, so they don't just get to dictate reality for everybody
Well, the
else.
majority of people are accepting of transgender people. So,
Right, that's my argument too. I don't even understand why it's an issue, what you want from us, what kind of help
well,
you
I'm
need.
not
That's
asking
why I'm
anything from you.
asking the
I haven't
questions
asked
I'm
anything
asking,
from you.
because
I'm just
I'm
trying.
with you. I don't think it is an issue.
Yeah, I'm just trying to answer your questions.
Hey, Cosmic, can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
It actually gets worse because not only is there the clinical data that dude just mentioned, there's also the cultural element. So in the past, they used to argue about the stigma and the shame involved with society. But in modern times, it's actually reversed. It's like it's honored and
Yeah, you
celebrated
get
and praised,
parades,
and so you
prizes.
can't use that as an excuse that you feel shamed by society because of what you're going through. So that You can't link
Right. So
that
where does
to
the
depression.
distress come from?
And I want to piggyback off that guy what he
Really? You
just
don't want to
said
hear a
too.
response to
Oh,
that?
hold
That's
on,
crazy.
hold on. I just want to add on to it, and I'll
Becomes an
shut
echo
up. I
chamber
promise.
so
Yeah.
quickly.
Let him add on,
I
and
just
then
want to add this.
you can answer.
Is it
I
going to be
forgot their
relevant?
names, but up in Minnesota, they had a transgender mural, or it's in D.C., and there was these group of teenagers that actually had skid marks on it. They got thrown in prison for that as a hate crime, just for having a skid mark. But yet, burning the American flag is legal. Now, how is that
Yeah, no, that's
logical? All right,
no one's
I'll
been
shut up now.
no one's been thrown in prison for something like that. You can try to provide proof, but I have guarantee you there'll be more context.
Well, that's
Um,
cognitive dissonance, and that's bad faith. Once
well, no,
again, you're
no, it's
proving
not
that
Go
you're
ahead. I
just
want to
bad
hear him
faith.
address
Yeah, it
it's
Ifi's
not
is.
question.
cognitive dissonance when I said you can provide proof. Sorry, I like I said, I was hoping to respond to you directly. I kind of respond. I forgot what you said because that was irrelevant. What he
I
said
was
was
talking
irrelevant
about
to
the
it.
cultural stigma. That
Right.
in the
Okay. Thank you.
past, that was part
I
of the
remember now.
argument, but now it's not anymore.
Right.
Yes. So I think as we learn more about human behavior and how like physiology does not tell us about psychology necessarily, we've realized that like there are natural deviations of sexuality, natural deviations of gender expression, and gender identity, to be clear. And so we've learned that we don't need to shame people for being a natural deviation.
We're not.
And
Nobody
the reason why
is.
I brought it up is going back to the clinical data. Now it's completely screwing up the data because who actually has dysphoria as opposed to who's doing it by like choice because it's a fad or whatever. So
Well,
it's like
Yeah.
all the
I could
data's
argue the
screwed up
data was
now.
screwed up before by us assuming that it's
It was
wrong to
pretty
be
clear
that
cut
way.
before because
No,
again
no, that
the
agreed with
stigma
you.
and the shame pretty
I
much
agree.
made you like forced you into
Well,
that corner.
maybe you think that because it agreed with you, but what a lot of clinicians were talking about at the time was when you go in assuming it's a bad thing, then only the treatments which treat it like it's a bad thing seem ideal. But when you treat it neutrally, then we can look at outcomes, and we only see positive outcomes when we affirm this. Because again, this is a natural deviation. This isn't something somebody decides to be. They can't just change it even if they want to.
And also,
You're
everyone
looking at a
glossed
mental disorder as
Well, they're trying
neutral.
to change
Got you.
something.
and everyone glossed
That's
over
how we should look at mental
my
disorders.
initial point
Neutral.
of
Unfortunately, it is a mental disorder.
that.
Well, again, the disorder is gender dysphoria,
There's my
not being
question,
trans.
Not
Cosmic.
the
Can
transgenderism
we
itself.
treat mental illness with
No, no.
physical drugs?
Yes, of course we
Some
can.
of them.
And also we
Not some
do
of them.
The,
Well,
also
to be clear, some of them, not
the
all of them,
mental
right?
illness is false
Schizophrenia.
syllogism. That's what it is.
By the
So,
way,
Haku,
That's
you're
the
a little
mental
bit
by the
illness.
way,
muffled.
hey, Cosmic.
I'm
So,
trying to
for
hear what
example,
you're saying, but you're
hey,
muffled.
Cosmic. For example, like bipolar disorder or whatever, like schizophrenics or whatever, have like brain chemistry malfunctions, and we can give them chemicals to
but it
create
doesn't cure
balance
it.
in their brain. But what
But
about people that don't have physical problems but mental problems?
so
Do you
so
understand?
in clinical psychology, one of the hardest things to come across is an actual cure. So
Mm.
one of the interesting things about gender affirming care is that for a lot of people, it does actually seem to cure their dysphoria, and that people are
Right. Never.
trans and no longer have dysphoria. Not everybody, because nothing's perfect, especially with psychology, but people will literally say, I'm no longer depressed, I'm no longer suicidal, as long as I can live this way. And I'm pretty sure most people want to live that way.
But even more people say that they don't feel any different. So I don't know
I don't agree
why
with you.
you
I
go
noticed
off
that a
on
lot of
that
the
anymore.
statistics you're gleaning this from come from like looking at people post surgery, and that does not account for surgical regrets that you can even see in things like cosmetic surgeries.
Yeah, it
Well, I'm
does.
trying to
That's a
What
lie.
does
understand
that
what's
have to
so
do?
bad
Oh
that
my
they need
no,
surgery for. Like
no! It was just brought up to
what are
you
they
that
reacting to?
it was just brought up to you that the self deletion rate doesn't go down; it actually goes up. So, like, what are you talking about?
Again, that's post surgery, and you need to factor for post surgical regret. Unfortunately, I
But
used
in
to teach.
part,
So, wouldn't that
Especially in
mean
the
it's
Why would they
not
transgender
regret
group.
it?
hearing
Sorry, the age of
anything if they're
18.
regretting the surgery?
So the reason they
right,
might regret it, Jeff,
It's a
because Jeff,
coping
I want to
mechanism,
answer the
Jeff.
host
That's why
question.
they do it.
Well, I want to answer. It's the same reason people might have it after getting knee surgery. You can look up the rates of post-surgical regret after knee
yeah, but
surgery is
also,
actually higher than it
Knee
is for
surgery has
people.
nothing to do with transgender
It
argument.
is.
That's again, that's a
But
total
I'm
oh
false
trying to
God,
comparison.
understand what the distress
yeah,
is that
please let
drives
me go.
them to something
Unfortunately,
as extreme as surgery to alleviate.
It's a
we.
coping
I will come on.
mechanism.
I will come
It's
on
a
when there's
it's a
not.
physical band-aid
Do
on a
you
mental
want to do a
illness.
one? I would
Yeah,
love that if you want to do
I
a
can
one on
put.
one day. I've been wanting to have this conversation
I'll
forever.
put my Twitter in the.
Oh,
Do you have Twitter or
Yeah,
X?
I do.
No,
So I'll
Here,
put mine in the side. Sorry if I don't get back to you right away. I only have access to it at my home computer, but we can set
So
up more
Jeff,
personal
Mine is
conversation because you
Primal
have very good
Hex.
questions, and I do want to give you
It's
the
in my
answer they deserve.
description too.
so
But my
Jeff,
partner
I
just
have a
sat down to
I
me.
want
I
to be
want to
able
give
to
him the
talk
time
with
he
nobody
deserves. Sorry,
repeating
I'm
anything
just
I
I'm leaving.
say.
I'm leaving real quick, and then you all can talk as much as you want.
All right.
bye.
I want to give.
Bye.
Well,
Yeah,
Give
I want to
Fox
leave
the
too.
mic. Let them say
Bye.
their final words. Come on, guys.
You're so
Go
triggering.
ahead,
why are you
Fox.
acting
So,
like you've not been able to speak now? You spoke more than everybody on panel.
Let
anyways,
Fox
thank you,
talk.
Mel,
Jeff.
before you go,
No, I really have to
before you
go.
go,
No, I
No,
really
I'm
have
gonna
to go.
start backstaging people. Let Fox talk.
Jeff, thank you for the time. I hope to give you your answers the time you deserve. But my partner just sat down to me. I'm going to give him the time he deserves. So have a great night, everybody.
You too, Fox,
yeah,
and
you too,
I,
Mel.
I hope to
Bye.
talk more.
I have a similar but different question for
Take
you,
care.
Jeff. So for the mental illness of social awkwardness, do you think there's a physical cure for that? Can we give them a pill that will cure them?
Well, yeah,
Sometimes
people do have,
alcohol
yeah,
or some kind of
what
drugs
about
will, but
people have social
Oh
that's not
man.
People have
social
social
awkwardness is not
anxiety,
mental
social
illness.
awkwardness. No,
Yes,
no,
it
no.
is.
Social anxiety. Social anxiety is the word you're looking for. That would
Uh,
create social awkwardness, and that
some
is a
people some
medical.
people call it autism. You can call it whatever you want,
Well, no,
Jeff. I
no,
don't
no,
Oh,
no,
care.
okay.
no.
But
No,
Anxiety, no, no, you're
that's
not,
just a
no,
natural variation. There's
no, no,
not
no,
really
no, no,
anything you
no.
can do.
is there a
Autism,
physical cure for mental illness, Jeff? Is my
you
question.
It
can take
depends on
or
the
cause, you
illness.
can take many
I gave
mental
you an
health.
example of like
You're the ones that
schizophrenia,
brought up
bipolar.
bipolar and
Jeff,
schizophrenic and
check
all
if
That's
the
you
a
other
can hit
stuff.
like Haku's
physical
like
If you're
active
problem
asking
with
if
your
there's
brain.
anything
cancellation
like
on and
that for
off.
autism is not just one
That's not a
thing.
mental
You would
illness.
Hey
treat
That's a
Jeff,
individual
physical problem
symptoms. So
with your
depending on the
brain,
symptom
Jeff.
that you're trying to treat, there may or may not be something medical that can help
Do
alleviate
you
it.
see the problem with trying to treat mental illness with physical cures?
Jeff,
Not for
Answer
hit
the
my
autism
question.
example.
Haku's echo
Wait,
cancellation on and off so that
wait.
maybe it'll fix
Hold
his
on,
sound.
And I gotta pee, so think of another one. I'll be right back.
hold on.
Okay.
Real quickly, I want to speak on this because I have Asperger's syndrome. I just want to let you know that this whole thing, it's not a mental illness, it's a mental disability. There's a big distinct difference. When you're having autism, it's a it's neurodiverse. You're neurodiverse, and there's different grades of it. It's literally a spectrum. I'm on the high functioning one. It took me many years to get to this point to actually filter and work on that. So just to be
Is
clear,
it a physical
autism is not a
cause?
mental. It's
Is there
more.
a physical cause that causes it?
If are you talking?
To your
I would say
Asperger's.
so because in most cases it actually develops in the early development of the childhood
So
of
then
the
how hard
child.
would it be to physically cure it like every other thing that we can physically cure?
you're not you're not going to cure it because you got to understand it's neurodivergent, and that's dealing with the human brain. When something is damaged by the human brain, like take for cerebral palsy for an example, because of lack of oxygen and it's not able to let the body function with the muscles. There's no really cure for that, but there's treatment out there to help alleviate that autism to where they can actually function in society. That's exactly what happened to me. And
Wouldn't the cure
go
for
on.
lack of oxygen be enough oxygen?
Uh, that, uh, that depends on the severity of the situation. So my brother, I'm going to use my brother as an example because he has cerebral palsy. He died the first 11 minutes of his life. My parents told me this story. But real quickly, though, he had the full blown cerebral palsy. He can't walk. He can't talk. He can't. You got to do everything for him, like change his diaper. And my parents did this for many years. And there's no cure for a brain damage like that. It's like you kill your brain cells, right? You can't
Can
regenerate them.
can you
It
think
works
of
in the
any
same fashion as
examples?
that.
Can you think of any examples that don't have a physical cause or cure?
Um,
How about how about
in terms of what exactly?
how
In
about like
terms of what exactly?
a phobia, for example? Like if I had arachnophobia, which has no physical cause, should I take a pill to cure that?
Well, there is a physical
Hello,
cause,
can you
right?
hear me?
It's just
Oh, I'm
arachnid.
sorry.
What's the
I'm
physical
not trying to
cause of
act in bad faith.
arachnophobia?
You
Is
cut
there an
out.
arachnophobia
Um,
gene?
no, no, that's not just the physical. Is not a word that just means bodily function, does it? You're not talking about a chemical
I
reaction in the
can't
brain, are you?
understand this guy.
Yeah, your audio is really bad, dude. It's hard to
I'm
understand.
not trying to be disrespectful, my guy, but I can't understand what you're saying. Sounds like you're speaking through water. I'm just telling you how it sounds.
I'm getting one or two words at best, so I can't form a sentence.
Yeah.
Oh no, what will that do to
Try
the
try again,
conversation?
Ask your
Haku.
question.
So what I'm trying to get at, dude, is the problem is
Yeah.
some people see the world purely as everything is physical, and therefore everything has a physical cure or explanation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do
So
you see the
Not
problem
sorry,
with
really.
go on.
that view?
No, I do, I'm one of those people. So no, I
Okay,
don't. So
okay, Jeff. What are the physical properties of like logic, for example?
logic is a human creation, just like language. I'm a
What are the
naturalist, so
physical
I allow for
properties?
It's
things
a
like
human
that to exist
creation, or
within
did
a
we
natural
discover it?
universe.
What are the physical properties of logic?
I guess the paper you write it on and all that kind of stuff. But
So if we burn all the paper, logic there's no such
where are
thing
you
as
going
logic.
with this? Because things can be conceptual
The place where I'm going with
and the
this is
universe could still be physical and
if you're
material.
trying to use a hammer on all your screws, you won't be successful because you're using the wrong tool for the job. So while some things do have a physical explanation, for example, I keep giving you the examples like bipolar schizophrenia. It's like a chemical
Yeah,
imbalance
the
in the brain.
organic mental illnesses.
We can fix the chemicals, or even let's do the gender one. Um, let's say you have boy body parts, but you have some weird brain chemistry fucked up, and you're getting some female signals in there, or whatever. We can fix the brain
We
chemicals so that
can.
you go.
There's a pill that could
No, there's not a pill,
like
but there are
turn your gender.
therapy and processes you can go to try and reverse the
Oh,
damage.
I'm not familiar with that medication.
It's physically
In
possible.
the
We're
same way
probably
that
not
schizophrenia and
anywhere
bipolar
near
can be
effective
treated.
neuroscience yet, but we'll get there eventually. It's not that hard.
Ah,
It's just
okay.
physics.
So
It's a
see, you've
physics
been see.
problem.
I keep telling you, dude, the time with the AI that you've been
But
spending.
there are problems that can't be solved, Jeff. There are no physical problems of logic.
Listen, what a better way to say this, hi-fi,
Go
is
ahead.
that there's no mental disorder that we make a physical change to our body to fix it. Even when you're talking about the where we make chemical corrections in the
Uh-huh.
brain, bringing it back to where the brain normally is, that's
Yes.
different than chopping a fucking body part off that is naturally supposed to be there. You're
Right.
not taking things away or changing yourself. You're correcting something that was wrong in the brain. And that's not what's
Exactly.
happening here. What you're going to see in the future, they're going to look at all this trans affirmations and surgeries as the lobotomies of the 2000s. Okay? That's what it's going to be. They're going to realize
Yeah.
this shit was nothing but ruining people's lives.
It
They're going
was
to look back
just
at us like, how savage were those
it was
people?
just a
Chopping
fad
off
of the
people's dicks and shit. They're gonna
it
look at
was
us
ju-
like savages,
I don't
okay?
think. I
it
think a lot of it's going to become normalized,
it was
just
just a
like
fad of the
trans
current
stuff has.
No,
political system.
it's already getting pushed out of everything.
Yeah, yeah.
For
What's really
minors,
fucked up?
but I think for adults, it's gonna nobody's gonna care.
Yeah, that like
You
that's
know,
a short-lived. That's a
And the more
short-lived.
people, because this happened with gay, this happened with
They're gonna
autism.
take
The
it
more
out. They're
people that have
gonna go
trans
back.
kids and all that, they're gonna start getting desensitized to it as
I
well,
want to
and it's
I
No,
want
gonna
to
there's
stick
not
out an
gonna.
really ruin it.
observation
No, I
here.
don't know. That's not what'll happen. It's gonna be a massive. It's like they've been pulling back
Nope, the
on an
boy girls are here to
elastic
stay.
for a really long time, and when that elastic snaps,
David
oh
Bowie
buddy,
brought it in.
it's gonna
Like,
hit hard.
adult
You will
taking.
feel completely abandoned.
Haku, you're still coming through
Yeah,
choppy,
Maybe in
heck,
dude.
so
Canada.
sorry, bro. I've been trying to. So Jeff, maybe if you hit the like echo cancellation on and off for him, it might work
For rock
for
what?
Haku. Yeah, maybe like
Okay.
Haku, you got
Let
to
me try
unmute
it.
though for him to do that.
So, Mangoes, do you feel like we made any progress on the topic of mental illness versus physical illness?
Yeah, I feel like we
Oh,
pretty much solved it. Pick analogies that
before,
actually make sense next time.
wait,
Nice.
No,
say
but
that one
My
more
seriously.
time
bad.
again.
So this gets back to one of my main gripes about this
I heard
topic.
my bad there.
You guys remember in the early days of ADD and ADHD when they said Ritalin would cure these people?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Yeah,
It still helps some of the
I was
symptoms.
one of
So
those kids that in that
No one said it
experiment to
would
let you know.
cure. I don't remember anyone saying take this
doctors,
pill and your
doctors,
child will not have this anymore.
doctors
No, no,
said
they
this is
no.
the
I get
cure
what
for
you,
ADD,
but
ADHD
they
because
yeah,
parents
they
It
said
did
helped
I
say it
them
need
was
a
the
manage
cure.
answer.
some of these
I fight. They
symptoms.
did.
That
I get what you're saying, but they didn't like call it a cure. They just said it was the
Yeah.
answer to it.
Well, all the doctors I listened to, talking to
well,
family members
you
I
listened to
personally
the wrong,
witnessed,
some fucked up
said that
doctors.
it would cure them of
I mean, that's
their
possible. I
ADD
don't
Doctors don't
know.
mental
make that claim
illness.
anyway. They're very conservative with what they claim for a
But the
drug.
whole thing
But
is
anyway,
like
what
I'm
is
with you
again? What
there.
is your
I
point with
that's
all
not a good
this?
fix for that. That's not a good
Take us
fix for that at
somewhere.
all.
I agree. There's different degrees of bad doctors out there. There's some doctors that are kind of honest about it. They're like, well, this isn't really a cure, but at least treats the symptoms or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But that's very also pretty rare. But anyways, that's the problem with the whole medical field. These are the people educating you about the expert knowledge of what these things are, and they don't know what they're talking about. So
Well,
the
that's
system
because
is
you get
fucked.
a lot of money. You got a lot of money proliferated in this business. I mean, like it says, follow the money. Second Timothy 6:10 says the root of all evil is the love of money. And you see that in Big Pharma. That 19 was about. It was not about the pandemic itself, saving people's lives. It was about
By
how
the way,
many
you're
people are going
roboting
to die.
hard, dude.
You're roboting now,
Who is
Mangoes.
that? Mangoes?
Mangoes, you're
Uh,
roboting hard.
Everybody's
can you hear
roboting
what about
you.
now?
I am
That's
a
better.
robot.
Bye bye, guys.
Oh, I
Later,
heard
dude.
that.
Wait,
Heard
you
Earlier,
actually.
did you say bye?
Wait, fuck.
Okay, can you hear me
That came
now?
in loud and clear.
I,
When I
Um,
give up,
I want to,
wait, I hear you.
I want to say, I want to say two things. Okay, I think it's good that you guys are having this discussion about like mental, physical, because we really need to
Autism and
understand because
stuff.
this is one of the biggest components of this trans issue. They're just being completely misled, and there's predators out there that are going to take advantage of their vulnerability to make money off of. And it's really fucked up too because like 30, 40 years ago we had conversion therapy where people who were gay, there was a conversion therapy behind it. They got rid of it and they substituted for this gender affirming care. If you really think about it, it's a fucked up dynamic that happened.
Like they're trying to trans the gays.
No, like look, so when a kid says I'm a transsexual and they get affirmed, like let's say they're in California, they're a transsexual, it happens. Like I said to Mel, and
Oh, I
Mel
know.
just
On
doesn't
the
want.
West Coast, I
Yeah,
see it.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that's the modern conversion therapy. Is the gender affirming care. They've gotten rid of the old one where they actually use pain as a method to train to convert somebody away from being gay. They got rid of that because it was just completely inhumane. But years down the road, they have a different form of conversion therapy on the radical left. I've noticed a pattern with the radical left that they have taken away from what the conservatives wanted to do in their values and replace it with their own. And and that's a of which of that contains that's
Well,
a
they
different topic.
explicitly state that. That's what queering is. They're trying to subvert existing norms
Well,
I
and also
more into
it's
their
also in their
norms.
literature. Like Little Hot Mess has the drag pedagogy, and it's literally talking about teaching queer theory to
Hmm.
children, and that's another pernicious
I've
thing
talked
about
about
that.
that on
Like,
here. In fact,
and
I
the very
think me or Anton went through the article.
I'll tell you
also it's
what. I'll go
yeah.
an extra mile with this. You know where this gay or sexual education with minors started with. It started in 1920s in
Sesame
Austria
Street,
with a guy named
Mr.
no
Rogers.
no no. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. No, Mr. Rogers was his own different show, but you're funny. But no, 1920s. There's a guy named Greg Lukács, and he was trying to teach sex ed to children. People in Austria didn't go for it, and Greg Lukács was one of the founding members of the Frankfurt School. And you guys
Oh
but
yeah, and
this thing,
Foucault also
this thing
was.
happened. This thing happened 100 years ago, and people were like, "No, fuck no, we ain't doing this. It's our children. Teach them math, science, and the language, not about their sexuality. Fuck off with that bullshit." And again, we're
Part of it's
We
ideological. There's an
yeah.
ideological agenda behind it.
Oh, I agree.
You mean like telling people they're born that way and then trying to treat it with pray the gay away, stuff like that?
Yeah,
No, that's the old conversion therapy. They want us to
yeah.
do an
And
That's
the
exorcist on
yeah.
old
me.
idea that you're born that way, that there's a gay gene that causes it? Like
Well, I
that,
believe you are
Jeff?
born that way, but
Yeah, I
it's
know you
probably
do.
not
That's
just
why
one
I was
gene.
I
bringing it
think
up.
I think I think there are people who are generally confused about what they're born with their gender and their bodies. But the problem with the social dynamics, and I know that everybody's going to agree with what I'm about to say, is that when you get these trans activists is trying to hijack and appropriate other people's problems, you get this influx of this conflation that you have to accept who I am or you're a bigot. And whenever you give them the human rights that they deserve, and what I mean by human rights, everybody has the right to get a job, have an opportunity to make money, and have a pursuit of happiness, get a home, and they have those same rights. But yet they act like they're still oppressed, and this is a big
Yep.
problem with the radical left, and this is the Marxist dogma that is happening. And don't forget, look, I want to be very clear about this. I am not a conservative. I am not a libertarian. I am a left-leaning liberal. And I
There
see
are no
these problems.
conservatives.
Oh, there's conservatives, all right.
There are none. There's zero.
That's a myth. But look, what I'm trying
Name
to say
one.
is that
Name one
Everything Mangoes just
conservative.
said.
Name one conservative.
John Kennedy, like the senator in Louisiana, Ron Paul, senator in Kentucky.
Ooh, Ron Paul. That was a good guess, but he's
Oh
actually
well,
pretty centrist on a lot of like
you got him
moral
there.
issues and stuff like that. He's just more about politics being slightly to the right.
Well,
That
he's more traditionalist. Like he holds the Republican Party accountable. Like he's called them out on their bullshit.
most
I
people
heard
are
I
being
heard him I heard him
conservative in
speak.
the moral aspect, not the political aspect. If you're saying
No,
like
he
he
actually voted
conserves
down
the
a few bills.
Constitution, then yeah, okay, he's a conservative.
He voted down a few bills about the reckless spending. I paid attention to him. I mean, he's more conservative than most of the conservative party and the House of Representatives and also the Senate. I paid attention to this person. But the point I was trying to make about my political background is because you're not hearing this me speaking that who identifies with the right wing ideology. I mean, I I actually appreciate the right wingers right now because they seem like the ones that care about saving America. Because you see what the fucking left is doing is atrocious
Like
in
Ted
every
Cruz
facet.
or Ben Shapiro, those right-wing conservatives.
Oh, Ben Shapiro, I
High
don't
fives,
like
your
him.
work here, Dud.
I
No,
don't I
it's
don't
never
like
done.
Ben. Ted Cruz, uh, that's
Go watch the
yeah,
interview
that
with
guy.
Tucker Carlson and see if you think he's a conservative or a right-winger.
I didn't say he was a conservative.
I'm
Who
still.
is a model conservative to you, I-Fi?
There are none. That's the. I
Yeah, I
can't
was
Nick
give you an
gonna say he'll
Fuentes?
example.
just say nobody. That's what he does.
I said
I'm
Ron
pretty sure
Paul
this is just a
at
troll.
least has like political flavors of
No,
the
I'm
right
curious.
wing.
I'm trying to get a baseline of what he
A
considers
conservative
conservative.
has moral standards. That's the
See,
problem.
Oh well, then
and
I'm
he's gonna say
conservative.
nobody has moral standards and da, 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 da.
I have moral
Well,
standards.
Andrew Wilson's pretty moral. I mean, he
Um,
claims to be an ortho bro until you corner him, then
see,
he's just an
actually, let me ask you
entertainer.
something about that, Jeff. When you say you have moral standards, because like you're like you believe in like Satanism, right?
Hmm.
So
That's where
like
my morality comes from. And
that's
and and Christian, it because I'm a Christian Satanist. It's all one
What?
religion.
huh?
But yeah, I have morals and ethics.
He's a Christian atheist.
Like, do you like have like the like the beliefs and practices of like
It's
the
whatever you want it to
Levian
be.
Satanism? Is
It's
that how you
whatever
say
you
it,
want it to be,
Levian?
Speakeasy. It's whatever you want it to be. There
No,
are no rules in the Satan
I don't do
church.
I don't do rituals and that kind of stuff, or
No, no,
or the
like
magic.
is your main thing it emphasizes like self-interest and personal freedoms, right?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, partly to a degree, but there's also responsibility that comes with freedom. It's not
By the
just
way,
freedom to do whatever you want and run wild.
by the way,
Right,
That's
yeah,
before
just
yeah,
being
yeah.
feral.
So
before I head out, I just want to give Mango a food for thought. Here's
Fucking
something to
Yeah.
think
Mango.
about real quick on your spectrum, dude. A huge red flag in the field of science and medicine. As soon as the bullshit artists start saying the word spectrum, that means they don't know what they're talking about, and they just made up some bullshit umbrella term
No,
to
it's a
confuse
placeholder.
you. So in the old days, back in my generation, it was ADD, ADHD, Asperger's, stuff like that. Now it's
Yeah.
everything under the sun. It's like social awkwardness. It's like
It's still all
OCD.
of that,
You
and
name
social
it.
awkwardness was part of that original stuff.
Everything is autism now. Everything is
You're
on the
uninformed, I find.
spectrum because they can't define what it is, where it begins, or where it ends. And so there's your huge clue that they're just talking out of their ass. It's bullshit.
Okay,
But
but that
anyways,
doesn't say anything about the
Listen, my
thing
friend.
thanks,
itself, which is
sci-fi.
very real.
We
so
can
the
We would
we
have
can
final
never
have.
answer.
figured
Yeah.
that out
Go on.
without you, bro.
I'm gonna head out here in a second. Mangoes. The final answer is if you understand the difference between
It's a long ass
nature
second.
nature, nurture, and free will, you'll figure out how to solve the problem. That's the
First,
solution.
second, and third factor.
So if you know what those terms mean, you'll figure it out. Anyways,
Gotcha.
you can't
Thanks.
hammer your screws and you can't screw
It's
your
been a
nails. So,
joy, I-Fi.
Actually, I
likewise,
show you, bro. I'll
I
tell
so
you.
appreciate your
I can
cheer.
fucking, I
it
can
was
Thank
hammer
you
fun.
for
Stand
the
by
nugget of
again.
I
wisdom.
can hammer in a screw. I promise you. All right. I mean, you don't take that challenge. All right.
But anyways, super chat that I beat Speakeasy again in our debate. I wrecked him in this
Yeah. You
debate.
didn't even fucking debate that. Shut
Well, I
up.
certainly
Just
didn't
check
get a
my
super
super
chat
chat, bro. My super
over a
chat
debate.
tells you all you need to know.
Nah,
I'm the
yeah,
winner. I
yeah.
wrecked you. Admit it.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
Bye,
Enjoy the
Take
girl.
robot.
care.
Bye bye.
Oh,
Yeah. So
interesting.
what I was trying to ask you there, Jeff, like, so when it's like it's a self interest and personal freedom, as long as you don't like impede on other person's self interests and personal freedoms, right?
Um. Oh, you mean the ethic part, the moral part?
Yeah.
I mean, I try not to, but if I do, that's up to them to like resolve it with me. If 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 I happen, I try not to intentionally impede on somebody's freedom.
Okay. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Like as like you believe everyone should be able to do what they want and what makes them feel good, as long as they don't hurt anyone else.
I think that's part of it because I think doing what you want and feeling good is part of being who you are. I think people should be who they are. With certain exceptions, there's some people that just need to hold it back and suppress it and contain it. But for most people, I think it's healthy to be who you naturally are. So part of that is feeling good, part of that is pleasure, part of that is self-interest, but it's not the whole picture. I think there's larger benefits that come from being who you are that go beyond the individual.
Okay. Okay. So here, let me make sure. I'm just writing some stuff down. Just want to make sure I got. So most people should do or be who they are, but there's some people that shouldn't, right? That's what
Yeah,
you said.
the criminals, serial killers, sociopaths, predators, those people should not act
Is
out
that
their.
because they're doing something against someone else's?
It would be destructive to society and harmful to society. It would make living together as humans that much more difficult and erode civilization. It would make it harder to keep the civilization that we've built going. For
Hmm.
keeping it functional.
So so the heart. Okay, so part of the moral code is about harm for the society,
Yeah, yeah.
and then like when you say harm, what at what like I guess I'll just ask what you mean by harm.
Well, I appre- appreciation is not even the right word. Like I am in awe of human civilization. I think it's one of the most amazing things that like the universe has accomplished. And so anything that contributes to that, that keeps that going, I have respect for. So the opposite of that would be anything that impedes that or makes it more difficult or tries to undermine the activity of sustaining civilization. To me would be something to oppose.
Okay. And when you say sustaining civilization, you mean as in like the exact way it is right now?
Not necessarily, but however whatever civilization is, and it's never the same thing from time to time. It's gonna take humans coming together and coordinating and collaborating to keep it going. It's not just gonna happen on its own. So whatever form your civilization takes, it's always gonna take people to agree to keep it together and keep it going, in however they envision it at that time. So each generation's gonna put their own stamp on it.
Okay. So like for instance, like the Mayans when they were like sacrificing children on altars and stuff, were they moral doing this because this was like how their society functioned?
I wouldn't go around doing that. And you were asking me about my morals and my ethics. Judging a civilization from the
Yeah, but I'm
outside
kind of
like that
asking where
is,
the foundation of it comes from, right? Because
I
like if
wouldn't
we did this
sacrifice.
universally,
I'm against violence in general, and especially murder. So, like, that, none of that plays into my morality. So, I don't have anything to say about it
What
other
if it
than I
was
wouldn't do it,
proportional?
or I wouldn't want a society that does it.
but if someone
Like
else
just
says that like that is moral to do, you can't necessarily say that they're like objectively wrong. They're just wrong to you, right?
I don't think morality is objective. It's intersubjective. It's negotiated intersubjectively from within, between human, among humans. There's no, it doesn't exist outside of the humans that are developing it.
Yeah, so those Mayans were morally correct in your worldview, right?
No, I don't know how you got that out of me saying that it's intersubjective.
Well, if it's subjective, right, and it's based on like a consensus, that society um decided that this was the right thing to do.
So according to the norms of that society, maybe you could say say it's morally consistent with their culture, their values.
Okay, so like there's no objective wrong though.
What would that objective be that didn't originate from humans?
Well, I would say taking life is objectively morally wrong.
Wait, say that again.
I would say that taking life, not not in the sense of self defense, but like taking an innocent life.
I think
I
it's
would
wrong too, and I think most humans would probably agree that it's wrong. But what's the objective standard that you reference it against to
well,
define it as
my
wrong?
objective standard is God, but
That's what I'm saying. You would need something like that to have objective morality. And in a naturalistic worldview, which is my own, there is not that transcendent or metaphysical standard.
yeah. So like, then this is what I'm asking you: do you not see like a failure in this, where like it could get kind of dicey if we just kind of all lived with no moral standard for what is right and
I'm not
wrong? We kind of
advocating for that. First of all, I don't think it's possible to live without a moral standard. I think every human is moral in some sense. There's some kind of higher moral element just to being human, even if it's evil or crime or whatever you're doing. I don't think any one of us live just as like unthinking animals. Maybe some people do, and I just can't relate to it or realize it. But it seems like there's some kind of moral intentionality involved in what we do as humans, even if we don't understand it from the outside. But then we're also getting into semantics because we're just trying to define what the word moral is referring to.
yeah, like that's the way. That's the thing. Like if you don't have like something that is like a foundation to the morals. Like I find that they don't exist.
For me, it's
To
conscience. There's like a physical sensation in the body when I'm doing something or I'm about to do something or thinking about doing something that violates my sense of morality. And I have to consciously will myself to do it anyway, like to move past that resistance.
so then so then you do think there's an objective morality?
I don't, it's my own personal conscience, so I don't think it's objective because I
Okay, so
think if you
you
compared it
think that
against other
you
people, you'd
decide
find some
what's
differences
objectively well, but you said that I think everybody has this like certain sense in them of what's actually morally right.
for
No?
them. Like a killer is going to have a different sense of what's right for them than you and I will. But they're still working off of something besides just blind instinct.
So that's what I'm saying. So there is some objective
Well, now
moral.
I guess it depends on what you mean by objective, because you mentioned something like God, but if you're talking about instinct or conscience, there'd have to be something about it
Yeah,
that's
so like it would
universal
be
for
a moral
everybody, and I
truth.
don't know if that's the case. I think
It
you're
would
going to
be a
find
moral
that it
okay.
varies with the individual.
It would be a moral truth that exists independent the human opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything like that you could find that's common to all humans that you could say is an objective moral imperative or standard. But
Well,
I
this
don't
is the,
need that. Like for me to be moral, I don't need to have something that applies to all people. I just need to have something that guides my actions. So I have to be clear about my goals, my values, what I'm trying to accomplish, the kind of society I want to live in, and I have to make sure I'm enacting that and living out that through my actions and what I do.
but
And if
didn't
I'm
you just
doing that,
admit
then
that
I'm
we have
I'm
like an
moral.
innate sense of right and wrong?
Maybe like as a kid, I didn't like lying to people, and I felt bad if like somebody got hurt, if I accidentally hurt somebody, I would feel horrible about it. So like that's just stuff that came naturally to me as a toddler. Nobody taught me that stuff. But then I also went to catechism and Bible school, so we learned Bible lessons and stories that kind of supported those values that were already emerging. So it all made sense as a kid. It was kind of just all one thing developing.
So
And
you
then my
had like some
parents modeled good values around me, and so I had adults that were like showing good behavior that I should emulate.
yeah, so you had like some like inherent capacity for a moral understanding.
Yeah, something like that. And I was very religious as a child. Like as a young child, I prayed. I loved the Bible. I loved going to church and hearing the so I was drawn to all of that at a very young age. So that might have all contributed to it. But most people I know seem like more or less decent people, and they try to more or less do the right thing in any given situation.
So I mean, wouldn't that be more like pointing and leaning to a sense that there is some objective standard to what is right and wrong?
Maybe, but leaning to is just not enough for me because I don't think it would either have to be an objective standard. There'd have to be something that all humans have in common that we abide by, whether we like it or not, because it's objective, like gravity. And there doesn't seem to be that. So if it's tending that way, unless it actually gets there, that doesn't mean much to me.
So
Hey, fools.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Keep going with your conversation. I don't want to interrupt.
oh, no
Yeah, it's
worries.
good.
I was just gonna say. So like, you don't think there's like a um how would I say this? Like, so you don't think there's nothing at all. Like, not one thing you can think of that's like, regardless of the human mind, it's morally wrong always.
No, and I don't think you can do that with humans because we're so variable that you never know what's going to show up in the next generation. So just when you try to make some kind of firm conclusion, just all it takes is one human to show up with something different than that to invalidate it. So you're not humans are not the constants that like physical elements or chemical elements are. There's too much variation in them to be so dogmatic about, oh, this is going to apply to all humans.
Can I say one thing that might tune in on
Yeah.
this? Gravity itself is still just a theory.
Well, funny you should bring that
Oh
up because we have
crap!
a
What?
gravity specialist right here with
Well, I'm
us.
just saying. I mean, it really
You
is.
know,
Like, you have Newton's law, of gravitation, and you have Einstein's theory of general relativity. But they are both science, and that is all theories, just as anything else. So I don't mean to throw that off, but those are theories. So to
But
use an
gravity's
argument
not
like
a
that,
theory. That's an
yes,
actual
gravity is still a
phenomenon.
theory. It's still scientific theory.
okay.
But don't confuse gravity with the explanation of gravity. Gravity itself existed even before humans. It's a
May
real
I
thing.
ask a
But it's
question?
still its existence is still a theory. I agree that the theory is correct. I'm not saying that. I'm not arguing that point, but it is still a scientific theory. That's all I'm saying.
You think there might not be gravity?
I'm just saying it's still a scientific theory.
And
Uh,
welcome, Nick. What do you have to say about all this?
you can hear me, right?
Um, I think so.
I can't hear you at all. But
How about now?
You're roboting.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh,
All right.
I gotta log in and log out.
I always tell people if they ever say, "Can you hear me?" I always say no.
You always
Because
say
if they're
no.
asking, you got to answer like that. But anyway, good to see you guys. Gen X,
Yeah,
Jeff,
what's been
good to
up?
see you, man. I hope everything's well. Speak easy
Yeah,
as
let me
well.
drop your channel.
Yeah, well, you don't have to do that. I
I
don't ever
want
want
to.
that. But RkMangoes, I don't know if I ever met you, but good to see you too, sir. So didn't mean to butt in. Y'all
Hello.
proceed.
All right, let's see if you're with us.
How about now? Any better?
It's a little better. It's kind of scratchy, but
Scratch. Oh, maybe I'm
we
talking
can
too
make
much
you
to
out.
my mic. Is that better? Or am I too quiet now?
I got worse.
How about now if I talk right into it?
Oh, that was
Yeah,
bad.
you sound like you're on like a CB radio from
Yeah,
1950 something.
well, I have this really nice mic. I am using a cheap mic, so please forgive me. And I might sound robotic because I've been talking a lot and my voice is kind of scratchy. Um, I had no idea what you guys were talking about before I joined, other than I said I was going to join later, but I got stuck talking about something else. But then I saw you're still on. But I did catch that a theory, and
It would.
very to put this very simply. Um, I think we're mischaracterizing the definition of what a theory is. It's absolutely true that I have a theory that is going to be very hot tomorrow versus germ theory, which is why I wash my hands after I use the restroom. Scientific theory is fact. It's a collection of facts. It's not just a theory. Um, and what Gen X said was absolutely correct. Newton gave us laws of gravity. Laws hold less scientific weight than a theory because a law doesn't tell us anything. Einstein's general relativity absolutely does establish what gravity is. And of course, there's still stuff we don't know, but gravity does exist. There's my short answer.
I agree with you. I do agree with you, but to bulk everything scientific into everything scientific is a theory. I agree with you. I'm not making a retarded fucking point here, like saying gravity doesn't exist. I was just saying that everything scientific is still a theory. So,
No, no, but
and in science, everything is always
But
moving
science is
forward.
not
People are always,
dogma. It's
a
not ever been
scientific
intended to
theory.
be. And real quick, we have somebody named Emmet in the back. Does anybody know Emmet?
It's cool, bro.
is that Emmitt Smith, the football player?
I don't know. Emmet, do you have a channel you could put in the back?
I hope it's
Yeah,
Emmitt
Emmett's
Smith.
cool. Emmett's cool.
Is he? Can you describe his avatar?
If it's either gonna be the E, it'll be the E, or it's gonna be like almost looks like a tattoo of a dragon, maybe.
Oh, this is a person's face. I just can't make it.
Oh wait, maybe Emmett has his face on there. Then I don't know. Maybe he
All
switched
right.
his avatar. Is that you, Emmett? Look, he was just in my chat. So
Oh, okay. Then probably. Yes, it's me. It's the
okay.
feminism.
Uh,
All right,
Oh
Emmett.
yeah, that one.
Ah,
That's right. That's
Is this
right.
Emmett?
aliens.
Okay.
It's aliens.
Welcome,
Yeah,
Emmett. Do
that's
you have a
from
channel? In fact,
like
Rock, Mango, if you have a channel too, you can pop it in the back.
no, I don't have a channel, but thank you
Okay.
for offering.
Well, welcome, Emmett.
I forgot that you were
Oh,
using the what's that? That guy's from the what's that show?
It's
Shit.
aliens. It's aliens.
Aliens.
Yeah, the aliens
Aliens.
and
Sir,
pyramids.
My
sir,
favorite.
what's his
Yeah.
name? Sir, fucking A. God damn it, I can't think of his name. I know him. I love that guy. I want his hair.
Sounds like
If I had
I've never
hair,
been jealous of
His
another
hair
man's hair in
proves
my
that he
life.
knows what he's talking about.
I've never been jealous of another man's hair in my life until I met
That's
this.
I live in
Gen X.
space hair.
what's up?
Gen X, do you need me to leave?
Who?
You need me to leave?
Who?
Me.
Who's saying me?
The guy we can't
Oh, that's
understand.
mango.
RK. Mangoes.
Mangoes.
No, you don't have to leave.
Oh, I misheard you then.
Oh no, no. I just said if you had a channel that you wanted me to put in the description, you could drop it in the back.
Oh, I was about to say you need me to leave. That's no problem, man.
Oh no, I'll just kick you
I
off.
misheard you.
Yeah,
No,
Sergio, that's his name.
I don't really have a channel. I'm a, I
That's fine. Like a
But
panel
yeah.
hopper, panel tourist.
yeah, I'm actually new. I just introduced myself to EZ's channel, VK, like 6 weeks ago. I'm brand
Oh,
fucking new,
okay. Well,
so
welcome to the panelverse.
yeah, it's very
You'll fit
interesting.
right in here.
I've been having a rough week, but this is making up for it on the panelverse.
to
But
make
yeah,
life easy, Jeff, I just gave you the definition of scientific theory.
Because the facts, the scientific theory is independent of the facts. The facts exist regardless of what the science thinks or says or does. Gravity is still a thing,
Yes, everybody knows that. But
and
when they
space is still a
balk,
thing, and all that other stuff. People
Could
think
you bring that
science.
definition up again for me?
yeah, I want to see it
Yeah.
again too. I really do.
A scientific theory is a well substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world that is based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiment. So,
There's one more thing I'd like to add to that, which
yeah,
ran
so
out.
could I ask you something real quick about that, Nick?
Well, I forgot to
Well,
put
the answer is
other
yes. You
statement about
should
a
you
theory
should you should be able to let him ask
is,
you a question about that.
Well,
Come
I just
on.
want to add one more thing to it. It's not just a set of facts based on experimentation. It also leads to our ability to make predictions, and that's part of the definition of science, which
I
we always
love it.
sort
I
of
love
forget.
it too. I love it too.
Anyway, sorry.
Is
Continue.
it either or, but you have to also be able to do the observation and experiments as well.
Yes,
Well,
it's the scientific method.
and the experimentation is what leads to us to be able to do predictions. So,
Got you. So I'm just
Trust the
wondering real
science.
quick. We don't have
Trust
to
the
get
science.
into all of this, right? But I just want to
Trust the
ask you real quick, based off that definition, would you consider evolution? No, I don't want to get into this. We're gonna just
Why not?
Well, let's just take it down this route. Let's
I don't
just
wanna
take it down this.
debate.
Oh, wait,
I don't wanna
wait a
debate
minute.
Let
the
Let
Fox have
somebody
All
let
I-
somebody else ask you a question.
all I'm
So
trying to
the
do is
only
just
Do
reason
you believe we've evolved from a single cell organism?
I want to hear fools.
Well, okay, thank you. So if the only reason I brought that up, yes, we all know that that there is gravity. We all do agree on that. That is a scientific theory that we all can agree upon. It is still a theory, but yes, we can all agree upon it. Is every scientific theory real? No, scientific theories are moving on and on. We're finding out our world is older than we know, our civilizations are older than we know. There's a whole lot of things we're finding out. When, I think it was just like 3 years ago, they were like, oh shit, something happened 2 days ago, in a wet market over there in, some place and Kung Flu's coming out. Trust the science. It's science. Oh, it's science. So now Science is telling you have to do exactly what
That's
like
not
it's not
science.
all. No, you can relate those things to itself. Those are theories. Those are theories. Science is always ongoing. That is the point.
Yes.
That is what
Yes.
science means. It's always ongoing. So you have to be careful where you choose what is science and what is not.
Well, you're
So
absolutely
wait
correct.
a second. Can I ask a question about that real quick? So you don't know if gravity exists. You just think it does.
Well,
Well,
it's
again,
still a scientific theory.
We
It is
observe the
still a
effects of something
scientific
we
theory.
call
Yes, I
gravity.
believe that is a correct
Yeah, they
theory.
got an
We
experiment,
don't
bro.
we
They
don't
they
have to
dropped
believe.
things
We
on the
see things
ground.
fall. We
I,
fall.
Yeah, I know. That's
Trump,
my point. We don't always have to. Some are real, some are not, but we can't bulk them all together. That's all I'm
No, but
saying.
you're saying that
I was
it's all
kind of wondering
systemic.
about would Nick call evolution a scientific theory or no?
well, let's. What I'm trying to do is just sort of explain what a scientific theory is. And
Yeah.
again, in
No, I was just
in
curious
everyday
because you
language,
seem like you
a
know what you're
theory.
talking about. So I was
Hold on.
curious what you thought about it.
Hold
He's
on,
a
let me finish.
scientist.
What Traveling Fool is actually describing is what we would call a scientific hypothesis. Now, it is absolutely true that theories are refined. Let's take atomic theory. For example, we had this theory that we set up the periodic table before we actually knew what protons, neutrons, and all of that were. When we discovered that, it fits with that theory. Same with, for example, evolutionary theory. We came up with evolutionary theory before we discovered DNA and its structure and how it works. But when we did discover it, it fit into the theory. Now, of course, we refined the theory, but a theory is a collection of facts, and you could absolutely say it's not like gravitational theory explains gravity. Gravitational theory is a fact. This is where gravity comes from. Absolutely, there's a bunch of stuff we don't know about it, but a theory, it should fit into that theory. Now, there are times where all of a sudden a fact about something doesn't fit in line with that theory. For example, that's what we call dark matter. But even at that stage, it's still a hypothesis. Now, if it debunks the theory, absolutely will that happen. In fact, the whole point of science is not to prove things right; it's to prove things wrong. Um, and that's all I was saying is I just want to be clear about the definition of a theory. It's a common misconception that the word theory means that there's some uncertainty to it. It's rather that, of course, some unknown, but it is a fact. So not to talk about evolution because I'm not a biologist, but when people say evolution is just a theory, yes, but evolution is a fact. That's how it works.
Wait a minute. So it's absolutely a fact?
Yes, the theory and everything you
Sounds
can
like a
do.
Got
theory.
you. So can I
That sounds like a theory.
Yeah. And now,
you say
be
it's a
careful there.
theory.
Like I
So,
said, well, do you know what causes earthquakes?
well, could I give you a question about that?
Sure. I just want to give the caveat that I'm not a biologist. So.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Me either. I was just wondering, like, with the fact that we're dealing with events that occurred in like a really apparently billions of years ago, how can you perform any type of controlled experiment to observe and test the process of evolution?
Since I don't do experimentation on evolution, I couldn't give you a specific.
Okay.
That being said, my field is experimental physics, and in fact, I teach experimental physics. So, if you want to say going back, let's say, how do we know? The creation of the universe, what we call now the Big Bang theory. How do we know it's correct? How do we go back and look at it? We absolutely do have controlled experiments how to do that. I mean, we can actually see the cosmic background radiation. Maybe a better example is geology. Like, how do we know the Earth is 6,000 years old? We can use atomic theory and observation to show that, yes, all of this explains how this happens.
Well, okay, so
That is a
okay,
theory.
how
That is
when
a
you say
theory.
we can do a
It is a
controlled
fact.
we can do a controlled experiment. So like, how is that? Is there like time machines I didn't know about or something? Like, how do you go back and like get the exact
What
condition
Well,
Effigy
because
said right
to
here.
observe and test the entire process of evolution?
well, again, I don't know how they do it in evolution,
We've tried
but
replicating it with bacteria and we don't see
it's
shit.
that they have done. That I do know
Yeah,
they've
and
done.
we don't see
We
nothing.
have done replication.
Why
Also,
it's not changing from what it
but
is.
but there is evidence. You know, we can collect evidence. We
But
found
there can be
offline.
evidence of either
Yeah,
side
We
so like I would
found
say
independently.
this is more of like a hypothesis, but like there's no
Yes,
way
a
we can make
theory, a theory.
no again
no,
no.
I
not
agree
even a
with
Theory
you.
and
theory, because a
hypothesis.
theory follows the scientific method. Like
I
his
mean, yeah, but you can make an
uh,
hypothesis
But I
to
have an
follow any
Emmett,
scientific
I have an
any
example. I have an
scientific
example.
method
We
and
can
come
look
up
at
with a theory.
I have an example. At least with the little bit I know is we can look at the fossil record. We know what life on this planet looked like
Now, how are you dating
before
these
time.
fossils? Let me ask you this: how are you dating these fossils?
yeah.
Generally,
Well,
radiometric dating.
You know Satan
Also,
put those
how
fossils
wait a
there.
hold
minute,
on.
how far back
You
can
can look at it. Okay.
radiometric dating
Now,
go?
you're clearly coming in here with your own agenda, but I'm just trying to explain the scientific method. Okay. Um, and the way
His theory.
to date
I
stuff
mean,
is
I could just say that back on you. That's like bad faith, bro.
how's
I
it
could
bad
just
faith?
say you're coming in with your
Okay,
agenda.
then you tell me how you think we know how
But
old they
you came in here after us, so you're
are.
coming
I was
in
just
here with
defining
your
the difference
scientific
between a theory and a
agenda.
Well, like
hypothesis.
how
Now you're talking
old
about evolution.
is the Earth?
Approximately 6.5 billion years old.
Right, and I thought like we can't go past what is it, like they say 4 billion or something like that, or no,
It's
it
based on
isn't
what?
that. And if you're talking about like carbon 4 or 14 dating,
Carbon
you're
14 dating.
limited
Yeah,
to like
carbon 14
50,000
dating.
years.
Yeah, carbon 14 dating
Yeah, but
is
that
not.
was all dated off of wood from
But
wasn't that
What do
again,
taken
y'all
from
think
Egyptian
science got
tombs and
wrong?
stuff like
but
that?
What's
you're making
your
a fallacy assuming that
non-scientific
carbon 14 dating is the
take
only
on
type
it?
of radiometric dating that we use.
Well,
We're
yeah, but
actually
is
Yeah,
that
looking.
but we
correct? How
can't
do
go
you know
past
that it's
four
even
billion.
correct?
How do we know that it's older than 4 billion? What is?
Well, there are elements which do have half-lives at that age. Plus, it's not just radiometric dating. We also look at the geological record, which fits in line on what we know about how certain things. You know, the deeper we go into the geologic record, part of dating planet Earth is also based um, for example, plate tectonics. That's how we know, how many times the continents have spread, come back together. We can extrapolate from that based on empirical evidence that we can see how fast the continents move. So again, that's what a theory is. It's not just one thing. It's different experiments.
So you're
Look
back
at
to calling
many
it a
different things. Which
wait a minute, wait a minute. So you're back to calling it a theory, correct?
Yeah, but we can't. He
That's
was
what they're
always saying it
called.
was a
Thank you.
scientific theory. I'm the one saying
Right,
it's not.
exactly. Well, no,
I'm the one
no. I'm
saying it's
just
not
saying.
though,
Wait,
because like
wait a minute. Wait a
again,
minute.
you
Wait a minute.
can't travel back
Wait
in
a
time
minute.
to do these proper experiments.
Wait a
Right?
minute.
Like
again,
it
Wait a minute.
doesn't.
My point. Wait a minute.
I
Why
don't
do
want to
all
be
you have to
rude, but
just let me talk for a
Let
second?
I
fools
can only
Well,
listen
talk.
to one voice at a time.
Jesus Christ.
I can only listen to one voice at a time, please.
Yeah. My point being is they are all theories. And it's great to look at all these theories from a bunch of different, aspects and look at this. But science is a lot of theories and a lot
Yes,
of hypotheses and a lot of these. And we've watched that change so many times, so many times, so many times, the theories. So open your minds. That's kind of what I'm saying.
It's
well,
And
supposed to change. It's designed to
that's
change.
the
That's
point.
science.
When
finding.
you say
again,
that we all agree upon science is not a decided upon point that it can change. So when somebody comes in and says this is how it is, this is
well, that's
exactly what it is,
But you're
that
missing
is
the point
we're
is
wrong.
that
talking about the
it sort of
difference
implies.
between a science, like what's needed for a scientific theory, and I'm arguing here that if for it to be a scientific theory, it would have to involve the scientific method. And how do you go back a billion years and observe what's
I just
happening?
told you. I just explained it.
No, you no.
Radiometric dating.
You're making
Theory
no.
of plate
What you're
tectonics.
saying, what you're saying is we use radiometric dating that it
That's
has
one.
its flaws
That's one
itself, right?
aspect of it.
Well, yeah,
The
right,
geological record.
right? A geological record that we have
Plate
to
tectonics.
wait, no. We have to guess, right? We don't have a geological record
No, we don't have
billion
to guess.
years
Why
ago,
would we have
do
to
We have
we?
to
guess?
interpret.
Why would we
You
have
have
to
a
guess?
geological record from a billion years ago?
No, but we can
Oh,
look at
got you.
that.
So you have to guess.
But what's your alternative version that God
Yeah,
created the
I
thing
don't get
and
it.
that
I
we
mean,
don't need evidence for any of that, but science
you're
has to
welcome
bring all
to
this
negate
evidence
the
for their
methods we
version of it?
use.
Well,
They're not.
I have different
They're
arguments for God, but that's not what we're talking about, right? I was
ice core examples. Good
Well, it
example
kind
in
of
the chat.
It's
is.
weird though that like that's the first place to go when I'm trying to.
Because that is what you're talking about because you're coming at it from that perspective.
There can be other perspectives. It doesn't have
Well,
to be always.
that's why I asked. And he said we don't have to talk about that right now. So there
Yeah,
obviously is
we're not
other
talking about
perspectives worth
that. That's the whole
pursuing.
point.
I
But there
just
can be other
all
perspectives.
I'd like to say is I just caution you in negating scientific methods and scientific theories that you don't fully understand, because then it's going to come off and look like, well, you're just like, how do we know? We
It's
can't
not
go back
working
there.
though.
I mean, the
Do you
classic
I
fully
example
don't think
is,
it's gonna
understand
work.
it?
how do I know that the sun is 8 light minutes away from planet Earth? I don't have a ruler that big. I've never been to the
Do,
sun. How do I know that?
do you
Right.
fully understand it?
Exactly. How do you know that?
How do I know that? How do I know that Karen Reed didn't kill that police officer? I wasn't
Yeah,
there. I
see,
didn't
you
That's
see it.
not
can't answer that
science.
though, right? How do you know
Yeah,
how far
my
away the
point is,
sun is?
I mean,
How do you know how hot the sun
you don't
is?
actually have to see
Did
things.
y'all have science in Canada like in grade school? Because that's where I learned all this.
Yeah, this is where you were told all this. What does that have to do with
But I'm just saying,
anything?
were you told the same thing, or taught the same thing, or allowed to see for yourself how it works through? Because we
Did
had
they teach you
lab, we
to
had to do
But
did they
you're
teach you to
experiments and
wear
all kind of
antlers
stuff.
in that school too?
It
Or
wasn't just them telling us stuff. They told us stuff, and they said, "Here, we're going to do this lab experiment, and you're going to see for yourself that what we're telling you works and how
Absolutely.
it
oh yeah,
works."
so what lab experiment
So
did
I'm
you do to see
curious
the
if you
distance
in
of the
your
sun?
school did they do that kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
stuff?
What lab experiment did you do to see the distance of
Like
the sun?
the baking soda with the
Um,
Oh, the
so,
volcanoes.
yeah,
to
making the
go to the sun
volcano.
one,
Right.
there was this other YouTuber who, um, he agreed to bet me $5,000. I knew he didn't have it, but I couldn't resist because he had a lot of
I
hubris and
got
legit
5 grand. What
science.
do we want to bet?
And we actually did it to the moon because it was at night, and we measured the distance to the moon using a quarter.
Using a
Which are in
quarter?
Canada, a US 25-cent
Sounds like
Yeah,
a
quarter.
explain how you do that.
plan.
Explain
That's
that.
so
How you do
both.
that.
Simple
For
ratios. What you do
simple
is, so
ratios.
Yeah,
you know
there's
the
this.
size of,
There's math too. That's the other part of
yeah.
this. That
Well, which
science.
side
Oh,
was
I
the
didn't
quarter?
know
Was it
that. I
lying
didn't know
flat or was it on its
Thanks, Jeff.
side?
I didn't know. We don't have math in Canada schools
Well,
either. Thanks.
that's what I'm trying to find. That's I asked
That's
some
why you
Yeah.
tough
guys use
questions here.
metrics. That's the problem.
In Canada, they just believe. They just, instead of ruling how long a bridge needs to go, they just believe that it
I mean,
has
if
to
you use
be that way. It
kilometers and
works.
kilograms, of course you're not going to be able to do
Oh
any math. You
right,
got to use
yeah. Of
pounds
course they're
and
gonna get everything wrong.
Yeah, whenever they make a bridge and it works, it's because they just believe it works. That's how it
every time I
In
go in an
Mexico, it's
airplane,
even worse. In Mexico, they don't even believe it works, but it just does.
It just
It just
does, though.
stops working in the
but it's a
middle.
Mother Mary in Mexico. Mother Mary does everything.
Yeah, correct.
Or Cathol.
It's okay. Like I'm just pointing out the lack in calling evolution a scientific theory.
But you're wrong. It is a scientific theory.
It is a
Well, I'm
scientific.
not
Science
wrong.
is
wait,
the one that developed.
It's
Where
because
else did it
I'm
come from
refuting
but
you. You
science?
got all like soy
You're
about
not.
it and
You're
acting
not
like, well,
do
you
refuting.
you
just
You're
don't
understand the
understand.
theory?
you're
Like, do
You
you
negating.
like
understand the
saying I
theory?
don't understand something isn't proving anything.
Well,
You
yes.
know,
I
there's
mean,
math involved, and I can prove it with a
But
quarter.
wait, we asked you about
But
your
guess what?
version and
I
how to
could
prove.
say
You're like,
this.
I don't need to
yeah. I
prove
mean,
my
No, here,
version
this
of
is
it.
how
We
I
don't
can
have to talk
refute
about.
what
So
you
we're
just
talking
said.
about
Here's how I
yours.
So
can
just use
refute what you just said, and it'd be
but you
easy.
haven't refuted it yet. You just said
I
no.
can though. Like, let
It's
me
not an
do it.
argument.
Right? It'll be easy. Right? You
I
said
mean,
that we can figure out the distance of the moon with a quarter and
yep.
simple ratios. Right? So I'm gonna say, actually, those simple ratios that you have are faulty, and every quarter isn't actually the same size. So this is actually a failed experiment.
Well,
No, but it's
maybe in
close enough
Canada,
to
because
get the
Canada
distance.
does things really
Yeah,
weird.
see,
Here in the
But
United
you
States,
can always refute it with
that's
your
not an
own
argument.
math and your own
Maybe in
equations
Canada.
and
quarters
show
are
exactly
the same
how it's
size.
wrong. That's what a
Can
mathematician would
quarters
do.
make it to the firmament?
See this shit?
The firmament.
See, when
All
I
those
made an
quarters flying
assertion just
around up there.
now, when I made
What
an
do you think
assertion,
Trapped
Canada?
in the
that's not
Curling?
an argument. You make an
No,
assertion, it's an argument.
we'll do it in a way a Canadian can understand. You guys do curling. We just need a round object. So you take what do you call those things?
We can
Are
do
they
it in a
curls?
way a Canadian can understand. Like,
Yeah,
what's me
we'll use
being
curling.
Canadian have
We
anything
know
to
the
do with
size
it?
of a
How many?
curl.
Okay, all you
I don't know. You
Canadians.
won't tell us what they
Listen,
want
all
you
you
to say.
Canadians. What I want to know is how many bottles of maple syrup does it take to get to the
Right? Like,
Yeah,
this is
Canadian maple
like,
syrup sucks.
it's
Everybody knows
funny that the
maple
people
syrup
that
is so
seem
much.
like they care most about being like shut down for labels would like be the first ones to pipe up
You
about
sound
some
you sound a
bullshit.
little hurt and sensitive over that.
No, I'm not sensitive. But if I started like saying, Jeff, I
Your
don't need to
butt hurt.
listen to you because you just got a gay ass view because you're gay. So like, who gives a shit about what
They
gay
say
people
that.
say? You
Hey,
wouldn't like
Jeff's
that,
gay.
right?
I never
They
realized
say
You
that.
wouldn't
all
like
that. I
that, would
just
you,
talk
Jeff?
anyway.
Right, exactly. You don't want to answer that, do you, Jeff? Would that
I
be
just
would
answered it.
that
I
be a
said
good
they say that all the
reputation?
time. I just
Would
talk
that be a
anyway.
good reputation though?
I don't care.
No, would it be a good reputation?
I don't care if it's a good reputation or not. I don't base
Right.
my
So like
reputation
that's
on
what I'm
that.
pointing out that it's not though. So like if you don't care, then why are you mad that I'm pointing out it's not?
Huh?
Huh?
I
If
care.
you don't care that I'm pointing out your reputation wasn't good by bringing up I'm Canadian, why do you care
No, I
that I'm
just said
bringing it up?
you seem a little like sensitive and hurt about it.
No, I just
It's
like
weird
I'm
seeing
pointing out
you
that it's
this.
stupid, right?
Well, because
Yeah,
he
but
knows he's going to
you
be
have
part of the
a
United
lot of
States soon.
strong feeling about it.
I'm
Which makes
literally
it
in
awesome.
the
So I'm a
states
party
right
now.
now, you dummy. I'm a dual citizen. You bringing me
Well,
up, bringing
soon
up
you
that
won't
I'm
have to be a dual
Canadian,
citizen. You'll just be a
bringing up
single
that I'm
citizen.
Canadian has nothing to do with anything.
Kind of
All
sounds
right,
like you're
Jeff,
insecure about
thanks
being
for having me
Canadian.
on. I wanted to jump in here and just throw a corkscrew into the thing. I
I
do
don't know how they
appreciate
do
you
it
having
in
me on. I
Canada.
do appreciate
Yeah.
having me on.
Like that means
Fools,
anything.
I always
Yep.
enjoy you stopping by.
I know,
Thanks
Jeff.
for
Thanks
Good to
for
meet
having me
you.
on. As
Good to
always,
meet
all you
you.
people on panel, God bless you, and everybody out there in chat, you as well. See you guys
and
later.
sub to
Have a good night.
Fools. He does
Keep
trivia
your
and he
minds
does
open.
cool
Keep your minds
panels.
open. Later on.
I want to do trivia. I got accused of cheating at trivia again.
Go check out Fools. He's always doing trivia.
Can I ask you a question, Tomic, real quick?
Sure.
To who?
Do you understand all of the theory of evolution?
I've said multiple times I'm not a biologist.
But you're defending the theory, right?
Well, it as a
But
scientist,
you're American, so you should know.
Wait.
as a scientist,
Oh
I
my god, a
understand
nerve got touched.
what a theory is.
Why? Because I'm bringing it up?
Yeah,
And
but
I know enough
When you bring it
about.
up, it's not about
I'm
nerves.
not the best at reading vibes and emotion, but something got touched there with the
Yeah,
It's
but
Canadian.
Canada, man.
Maybe that's what you're like
Like,
fantasizing about, but that's not what
I
happened.
don't
No,
believe
you
that
seem really
Canadians
bothered
are
about it.
genetically inferior to Americans. You got the same genes. You can accept evolution. It's okay.
Yeah, but like you bringing up I'm Canadian has no weight in this conversation. You understand that, right?
No, it has nothing to do with it. But I'm just refuting your
Right. So
position
it's
because you're Canadian.
stupid, right? So when I
Oh,
say
I'm just
you're
refuting it.
stupid for bringing it up, I'm
Well,
not
I'm just
wrong,
refuting
right?
it. You're Canadian. I get it. Canadians aren't as smart as Americans, but soon you will be.
Really?
You see that picture I have? One of those is coming from Canada soon.
okay,
Oh.
Tomic. So you're
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So
Are you-
can you give
are
me
you
what's
defense
the 20th Amendment?
The 20th Amendment? I don't care about the 20th Amendment.
Oh, because you're so like you know so much
Is that
about
the one
America.
to make Canada a state?
You're an American that doesn't know your amendments. Great.
You know,
Good.
I'll give you one more.
That is
I'll
great.
give you one more.
That's
It
great.
is
You should be
embarrassing because
deported with all the illegal aliens being
I'll give you one
deported.
more. I
You
should know
should
the
be
20th
deported
Amendment
with
because
all the
I have a
illegal
bachelor's of
aliens
arts
being
in
deported,
political
my guy.
science, and I
That's
don't
what
know
you
what the
should
20th
be.
Amendment is.
Right? I know you don't.
Unless
I
an
just
American
asked you and you said no. Weird the Canadian does though.
Well, you guys don't have to know anything because you just capitulate to the king.
Well, guess what, buddy? I voted on the president, right? That we have right now.
Illegally,
I'm
clearly,
a,
illegally because you're Canadian.
I'm a dual citizen. Do you know what a
We
dual
don't. The
citizen
United
is?
States doesn't recognize dual citizenship.
The,
You're toting a fine
are
line
you
there,
actually
buddy.
serious? Is that like
Well,
what you
that's easy
believe?
to look up. Let's see.
It should be.
Oh, now you're talking about should.
Yeah. Let me guess. You voted for Harris, then, you Canadians coming down here to mess up our government.
I just said I voted for the president we have. Are you?
Yes, the U.S. recognizes
This
dual
guy's
citizenship,
actually
allowing
dense. This is an
individuals to be
American that
citizens of
thinks
both
that
the
you
United
can't have
States
dual
and another
citizens and
country
doesn't know the 20th
simultaneously.
Amendment. Don't ever talk
Well,
about me being Canadian again.
I'm
Bro. I'm
However,
more
American.
it's
I don't know
American
my
than
own
you.
important to the laws of the
government.
I'm more
country,
American
as
than
not all
you.
nations permit
No.
I'm more
citizenship.
American than you.
I'm more American because I don't know my own
Yeah,
amendment.
yeah. You know what's
That's what the
funny
average
about the
American
difference
is. The
between
average
me and
American
you?
doesn't know
I
anything about
work
citizenship.
and learn about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and everything. You know why? Because that's what you have to do to become a citizen here. If you're not born here,
So you
all you
became
did,
you
all you
started out
did,
Canadian
all
and
you
got
did is
American
your
Oh
citizenship.
my
mom and her brother had a fucking baby and you were born
Yes.
here. That's all that
Yep.
happened. All right.
Are you
I
jealous
kind
about
of
Don't
that?
agree
act
with
yourself
Atomic,
acting like you
though.
did something special to be American. You did nothing.
I
You were
kind of
born
agree
on
with
some
Atomic,
fucking
though,
earth.
that it's
Get
more
your dumb ass
American
up.
to not understand American
That,
politics than
You're
more,
probably
most
right.
Americans
Yes, I
have no
think it is.
idea, and it
Yeah,
sounds
the
like
other
kind of
the other
salty that
Canadians
that,
telling
that,
you what is
that
Right. So
American.
don't bring up
God,
me being Canadian then. That has nothing to do with
well,
it. You
God
retard.
said God
Oh,
said you were going to be
what
born
a
in the U.S.
troll!
God likes
Who
me
knew?
better. I don't have to know my system because I'm an American.
like only a Canadian could pretend to understand American politics.
Yeah, like you,
Only
man.
a dude that pretends to be a girl would say some stupid
Oh, I don't
shit.
pretend.
Are you Canadian,
Fuck
Fox?
up. Shut the fuck
Oh
up,
yeah, I'm
Melanie.
Canadian. That's
You're
why I
a
Oh,
pretend to
goofy
okay. And
understand.
who
fuck.
else is Canadian on here?
I just
Emmet?
has to. But that's why I pretend to understand American politics, because like it's a very Canadian thing to comment on American politics.
It's because they're
Yeah.
jealous,
Oh,
man.
yes. Believe me, we know.
In
Not
my
lies.
defense, though, I grew up so on the border, like on the Detroit River. I could see the GM building from my window
Nobody cares.
in Detroit.
Did you ever
Nobody
want to be
cares.
American? Like, oh, I wish I could live
I
over
wish
there.
I
and
could
be
live in
part of
Cali because of the fucking weather, and I do feel like I should have been born in Cali.
No,
I
you
identify
I
as
am
a
not
You say you
surprised.
seem Cali.
Believe you.
I identify as a Californian.
Do you mean California?
What's your transgender? Melanie, you should have picked Cali.
Yeah, no, that's my transnational identity, Californian American.
Oh,
Cool, bro.
Identify as a Canadian then.
I am Canadian.
Hey,
Yeah.
someone give me the red maple leaf. I'm Canadian today, bitches. Jesus Christ. You crack me up, Mel. Oh, you're a gem. You're a gem, buddy.
Well, unfortunately, in order to be Canadian, you need the biological trait of your head disconnecting from.
I thought you
from
had something you had to
jaw.
And you
do.
know,
Why did you come back?
you know, to be a woman, you need to be connected biologically. Come
Thank you,
on,
Zephyr.
you want to play this stupid fucking game? We'll play stupid fucking games.
Well, have you looked? How do you know I don't have fallopian tubes as well?
I love how Mel
you
said
don't
I
have. You
to
said
go
because you said you were male to female.
Mel said
What
Mel
about-
said
That's
he
how
had
I
to
know
go
you don't
because
have
his
fallopian
boyfriend was
tubes.
calling
Speaking of
him, and now
science.
he's back up here.
What about
Look, I
ovotesticular?
have no problems with trans people. I just got a problem when you double down on your fucking stupidity.
What about
And then try to
ovotesticular?
act intellectual that we're all
Bro.
stupid because we can't follow your
That's what
stupid
happens
lingo
when
because
you
you change it all
sterilize
the
yourself
time.
with them drugs.
What
bro.
about
Jesus
ovotesticular?
Yeah,
fuck.
fuck.
What about ovotesticular syndrome? What about
Well, what should
ovotesticular?
we?
What about
You got
ovotesticular
syndromes
syndrome?
too?
What about
What about
ovotesticular?
What?
I
What
don't
don't
think
know
it
what that
matters what
is?
kind of questions you ask.
Do you know what
I
ovotesticular
don't
syndrome
know.
is? Okay, that's where you have ovarian tissue in your balls.
But you don't have all that. You're a
You don't know
guy
that. Have you looked?
that said that you felt
you
like
don't know
a
that.
woman.
Wait,
We
you
don't
don't know
have
that.
to know that.
You
You've
said you
already
felt like
said it,
both.
dummy.
Yeah.
That's ovotesticular.
And then when you went to the boys' school, you
You're a
started to
fucking
feel
dude.
more feminine because of the contrast with
I'm
you
just
and
saying,
the other guys.
have you test my balls to see if I have ovotesticular syndrome?
No.
I
I'll
don't know.
fucking
I
test
really
your
don't
balls.
need
I have
to.
no problem looking at another man's
Fucking
balls. Bring them
weirdo.
over here. I'll test them for you.
So it's only a safe assumption for inductive reasoning, but not really for dialectical reasoning.
Mel. Oh my god.
But you don't even have to
We
do
don't
all that.
wanna
You would just
know.
tell us.
We don't
'cause
want to
if
know.
it's
You brought
you
this
know.
I
up,
haven't
and we
looked.
don't
No,
want to
wait,
know.
Jeff,
Okay.
I haven't looked either.
I know
by the
you
way.
So
want
you don't
so
even know
bad
if
to
you
look
have
for
that or
some
not.
condition
don't
that'll
know. I
make you
could,
be a
though.
fucking girl, but you're not, and you'll never be. Okay,
No, I'm just saying,
relax all that
how
shit.
do you know that with 100% certainty? If you
I
said,
know 100% you'll
I
never
don't think
be
it's
a
virtue
fucking
signaling,
woman.
Effigy. I think this
100%.
is legitimate reactions.
how do you know, Speakeasy, with 100%? You can say 99.5 or whatever, and I could be agreeable with that. But you act like it's 100% certain
Yeah,
that I don't have that thing.
God told me.
God told. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God reveals all.
That feels like a self-report, so I'll just leave it.
Except
Oh,
for
I'll
just
take
like
that
your
makes us
argument.
fucking gender
we all do it
identity, it's just a
anyway.
self-report. Yeah, so I won't
Yeah.
accept it. You goofy fuck. Shut
Understanding
up.
the difference between
Shut up.
gender and sex
Shut
is
up.
not a
Shut
it's a
up.
self-report
Shut
of being
up.
intelligent.
God, I
Shut up.
can't wait till Mel
If
and
you
I
can
have our
believe you have a
conversation without all
different
this
gender,
yelling
then
over
I
each
have
other.
God talking to me in my head, and he told me to
Jeff,
tell you to shut up.
you're at least twice as intelligent as Speakeasy, so we're gonna have a good convo. I can tell.
Yeah, you're at least twice as you literally stalk me. You watch me every night and stalk what panels I go
Dude,
on, and then
I'm
come
subscribed
join
to
them
Jeff.
until
I've been
they kick
I
you
subscribed
thought
off.
for
you
like
wanted
months.
people to
This
watch
is the
you.
thing. This is the most tolerable I've seen Jeff ever. Jeff will kick you off so fucking fast. Be prepared, Melanie. This won't be an accepted space for you either. When Jeff sees the real you, you'll get kicked
Oh.
off here too. Everybody bans you for a reason, and Jeff will see
After
that.
they
Just
What's
like
the
disrespect
real
me.
everyone else
her?
is.
Well,
After
she's.
they
Mark my
disrespect
This
fucking
is
words.
interesting.
I was
What
right
is the
about it
real
before,
So
and I'll
do you
be
see how
right
the
about it
real
disrespectful?
you
again.
of a trans
Do
person?
you see how disrespectful Speakeasy is? Is usually people who are hosts get kind of uppity, and when you stand up for
Shut up,
yourself,
Mel.
when you stand up for yourself, they can't handle that. Now I
You don't
apologize
stand up
crossing
for
the line.
yourself. You're bad faith. You're obtuse. You obfuscate and you fucking lie. That's all you do.
But anyways,
Well, I
Jeff,
The
haven't
reason why
noticed any
Easy
of that
treats
yet.
you that way because you deserve it. Like
but basically it
I've
boils
never
down
seen
to
I have never seen
okay, cool.
Speakeasy
Nick,
acted
I'm a
in such a
MAGA.
way
We
where
could have
it's
been arguing.
unprovoked. I have never seen that. You're
Like
just butthurt because nobody's going to
people get
tolerate
out
your
of me.
stupid ass.
People
Hey,
get out of me
African.
what they
I
put in.
like what's her Fox so far. I don't have a problem with her. I'm enjoying our conversation.
Just wait, Jeff.
So I haven't noticed yet all of the stuff that y'all are saying.
And typically people
You
get out
will.
of me. Typically, people get out of me what they put in. I am what you want me to be. So if you want me to
You're
be
getting a small
rational,
taste
Well,
of it,
wait,
Nick.
isn't it the opposite of trans though? When you're
Pre-code.
convinced you're this one thing and you have to have all
actually,
this
you'll
surgery
find
to
I'm
be
quite.
it.
I'm quite flexible. Like people often misgender me in this space, and I don't give a shit. Whoa, all right, my cat just
Pre-code.
tried to jump up on something and failed. You okay, baby?
I actually
Anyways.
got you right. I thought you were trans.
But yeah, like no, actually, like I'm not. I don't hold anybody to any sort of code or anything. With
She
that sort
sounds
of.
pretty chill. Like my problem with trans is the activists. It's not the trans people, and you don't seem like one of the really obnoxious activists.
I am in the sense of countering misinformation.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Yeah,
Ask
well,
Melanie if we
that's what
should
I want to get into
transition
when we
kids.
talk because I want to understand it more.
Ask Melanie if we should transition kids.
Well, maybe we can talk about it during our conversation.
Yeah, especially I have a lot of sources that pertain to this. Shows that children form their gender identity really early, even before they have cognitive flexibility. That's showing that you can't.
But how come? Here's my big question: how come the trans people up to my generation were just fine, and the next generation are
I don't know
very
what you mean by
neurotic and
just
at the
fine.
mercy of everything around them?
Attention
Something
seekers, that's why.
changed
So it
from
has.
my trans people to the ones of today.
So it has to do with the right wing framing of trans people because they're narratorially
Oh my God.
oppositional to it, right?
That's not
Do you know
true.
how old Jeff is? Do you
Wait,
think
hang
Jeff
on. We
hasn't
got
been called
Craig
everything
Durbin in the
fucking
back. Does
book?
anybody know Craig?
I do not.
You're not
Durbin.
speaking
Remember
anything
that
new
name.
to Jeff about being fucking discriminated against, eh? Do you know how old Jeff is? This is stupid argument you're giving him.
So, by the way, I'd never said me in that statement at all. I said that there is a right wing agenda to push trans people as being the opposite, the enemy,
Oh,
somebody to
thanks,
attack.
Blackout.
And
Thanks a
so,
lot.
it's advantageous for them narratorily to look at trans people when they're at their worst. You can do the same thing with any group of people, right? Karen's was a good phenomenon of that. The left does it with red pill, like white boy bros, and like how that culture can be kind of cringe. The more you focus on something, the more that starts to be seem true within that bubble.
Only
I
to
agree with that.
idiots.
I agree with
Only
that.
to
True.
the
That's
dumb.
a false dialectic. That's a
because
false
trans
dialectic.
people, this is the
No,
real
no,
answer.
what he's saying is correct.
No, the real answer is
No, that's a
because
false
trans
dialectic.
people, started trying to force people to accept and care about all this identity shit, and that's what the problem is. Because
Nobody's
if you
forcing
look at just
It
let
is
me explain it. Let me explain. You look at people that have like a gothic identity and they walk out in public, they do all this shit, nobody cares. But
I'm a former goth.
if we were forced to care about people and accept gothic fucking identity, and we have to hire somebody dressed like a goth because we just have to. We would be the exact same way. You don't want no one to care, Mel. Shut the fuck up about it and go live your life.
My
So-
first job, I dressed goth and I made good money.
If there was a political agenda to like make gothic people out to be like the thing that's going to ruin society, then we probably would need some sort of campaign.
But y'all are trying to like drastically change things about society. Sports, women's restrooms, how people talk. That's real stuff that people
Let's address the
to.
restrooms thing, because that's the less complicated but still kind of difficult. You understand that like it's still illegal to do bad stuff in a restroom, right? Like the only thing that actually prevents a male from going into a woman's restroom and doing bad things is not because it's illegal for a male to necessarily go into the woman's restroom. It's because it's bad things to do it in there.
So do you feel, are like, what restroom do you use? Are you scared to pee?
I generally avoid both because I don't like real life confrontation.
Do you get confronted?
I haven't, to be honest. I've actually had more confrontations in the men's washroom based on appearing as a woman.
So, like, you walk in as a
cap
in the men's restroom as looking like a woman.
This is cap, bro. Real women walk into the men's room and nobody says nothing to them. Such a dumbass. You're such a liar, man. Like, this is what I mean. You're such a fucking liar.
No,
like, what are you talking about? You know how many times I've been at clubs and all types of shit and chicks come into the dude's washroom? You're a liar. You're a fucking liar.
Do you remember last time you said something in the
There's only been instances of accusations thrown at trans women in washrooms. There hasn't been any trans women prosecuted for doing anything in the washroom, just to be clear.
Well, Lily Cano's going to get prosecuted.
Wait, you said this to start
pictures?
with the restrooms because this would be easy to solve, and I still don't understand.
You know how you solve the restroom thing? Where I work, they did it. They just made single-use restrooms, and they're the greatest thing in the world.
Airplanes have those too.
I lock the door, beautiful, and I don't like even using the
right,
restroom.
but not every place has that.
It is logistically.
Let's make people and businesses spend more money so that we can fucking adhere to the minority of the fucking. Like, this is crazy.
Well, most small businesses have single-use washrooms.
Let the free market decide that.
You know what it is, right?
That doesn't apply. That doesn't apply to small businesses.
No, listen. I've went out, and I'm sure each one of us have went out in public many times and not even had to use a public washroom. Okay, I go to my kids' baseball games and they take hours and I don't have to use the public washrooms, okay? So your excuse is nothing. If you can't pass enough to get into the girls' washroom with nobody saying anything, go fuck off somewhere.
What did Easy say?
Is, right?
I didn't even hear it.
Simple, right?
I do.
Simple.
I'm just generally socially anxious.
Simple as it is, right? Don't make it
I think I'm
going to
bring this Craig Durbin guy
people
on
in
with
fear
the,
because you want to be comfortable. That's
overlay.
fucking weird.
Yeah, it's...
Okay, Craig, you're on. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I apologize for not having a webcam, but it's not. I don't have one on this machine, and I'm going to be replacing it. So,
what's
get a good one.
What's on your mind? You're not gonna disrupt the channel, are you?
No.
Which of the trolls on screen would you say best describe you?
Too old for that. You'd be surprised.
I know. I understand.
Troll fairy.
All right. Well, I guess let's welcome Mr. Craig.
So yeah, I want to address 2 points that were made just to make sure that they get addressed. One, because one of them were yours, Jeff. The first one is that we're not necessarily trying to change much. what gender science theory as a whole is changing is the idea that we have to like force people to conform to gender norms.
Nobody's doing that. Y'all are living in some archaic world from the 50s when people used to actually do that, like which is everything from the left. Y'all, your
You are on a
narratives
panel.
are from like 30 to 50 years ago.
You are on a panel where someone was like, "You have a penis, therefore you must act this way." So I would argue that
Who said that?
that's not necessarily true.
You don't have to listen to them. You're grown up enough
No, I
to
don't.
Who
not
said that?
internalize
Like I said,
stuff.
Who
And
said
like I
that,
said-
Mel?
like I
Just
said-
ask you. Who said that?
Like I said, I can't force
Right,
that person to
nobody.
change that mind.
Exactly. You see,
I
Jeff
had
is
to
already
gaslighting.
seeing it.
See, I had 2 points, and the second point goes to what Speakeasy says, that we can't force people to be accepting of this. We're just saying you're a jackass if you
But
don't.
you are trying to.
No, I
You'll
don't think.
get very
I don't think anyone's
nasty
being.
about it.
The
And
only,
I
the
think
only-
you're a jackass
the
for
only way you
making
see
me
that-
try to accept it. So
Okay, cool. So the
Cool,
only
then
the only
move
way
on.
you see anything that
Move
you can
on,
to
man.
force are people who have some sort of a systemic responsibility. Doctors, for example, who might have trans patients. It's not applied to the common layperson.
what the fuck?
The issue is that
person.
you have the freedom to be anything you want to be. You don't have the freedom to force anybody else to believe what you believe.
Right. And
Nobody's
that's what
forcing
y'all
you.
try to do.
You
No, we
trying
can't.
And
to?
I have a son that's gay. He hates the LGBTQ, whatever
Where,
it is.
where have I
Because
forced
if-
any of you to
You're
agree
doing it
with
right
me?
now.
No, I'm debating you.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're forcing it. It's my
Well,
way or
I'm
no way.
interested in
That's
where
ridiculous.
where
think
the
he- I don't
gender
think he's
norms are
forcing
being
it.
enforced. Because you said
I don't
you-
think he's forcing it.
you don't think it's right to force people to behave a certain way based on their gender, but where is that happening?
So again, if we shame people for not being masculine enough, that can actually drive people into
Only
this is some-
snowflakes, but where is that happening?
only. Wait, are you saying only?
Even
Just
to
to be clear,
snowflakes, where
I
who is
just-
doing that? I don't see that happening like
okay,
it
can I-
used to.
can I ask a clarifying question?
Let's go,
Yeah.
Jeff.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Yeah.
So when you say there's snowflakes, do you mean the people who are expecting others to conform, or the people who are being told to conform?
No, the ones that
like
cry
you said,
because
you
they were
said
told
if
they weren't a
somebody
man.
shames you for this, it could cause lasting whatever. And I'm thinking only to snowflake. Like normal adult, healthy adult people have a certain amount of resilience that it's not going to damage them for life if somebody doesn't think exactly like they do about something.
Jeff,
Yeah, and if you actually cared about that, why would you like bring up someone's wife and kids to them? If that's the type of shit you actually cared about, then why would you do that type of shit and try to cause everlasting effects on other people?
Hey,
you don't
Jeff.
actually care about this only for yourself. That's what I'm trying to say. You want to make everyone adhere to your world. Fuck that. This ain't
Jeff.
Melanie's world, right?
Hey Jeff, have you ever heard of gender role strain?
Jeff, he's not saying that.
Gender who? See, that kind of shit, that is a made up shit. That is a new generation, just like misgendering and dead. Oh my God, I have social
No, I put a
role
link in the
strain.
side.
I
but-
can't handle being exposed to what other people think I should be. Because I don't have enough agency to determine on my own
No,
independent
this
of
is
that.
something we can observe in people when we do studies. So I
if
put a
I
link
could
in the
ju-
side.
if I could just interject,
I want to know if I could
don't
respond
think
to the
Fox is
host,
doing that.
please. And, well, I just want to give him my response. I put a link in the side. This is something we
just
can
try to help
study. People who feel more of a need to adhere to traditional masculine roles also tend to have unhealthy behaviors associated with that as a
they
result of
don't.
gender
That's-
role strain.
Well, I will agree that that's a loaded statement, but before
Well,
that,
look at the link. I posted the link in the side
hold
chat.
on, hold
It's
on.
right there.
I will give Fox some benefit that I think the rest of us are actually applying onto Fox what we've seen other trans activists does. Like, Melanie clearly doesn't sound like a Lily Tano, which is pushing it in everybody's face for the sole purpose of creating rage. So we
Can
got to
I
be
ask
careful.
you
not-
a follow
not
up on
apply
that
that to
real
him.
quick? Yeah, so like if you were to see that and every time Melanie got onto a panel, it went to this conversation, would you have a different opinion of that?
Well, I've only met Melanie today. Good to meet you. So I can't answer
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm just
question.
asking you a
I can't-
hypothetical.
Well, I can't answer a question which I have no frame of reference.
So people
Well,
who
the
tend not to like
hypothetical
me,
is right. The hypothetical is that every time you see Melanie go onto a panel, the conversation goes into the trans ideology conversations.
and I've never
Oh,
said
That
every
was
time
to
I
But in
happen.
yeah.
this
Oh,
case,
okay.
wait, hang on,
If that was to
because in
happen,
this
though,
case, I brought it here. I have
I
been
Yeah, that's
get it,
wanting a
true.
Jeff.
trans
No, I
person
get Jeff.
to
I
cut.
get that,
So
Jeff.
this,
That's not
I
what I'm
will take
saying.
full
I'm not saying
responsibility
about
for
but
the
right
that's
now,
content
Jeff.
usually the
I'm
tonight.
not
case,
saying
by the
about
way,
right now.
Jeff.
I'm asking a hypothetical. If this
That's
was the
normally how
case,
this goes. That's
like
normally how this
Melanie, can
goes.
you
Like
let me
people,
ask the French Canadian
why
over
are you
here?
talking past me for one thing? You're talking about me, well, as if I'm not here.
Well,
It's
listen,
very
I don't
dehumanizing.
care.
Secondly,
I'm trying to have
you're
a good
wrong.
faith
It's
convo,
usually
and
you
you
people
can't
who bring it
seem to
up.
have those.
It's usually
So
you
could
people
you
who
just
bring it
pipe
up.
down really quickly for
It's
just
usually
30
you
Oh,
people
who
who
seconds?
is you
bring up
people, by the
when I make
way?
a
What
when
do
I
you mean
30
make
by
a
you
decent
seconds,
people?
right?
argument.
30
Whenever I
seconds.
whenever
30
I make a
seconds,
decent
Mel. Come on,
argument,
you can do it.
whenever I make
You
a
can do
decent
it, Mel.
argument,
30
you
seconds.
people
You
bring
got
up my
this.
gender.
You
Whenever I
got
make a
this.
decent argument, you
You got
people
this,
bring up my
Mel.
gender.
You got
Whenever I
this.
bring up a decent argument,
You got
you
this,
people
Mel.
bring up my gender.
Mel.
Whenever I make a
Mel.
decent argument,
Mel.
you
Mel.
people do. You're sounding pretty triggered. So
Mel,
whenever I bring up a decent, can't
can
even
you
handle one
chill?
sentence. I
Can you
need less
chill
than
for a
30
second?
seconds. I need
Can you
less than
chill,
30
Mel?
seconds, and I can refute all of this.
Can you
It's
let
whenever
French
I make a
Canadian
decent
speak
argument.
for a second,
No,
please?
you got it last time. I'll get it this time.
Well,
Whenever
no, that's not what
I bring up
happened.
a
You
decent argument,
interrupted something that you weren't in the convo on. You just like to be center stage
whenever I
all the
bring up
time.
a,
Can you just stop
you're literally
talking for a
talking about,
second,
you're
right?
literally
Like, you're
talking
so
about me.
fucking, like,
You're
this is
literally
childish
talking
at this
about me.
point,
You're literally
right?
Yeah,
talking
you
about
did
me.
I'm not
hijack this
talking for
conversation to
you.
a
I'm
point.
asking a
So
hypothetical
whenever,
question to someone else.
so
This is
here's the
so
simple
fucking
answer.
goofy,
Here's
man.
the simple
Shut
answer.
up for a
Whenever I make a
second.
good argument against
Shut
something,
up for a
you people bring
second.
up my gender.
No,
Whenever I bring up,
actually,
yep,
never
yep.
once in my
Whenever
life
I bring up a
have I
decent
ever
argument,
used your
yep, you
gender
do.
and
Oh
your
yeah, you do.
gender identity
You
as an
definitely do.
argument to you.
Yes, you
Nice
do.
try.
You
Go
definitely
somewhere
ad
else
hom it.
with
You
that.
definitely
So,
ad hom it.
anyways,
You definitely do. So whenever I bring up a decent argument specifically,
holy fuck,
to go
man.
to
Can you shut
gender,
up for a second?
because you run out of dialogue tree options. So that's why you resort to gender. You run out of arguments. It's that simple.
Okay, anyways, so again, as I was asking you there, Nick, in this hypothetical, if every time someone got onto a panel and the conversation always ended up in a trans ideology conversation, would you assume that this person is actually trying to push this onto everyone?
Well, it's a hypothetical, so that's.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I'll give you a counterexample, which is not a hypothetical.
Well, yeah, but could you answer if that's a
Every
yes
time I
or
get
no?
on a panel, the conversation always turns to thermonuclear weapons, and people get annoyed by that. So I guess I can empathize. Maybe I would, but the specific topic about transgenderism doesn't really bother me. Generally, when people feel strongly about something, they tend to talk about it a lot. And I have a fetish for thermonuclear weapons. I'd like to talk about it now, but I don't know how to answer a hypothetical.
Okay, you don't know how to answer a hypothetical.
Because it's a hypothetical. I mean, that's like saying if every time he comes on here, he whips his penis out. Like, would that bother me? I don't know.
How would you feel?
I guess so. I guess
How
so.
would you feel? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning, Nick?
I didn't have breakfast this morning, and that's why I
how
feel
would you feel
terrible.
if you did?
Damn.
You feel better.
Well, that's not a hypothetical because I've had breakfast. No, because I have a frame of reference. I have had breakfast before,
You're right.
and I know I feel better when I have breakfast. That's not a hypothetical.
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. You can't answer hypotheticals.
I'm always right.
You can't engage with them. I understand.
Hypotheticals are
So
there's a really simple reality where we don't need hypotheticals. It's people refuse not to bring this up when I'm on panel.
Reality where we don't need
hypotheticals. So going back to Jeff, I'm not here to be a part of any agenda or to force anybody to do anything.
Sure, bro. I thought you were going to chill with your boyfriend. Why'd you come back?
With you.
Why'd you come back if it's not an agenda?
Why do you see me as a boyfriend?
Jeff, I'll concede to you that there are some Democrats who overly push it. They become SJWs about it, and it's kind of cringe. But
and they ruin it for a lot of people.
We also the actual trans community doesn't like.
Wait a minute, that is right. No, sorry, I'm Mel. I'm gonna even apologize to interrupt this time, bro. You were insulting my intelligence earlier. You can't even engage in a hypothetical. What's wrong with you, bro? You don't know logic. How can you break no logic and everything earlier?
Who's fighting now? I can't keep track.
No, he made a good point that it wasn't really a hypothetical.
that's not really a hypothetical.
No. But
Conditional statement.
what you are doing,
That was a
they are
conditional
trans.
statement.
They are
Hypotheticals.
trans people who
Hypotheticals
push
are
an agenda.
unrealistic.
But
What
Melanie
clown
has
world
that.
did I just drop myself into? What happened? What do you
No,
mean
I don't
it's
know. I
not a
stepped away.
hypothetical?
Speakeasy, did you make a conditional statement or a hypothetical statement?
This
Speakeasy,
is so sad,
did you make a
dude.
conditional statement or a hypothetical?
Do you know what a
statement?
hypothetical is?
Yes, a hypothetical. You don't have a frame of reference.
Somebody agrees with me.
Hypothetical is you don't have a frame of reference.
To reality, right? So a conditional is something that could potentially be realized. A hypothetical could not be realized. It's the difference
But
between
also
a conditional
engaging a
statement and a
hypothetical can actually establish good faith in a conversation, though.
I'm not disagreeing
You know,
with
think
that.
about that.
I never claimed otherwise.
I asked
so
what a
that doesn't
hypothetical is,
inform.
and you said what a hypothetical is not. Is that what just happened just now?
Well, because you're not using a hypothetical. You were using a
Is
conditional
that
statement.
really what just happened? I asked you what a hypothetical is, and you said what a hypothetical is
Well,
not.
you know how they
Google it.
redefine words and change them all
Can a
around.
conditional statement be hypothetical?
Oh, got you.
You
So,
can
like,
Google it.
just to be clear, a what if scenario is not a hypothetical. Just to be clear.
But it could be a whataboutism.
No. Please. A what about is not a what if, you dumb bitch. I asked
Could
you.
be. Wait.
I asked you.
That's semantics.
Well, she wanted to be
that's
seen
not
as a
true.
What if
That's not true.
scenario
That
a
was false.
hypothetical?
That was false because you can start a whataboutism.
I know
with a
you
what
can't
if.
answer. I know you just obfuscate every time you get asked a question.
And you
You're
avoid
so
every
bad
error
faith.
that you make.
This is why
And you
nobody
avo-
wants you on their channels no more.
Because I call it your
want her.
errors. Because I
Anymore.
call it your errors.
I want
Anymore.
an exclusive.
I
You
like
just
it when
can't
people
answer a
honeymoon is
question.
over.
You just can't answer a question. It's sad.
Speak easy. What is the difference between a conditional statement and a hypothetical statement?
Oh my! You don't even know what they are. You don't know what they are.
You don't seem to either.
I can Google it if you guys want.
Okay. But I just
You want me to
asked
Google
you-
it?
I just
How can you
asked
tell me
you-
I don't?
I
How
just
can you tell
asked
me
you-
I don't when you
I-
can't
no,
even
yeah,
answer?
you don't, and you're trying to. What you're
No,
trying
I
to
did
do
answer.
right now?
I gave you an
is you're
answer.
gonna
They just
get
want
me
to fight.
tell
This
you
is
what
just
they are,
aggression,
and then
male
what
aggression.
What you're gonna do is you're gonna try and
I
say,
become
oh,
a
actually,
toxic
you
male
know
when
what?
I'm
But that's
online.
technically not
It's
that.
funny to a
That's
point.
all you're gonna
but
do. You just obfuscate
So
by
speak easy.
trying to turn
What's the
around
difference?
questioning. Can you
Speak
answer my
easy.
fucking question, and I'll answer every
No, I
fucking
asked this question
you want?
first. I asked this question first. What's the difference between a conditional statement and a hypothetical statement?
No. That's not how it works. You didn't answer my question. So
I
can
don't
you
think you
answer
know.
my question first?
I don't think you know
and
the
then I will
difference.
answer any
Hey,
questions
Mr.
you want.
Logic Bro.
One
don't you think
question,
you know that?
just answer it.
This
Hey,
is the
Mr.
most
Logic
fun,
Bro.
pointless conversation I've ever
It is.
had.
I am thoroughly enjoying it.
Hey, Mr. Logic Bro. What's the difference between a conditional statement and a hypothetical?
Yeah, see.
Yeah, see? That's it? That's all you got?
Yeah, you
That's
think
what you
you're
do?
not going to answer my questions and demand answers out of me. That is like this is just
So you're
stupid
dodging.
and
You got it,
childish.
you're
You
dodging.
obviously like listen. You're just bad faith. That's all you
No,
are.
You're
That's all you
high
are.
speed dodging. You're running. It's fine.
That's all you are.
In fact, I think you deserve an award for long distance running. You've done more of it on this panel than anybody else.
Okay, hang
I
on.
can
We have
beat him.
somebody
That was
else
the
backstage. That
cheesiest,
I could beat him.
corniest,
I could beat him.
fucking goofy
Does
shit
anybody
I've
know
ever
the
heard in my life.
Dave?
Holy fuck, man.
Are you talking about
This is
the
the
Dave?
most retarded shit I ever heard in
That's
my
what
life.
I don't know. Their name just says the Dave.
Is it the Dave? Like,
I recognize that name.
THE. Dave, can you flash your cam in the back so I can see who you are?
Yeah, do the
don't flash us. Don't flash cam.
lock screen.
Can I say
All right.
something, Mel?
Do y'all know the Dave? What do they look like?
Is it got like a picture of Chuck Norris and some dude on the photo?
Well, maybe. And I saw them in person, so you could describe them if you know what they look like.
Fuck, I forget what Dave looks like. He's tall, glasses, I think.
Do you think are they cool to have on?
Oh, Dave's cool, yeah. If it's David, it's cool, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's who it is, David Healy, from my
All right.
chat.
So, by the way, I googled it.
Hey, what
A
about
conditional
you?
sentence.
Are you
A
cool?
conditional statement is one that is
pretty
real or possibly can happen.
No,
A hypothetical
no.
statement is one
I'm
that is
only coming
only
on to-
imaginary.
No,
It will,
no,
either
it's
will not
English.
happen. or
Yeah,
will not
so can I ask you
No.
what's a hypothetical? What's a hypothetic conditional? What's
wrong,
that?
Want to try that again?
No.
You
I
wanna
put
try
it
that
on
again,
chat.
Speakeasy?
Is that
Mel,
Chuck
What is
Norris?
Can you, Easy, rephrase
What
your
is-
question again. Can
what
you
is a
just rephrase
hypothetic
your
conditional?
hypothetical? Can you just say it again for me, please? Just the hypothetical you gave. Can you say it again?
What would you feel like if you hadn't eaten
talking to,
breakfast
Dave?
today?
If you what? If you say it again, Mel, if you
if you hadn't eaten breakfast today.
Hadn't eaten breakfast. So, just so you know, Mel,
Not.
from an English teacher's perspective, okay, not all conditionals are hypotheticals, but any conditional that uses past tense refers to an imaginary situation, thus is a hypothetical situation. Not all conditionals are hypotheticals, but conditionals can be hypotheticals, specifically the second conditional, which is unreal present and future, and third conditionals, which are unreal past.
Okay. Hold on. No. I'm calling shenanigans. I'm calling shenanigans on that guy.
Wait,
You got
Speakeasy.
David, are you drunk?
Hold on.
Speakeasy, that's not a W for you. I still knew more about that than you did.
Yeah,
No,
and
you
not
didn't.
only that.
didn't.
Hold on.
Because
Not
I
only
didn't
that.
answer you doesn't mean shit.
teacher
You don't
agreed
answer
English
questions. I'm not
with the word
answering them
hadn't.
either.
It's had not. No English teacher would use a contraction like that. So I'm calling shenanigans on that.
Oh my god, are you so
The
dense?
guy who didn't
you couldn't
know
even
how
answer
to answer a
and you're so
hypothetical
dense
is
about
Man,
now
we have a whole
telling you how it
university
works.
start.
That's
We got a
great.
science
That's
teacher,
amazing.
English teacher.
That's
The
amazing.
English
kind of
teacher
shit
would
the
not.
reason
What
why
is
people
the
laugh
word
so loud.
hadn't, stupid? What is the word hadn't? What is it?
It is a contraction which
We're going to be the most educated panel in the panel.
Of what? Of what?
had not. Had not.
Okay, exactly. Shut your dumb ass up, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Again, that's not English.
Now
Like,
she's a bro. She was a dumb
Good,
bitch
you're
earlier.
as a
stupid.
Now he's a
Canadian,
bro.
you should be more
You're
worried
stupid,
about speaking
bro.
the
You're
Queen's
just
English.
dumb. You're
And
just
yes,
dumb.
I'm saying the Queen's
Sorry.
English because I
Sorry,
refuse
buddy.
to accept that it's the King's
Sorry. You
English.
don't know. You didn't even know how to answer a hypothetical. You're
No, I
Just
think I
didn't. He
schooled your
hasn't eaten
hypothetical
breakfast.
and showed that it was a malformed question. So
no.
you don't even know how to ask a
It's
question.
not, you don't know what's a male-formed question. What's that mean?
Your question was malformed.
Yeah. What's that mean? I asked you what's male-formed question.
I'll give you an
mean.
example. It's like asking the circumference of a triangle.
I didn't ask you for an example of a male-formed question. I asked you what's that mean.
It's a question that
Male
is
for.
formed
Oh, I get
properly.
it. Because her name is Mel.
Who said contractions?
Why is your name
English?
Mel if you're
Who
trans?
said that? Who said contractions?
That was me.
Melanie, not just Mel.
Who said that?
It's
I said
malpractice
that.
now.
It's Melvin.
Who said
Nick
contractions?
No, it's no practice.
That's what we used to call wedgies.
Speakeasy, this is what I mean about you enjoy being wrong, right? So just keep being wrong.
He was right though. It was a hypothetical. Whether you
I
like
was
it or
right,
not,
actually.
it was a hypothetical, and you were wrong, Mel, saying that hypotheticals and conditionals are not synonymous because
If
they
you knew the
can be
difference,
synonymous.
it should have been easy to answer my question.
Oh, Dave's convincing me that he actually does speak the Queen's English.
Okay,
Well done.
so why is using contractions in informal English not English? Answer me that.
The Queen frowns upon it.
Who does?
Is it
We don't have a
British?
queen
The
in
Queen.
Netherlands. We don't
The
have a queen in
queen
Netherlands.
frowns upon
No,
it.
it will
Oh
always be
my
the queen. It
god.
will always be the Queen. I don't care what anybody says.
You don't care
How
what anyone
posh of
says.
you.
And the Queen, my entire life, it will continue to always be the Queen.
We don't
Is it
have a queen.
pronounced Z or Z?
I mean, if Sex Pistols don't, it doesn't even make any sense then.
Is it pronounced?
You don't know what a Sex Pistol is?
The last
My
letter in
God.
the alphabet, is it pronounced Z or Z?
Zed.
Depends, and it depends where you come from because the
Wrong.
English pronounce it Z, the Americans
Zed.
pronounce it Z.
Oh, well, I can give you one
Yeah.
more. When do you say aluminum versus aluminium?
No, it's aluminum. It's aluminum. Y'all don't say
It's
it.
aluminum when it's in a molecule, but if you're speaking about the elemental atom, it's aluminium.
Oh, you're so smart. You're so smart. I wish I hadn't proved you wrong.
Why did they change the name?
Nobody can, people have tried. It doesn't work.
I know, and they
Aluminium
you've been
foil. Is
cooked,
that what
bro.
y'all call it?
You've been cooked tonight,
We
dude.
call it
I know what you're
aluminium.
talking
We
about.
call it aluminium.
I'm not the one who
Aluminium
used.
foil.
I don't use. It did a contraction.
Gotta make some ribs. You don't have any
Go
aluminium
drink another
foil.
one.
Hey,
Y'all
hold
don't
on,
make
hold on. I
ribs
do got a
up
good
there,
faith
do you?
question for Mel. I do have one good faith question for Mel. Mel, when are you going to apologize
I have
for
a vacuum
EZ
gun.
for speaking out of turn against his family? When are you going to apologize for that?
Oh my god. Here
Oh,
we
Mel
go.
already
Never.
gave a
High
fake
horses.
apology about
Yeah,
that.
see, it's never, so it's going to be
Like
fake.
a real sincere apology.
Yeah, I did, so
The
whatever.
answer was never.
All right.
Well, no, it's apparently that because I don't have it. Even when I do give a sincere apology,
They don't ever
call
think
it
it's
fake.
a real apology anyway. Yeah, I don't
Really?
even fall into that trap. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Oh, is that right? So wait a minute.
Yep.
Wait a minute. How would you think there's any sincerity in that?
Wait, hang
And
on. We
you-
got something more important. How do they say it?
okay.
Taco? How do y'all say taco?
Taco,
Taco.
burrito,
Taco?
taco.
That's so
Taco?
important.
Ooh,
You
know,
I
I dated a woman from Cornwall, and her mother made great tacos until I learned that she was boiling the ground beef.
Ooh, now you just pronounce it. Y'all can't even cook it.
I think they just put more
What
emphasis
a way
on
to
the
do!
O.
What a way to
And
derail the topic
she
at
told me
hand.
that was the Queen's way of doing it. You boil ground beef.
You were with some weird family.
Wasn't that
Well, they work
this guy just makes up shit as he goes.
Did you drive on the Queensway very often?
This Nick dude just making up shit as he goes.
That's what a good scientist does.
Great. What do you call them? Pasties? I was going to say pasties, but those are the
Oh
things.
my god, the pasties.
Pasty
That
is the
hurts
colour
my
of us in
nervous
England.
system to hear.
Pasty is the colour. We're like white and like zombies. Pasty.
You know, when I bought my first car, they said the color of the fabric was taupe. I'm like, what the hell is taupe?
Taupe? Man, you don't. You sound
It's
like
a beige.
You don't know anything about English. How many words do you know?
Like 5 in the English language.
Exactly. You didn't get back to that dictionary, right?
Don't you see all his sentences have been the same fucking 10 words? What do you mean, bro?
I swear I heard you use contractions as well, dude. I swear
Oregano?
I heard.
No, it's not.
But I'm allowed to because I'm American.
No, so, but don't English people use contractions then?
They shouldn't.
No, but I didn't ask what. I didn't ask law. I asked
just
is, dude. Give me facts, not like oughts. Should.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't. I'm going to refer to why can't the English.
Dude, can I just tell you from an English perspective, do me one favour and just
why can't the English
dude?
Learn to speak?
Why can't you learn to speak?
Because I'm not English, so it doesn't matter.
So why are you speaking English?
Because
you're brave.
Colonialism. We need to decolonize. I'm decolonizing my language.
You're a troll.
He's an English speaker. That doesn't make him English.
I also ask, like, why can't a woman be more like a man? But you know.
Well, you know,
speaker.
They're not always attractive. Like sometimes they're not always as attractive. Like something from a man, if it happens the same thing from a woman, it's not as attractive.
Didn't you just say the way I was talking to you earlier was how your girl talks to you? So, like, aren't you with a man?
Wait, are you asking me?
Yeah.
You never said
that can go either way.
Yeah, you said it earlier.
I said
your
that?
partner is also trans flexible.
Wait, who are you talking to? You're talking to me or Melanie?
Yeah, you.
I don't remember saying that.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll sound the same to me after a while.
You know what? You not having a good memory. I believe you said that.
I mean, I am dating Brittany Gardner, so maybe that's why.
That. I'll definitely believe that you don't remember that, actually.
I really don't.
How was breakfast, by the way?
I would like to say something to Mel, and maybe this will shatter his world, but 99% of all people don't care about your orientation.
I don't care.
There's no
I don't care at all.
their day-to-day life.
Yeah, it shatters it. That doesn't tend to be true.
You want to use my bathroom? Go ahead. I don't care.
It is true.
So why are you so neurotic that
you mean our bathroom?
If there's nothing to really care about? Like the world's fine. Nobody's after you. Most of it's in your imagination.
You know why, Jeff? The Democrats need a reason to lose.
So I'm here to be a messenger of good news. You don't have to be worried about trans people. They're not out to get you. Nobody's forcing anything upon you.
I don't think they are.
It's just allowing another group.
So you are trying to force an idea on us, huh?
We don't.
Offering his perspective is not forcing an idea.
Yeah, if you consider debate to be forcing a perspective, then maybe you shouldn't be in the debate arena.
Melanie brings up a good point. All over YouTube, people don't understand what a debate is.
You really got me there. That was a good one.
Exchanging ideas. But you guys all still think, I got to win the debate. I got to show that Melanie is actually Lily Tano in disguise. But Melanie is just offering her perspective, and fine, you offer your perspective, but there's no winning or losing this.
Well, there is when you say
there is an objective truth.
That's not a debate. That's a fact.
I'm sorry to tell you, but there is an objective truth.
Yeah, the objective truth is that biological organisms deviate on everything, and so a deviation of identity and behavior is to be expected.
Right. So what? No, like we just said nobody cares. So
right. Well, speakeasy clearly does.
Deviation doesn't make normality, though. So like everyone's just old, but the exception doesn't make the rule. Anyhow, all I know about is English language, and so that's me. And I only teach people from Hong Kong and China. So I lose at Scrabble to 14-year-old Hong Kong girls. So what the fuck do I know? Have a good day,
That
guys.
sounds
So
kinky, but I don't kink shame.
Man, you took that the wrong way. Like that, I'm offended.
I don't know how else I'm clearly not the only one who took it that way.
No, it's because I have
I hope not, at least. I hope not.
Dude, you got a weird mind. But anyway, you do you, my special child lover friend. You take care.
I'm not the one who plays Scrabble with 14-year-old girls.
Oh,
that was fun.
So, Dave, just to respond to what Dave said, I think, I actually agree exception is not the rule, which means you can't make a rule for the exception, with the only exception being hate speech. Everyone should be protected from hate speech.
There's no hate speech.
No. I'm going to disagree with that. There's no such thing as hate speech.
I have limited time.
Well, but maybe you define it. Sorry, maybe I jumped on you too quickly.
My partner is next to me, and I will listen to your responses when I go. But when it comes to like saying like somebody has to go to the washrooms based on their genitals, I think that's when you're making a rule for the exception. So I think if that's your logic, you should apply it to yourself and think like, okay, then I'm not going to try to tell trans people how to live either. So anyways, again, thank you, Jeff. Sorry that I'm in and out, just hanging out with
to meet you
sporadically tonight.
It was fun. Good to meet you.
Yeah, thank you as well. I got a lot out of this. I definitely want to do more.
To be fair, I don't so much disagree with what she was saying. But,
I don't either. Except for the part of I lost it. It'll come back.
Hate speech.
Well, yeah, hate speech for sure. Oh, about living and letting people live their life. We are like nobody's in it. That's the thing. They imagine something that's happening from the rest of us that's not actually happening, and then they accuse us of all this stuff we're not actually doing. Instead of just going about and living their lives, people would be fine with that and stay away from the kid. Like leave the minors alone.
Yeah, don't play Scrabble with kids. That's weird.
Yeah, I guess.
But I don't think she was doing that. I think she felt strongly about it, but I didn't get the I'm going to shove it down your throat just to raise.
That's what I wanted to ask is what I don't understand what they need from the rest of us, because when I was growing up gay, it was about doing our own thing regardless of what society thought. We didn't need society to think a certain way for us to be who we were, and they seem to need something from the rest of us to be themselves.
Well, that's kind of funny that you say that, Jeff, because there were many people who thought that, now, I mean, at least where I live, like, gay sort of accepted, but it wasn't always the case. And one of the biggest arguments was, why are they always shoving it down our throats? Why do they have to hold hands in public? And of course, if you were gay, it was like, well, we just want to be ourselves. But I think somebody said it earlier that they are gay people who have sort of frustrated on how this went from LGBT to LGBTQ XYZ. Because they're all different.
It's a new generation.
But maybe you're experiencing like what people went through in the 80s and 90s by going, why do you have to shove it down your throat? Now it's just accepted. But I do agree with, like, TikTok and it makes for good content. I mean,
that's my point. It's accepted. We got the progress we fought for, so now they have to manufacture a new crisis, or pretend like there's the same level of oppression that there was in the past, that keep the narrative going.
Yeah,
because they define themselves by that. Their whole identity depends on, we're this minority that's being rejected by society.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
They're not far enough to just be themselves. They want to also transition the kids. They also want you to say that if you don't want to date trans women, that you're fucking some type of bigot. Like it's all goofy.
You're a xenophobe.
No, we're not panicking though. That's the thing. Nobody's panicking.
Here's normal people that have a normal life, normal things to do, don't care.
I got a theory about this.
What's going to happen?
Why they keep going the extra mile about this, and this is something I've been thinking really hard on the last few weeks. I think it's like generational, because if you really think about the left, take women's rights for an example. The 20s, the suffrage movement, the first wave of feminists, and you have these X amount of feminism. And then they get their rights, 1960s, they get the rights in the workplace, they get the right to vote at that time. And and when they have kids, they tell those kids, it's difficult out there. They're going to discriminate against you, whether you're a woman, queer, trans, whatever. And once they have kids, it repeats, and every single time that new generation comes up, they have no reference to the past of how it was, and they think that it still is the oppression that they think that they go through now versus 100 years ago. And because of that no frame of reference, they still enforce this ethos of rights on their identity class. And I think that that's a major part of it, because you do see a lot where kids are highly impressionable, that has no reference. They have no idea what the real world is like. Plus, they don't even know how we got here in the first place, and they take everything of that and force it on other people. And with this trans rights going on right now, it's just the new generation are accepting this radical idea because they're lost, they're confused, they don't know how to process the adversity that they're going through. So they go ahead and say these ad hominem attacks, or the straw man that they're fascists, it's a right wing idol, it's right wingers trying to oppress us, they're scared of us. It's not really that. And how they're displaying it and how they're enforcing it is the main reason why that even people from the left left the left. And there's a bunch of people that I can name off that left the left because of whenever they were speaking out that, hey, listen, there are two genders, and they get ostracized and kicked out of their political party. And this is a big problem that's going on. Right wing? No, it's not. It is a bipartisan issue that's going on, and it's mainly that people who lean left are on the center saying that you guys are going too far, you guys are not helping society out, you're holding us back, and we're going to regress if you guys keep moving forward. And they don't want to hear it. You tell them the facts, you tell them, hey, look, this is the studies and this is what we're seeing, because it's been going on for about 10 to 20 years, and they still are in complete denial of it. They don't want to listen. It's like this Marcusian idea that the liberating tolerance is that I don't have to accept what you say, but you have to accept from mine. And I think that's where that stems from. And they learn that from the universities. Yuri Bezmenov actually warned us about this in 1984, about the universities brainwashing people and institutions. So by two generations, we have these issues going on in America. I don't understand, and I'm just tired of seeing them having all this power, where they have this political power, where they influence laws and pass laws to where they restrict people's speech. It happened in England. It happened in Canada. America is the last country in the West that is actually trying to maintain the idea of freedom of speech, and it's a big problem.
Melanie, nobody can shame you without your participation. That's my point. Like, if you're that vulnerable to being shamed, and you're just passively at the mercy of every total stranger that can shame you, you got more problems going on than just trans.
Not
Because
entirely.
that's not normal to be
That's
that
not.
vulnerable to shame.
But I would argue that
Actually, a
trans
fucking
people that what you said was actually correct. What you said was correct about people sort of leaving the left because they got tired of the woke stuff, and I would argue that I'm one of those. In fact, when I started working in academia, I considered myself
you seem
a liberal.
like a lot of things, to be honest.
When I started working in academia, I considered myself a liberal and found out, wow, what you said about universities brainwashing students, that I would disagree with, but some of the horror stories you hear about what some people at the university sort of push and believe is actually really ridiculous. It's like they don't live in a real world. Like I said, I thought I was a real liberal. Where I work, people look at me like, I'm a card-carrying MAGA person, just because I'm like, to me, a boutique issue about who gets to use what bathroom, I don't really care about. I wear an American flag pin because I live in America, but that's not inclusive enough. It's ridiculous. But we're not all brainwashing them. It's just so.
Here's my
college education is
and welcome elderly lion who's new to the panel.
I hear you. But when you said that you disagree that universities are brainwashing institutions, I can give you an example about what the consequences are of that. So, like, look at Harvard for an example. They're doing their DEI policies, and now they, a part with DEI did not earn it. They are allowing people who don't deserve it. With also, like with trans ideology, look at Riley Gaines a couple of years ago. She was giving a speech at San Diego State University or San
Yes.
Francisco State University, and they held her. They held her hostage. They literally held that woman hostage. Trans activists, queer, LGBT personnel in California held her hostage. And guess what? The police didn't do anything. In fact, that university said, you know what? These people who held her hostage are courageous, and they should be heralded. And that Riley Gaines is a fascist. They literally they didn't say that. I'm paraphrasing.
No. I know the story, and I mean, in fact, San Francisco State.
But the point I'm saying is
they named one of the buildings
point I'm saying is that there is an incentive right now that look when Joe Biden was in office, his Department of Education gave funding only to schools that enforce DEI initiatives. That's a fact. Also, that is very true. That is very, very true. It's in their mandate. It's in their literature. It is literally in the literature that they're blazing about it.
That would be a misrepresentation, and I'm not disagreeing with you with the DEI stuff. And you're right. Harvard, a lot of those Ivy League schools, they went insane. I mean, even with the Gaza protests, at our university, we actually, I totally agree that it turned into an anti-Semitic rally. I mean, it was terrible. But I don't like the narrative when we say we're brainwashing students. I mean, when you go to university, you should be challenged, and it is still overall more beneficial to send your kids to college, even if it's Harvard, in the long run. I think what we're seeing here is, yes, there are parts of the college, there are people, administrators, even faculty who make a lot of noise, but it's not necessarily the norm. I mean, like, I work at a university, but I teach a purely objective subject. Well, I mean, there are faculty members even in my department who interject what they call wokeness, but I don't mind saying things which challenge students. I mean, you should be a little bit liberal when you're young. The more educated and older you get, you tend to get a little bit more conservative.
But not ignorant.
Don't mind me
not ignorant. I agree with that.
I mean, you can be liberal.
Don't mind me asking, okay, what if you're comfortable answering this question? If you don't, I understand. I will hold it against you. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're an American, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. What state do you teach college in, if you're okay answering this?
Well, I will tell you, but I don't want you to stereotype it. Because our state has the best public university system in the nation, and that is, of course, the University of California.
All right.
Prove me wrong.
There's a question.
Prove me wrong. The University of California has.
Now this is making sense.
Before all of this gets too far into this, I wanted to ask you a question. Whoever said that they were a theoretical physicist,
Anybody
right?
could be
experimental.
Bro, that's crazy.
Experiment. Okay, so
it's the golf boy next to you.
Okay, so then you just lied earlier. Okay, cool. Anyways,
did you get your teaching certificate in a cereal box? I'm just wondering.
I'm just wondering.
I'll tell you a secret.
In your field,
work in
in
the
your
university,
field,
there's no requirement that you know how to teach. That's not required.
Okay, cool. Do you have to use hypotheticals in your career at all?
Hypotheticals.
Yeah.
I guess I do use what we call thought experiments, which could.
Oh, okay. All right.
Could like, for example, a meter stick traveling at relativistic speeds would become longer than a barn if you look at it.
All intents and purposes, a hypothetical,
but I wouldn't say that's necessarily.
What I was wondering is, if you cannot understand a question like, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? How the fuck am I supposed to reliably think that you are anywhere near this field that you claim you are?
Because I do know how I feel after I have
Not
breakfast.
only that, how's there any hope for our students over there? What the fuck?
But that's not a hypothetical. Well, I fail to understand why you're all jumping on me, because I've already agreed that.
Because you've made a lot of claims, you've made a lot of assertions, but you hadn't
Give
actually
me one
justified
claim or
anything you
assertion
said.
that I made that you disagree with.
You've asserted that you're a teacher of some type, and
I'm not a teacher. I'm a
some
professor.
sort of okay.
There's a
Professor.
difference.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
I don't really care whether you believe me or not.
He professes.
Well, I don't believe you, but
okay, that's fine. I don't care.
But what's interesting to me is that you not only did you do what you did, but you also insulted somebody who I personally know is a teacher.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to insult anybody. If I did, I apologize.
Do you know who Dave is? Guy you just talked to a minute
ago? Yeah.
The English teacher.
Yeah, that was probably out of line.
And then you tried, it was out of line. It was out of line. Yeah.
Everybody was sort of. It wasn't my.
There's a lot of things that you can joke about, but joking about that kind of stuff.
Okay, Elder, I've already said it wasn't my intention. I've already agreed that
it was your intention. You said the joke.
Hopefully, David and I can actually.
Hold on. Did you say the joke?
I apologize.
Did you continue the joke?
But honestly, I don't really have to sit and listen to you.
You meant to do it. You meant to do it.
Shut the fuck up.
So did you mean?
I'm not in the mood to make you my wife. Oh God, what do you want to say to me? Come on, just say it.
I've already said everything I need to say to you, dude.
Oh, I was talking over you. Can you say it again?
I said, were you not the one who said it?
Yeah, I did say it. I just acknowledged it, and I apologize.
And
I agree with you. It was out of line. So what more is there to talk about?
So that's what I'm trying to ask, man.
Were you hoping that I would deny it?
What I'm understanding, you did deny it. You did try to deny it. You did try to say that.
I forgot about it.
You didn't.
It wasn't my intention. I legitimately. I didn't know what.
See, you just lied again because I wasn't even talking about what you're just asserting.
Okay, well, you know what?
For everybody to see. So
shut up. I don't care what you think. You want to call me a liar? Go ahead. I don't really care. I don't even know who you are.
I don't believe anything that you've said so far.
Okay, that's great. I don't believe that you have a penis. Big fucking deal.
Okay, congratulations. I know you don't.
Okay, so maybe we can form a support group.
Maybe you should go hook up with Mel.
We've got unresolved issues over that. Anything else? Want to try again?
Try again on what?
Or you just want to be cool and have fun? Like, dude, we're just having fun.
I have no clue what you're. You were having fun making fun of somebody, making assertions about somebody's character.
I was just making a joke that you're using contractions.
So you came up to White Knight for Dave.
You don't joke about making contractions? Seriously?
You don't joke about. You
get angry at the transgender person for fake outrage, and you're sitting here doing fake outrage.
You don't joke about those assertions that you made about Dave.
What are you, a professional victim?
I think it is, and I think
you're acting like a professional victim. Like, I've already said it was wrong. It's over with. People make mistakes. People misspeak.
Right. Well, now you're apologizing.
You're a liar.
You're that.
Blah, blah. Like, get over it. I apologize for it. How are you hurt by it? What did I do to you?
You insulted somebody I consider a friend.
Yes. I didn't mean to insult him.
But he apologized that he's.
I was just joking
he's
about
apologizing for a different thing that he's. I didn't even want to apologize. I wanted him to
apologize for the actual thing.
Guess what? I don't do what you want me to do. Right. I choose to apologize.
Cool, I don't want you to do. You don't have to do anything.
Then why are you burning it up if you don't want to? Then what do you want? What's your end game here? What is your goal?
I'm calling you out for what you did.
On your bullshit.
Calling me out for what?
That's
calling you out for what you did.
Okay, so you called me out, and I accepted that. Yeah, you called me out. Anything else?
So you're a piece of shit. We agree then.
Oh, now I'm a piece of shit. Okay, because see, you wanted to fight, but you're not getting one. You're not getting the fight.
Yeah, there was the goalposts were moved. I knew it wasn't what it.
I mean, it seems like you're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well join the TikTok people who with the fake outrage over bathrooms. You kind of sound like
you're fighting back.
Like, what are you doing? Defending the Dave's honor? Like, you can't defend his own honor? Dave actually seems kind of cool.
Again, it seems like you're fighting back.
Well, I just fight it back at the ridiculousness about it. Like, you really spent the time to come on the panel. You say that. Thank you for pointing that out. I'll try to do better in the future.
When you make assertions that
I was trying to
somebody
make
is a
a
PDF.
joke. I was trying to make a joke.
When you make assertions that somebody is a PDF. When you make assertions,
that's how everybody gets
revolves around children, and you make the assertion that you're a PDF, you're a piece of shit.
You're making an assertion. You say you don't do this, you don't do that. You got a problem with how I feel after breakfast.
But I don't understand where that leaves us now.
Yeah, I don't
It's
get
all
it.
of that, and
Right?
it's
I
just
really
wanted
don't
to admit he
understand what
lays
you're trying
shit.
to do.
what do
Yeah,
we do from
Alderline
there?
was
What's the
just
What do you want?
aggression
pointing out
over?
that he talks
I don't know
around
what
like
the
he's
aggression is over.
mad.
Like, I just
He's
trying to
not
have
like
fun.
I've been
it's
listening
like
to
he's
you
You're
for
the
upset
an
one
hour and
that's
a
that
being
half.
Because
aggressive
we're
right
Bringing
now.
up
roasting
this
Melanie.
bringing it
Lopez,
out.
welcome. This is what you
Dave was
stepped
roasting
into.
Melanie, and I felt like the whole panel was ganging up, so I just thought I'd do a little roast back.
Yeah, that just
Okay,
went
so
way too
You
like
don't
far.
have to justify.
so like
But,
yeah, so
but I will admit
now
that something.
Alderline's just telling you you're a fucking idiot for it.
I know, but he said it. It's recorded. Like, there's. When does
Yeah,
he
and it's
move
over for
on?
me,
Like,
but he
it's the
wants to
same.
keep going
It's
on
the
it. We can
same
keep going
point
on it.
over and
No, you're
over.
the one who keeps going on
Nope.
because you're adding a bunch of other stuff, like questioning how I feel after eating breakfast, not understanding what a hypothetical question is, saying that I'm lying when I'm not, and then calling me a piece of shit. Have I called you a piece of
Bro,
shit
you're
yet?
the one. Yo, bro, you're the
Have
one
I?
who
I made
Have
said
I
posts about.
insulted you
I
you're
yet?
the
made
one who
assertions about
said
people
you
being a
can't
PDF.
answer a hypothetical. What? Now
I
you're
mean,
putting that
you're the one
up?
making
Well, now
assertions. You
Dobez
did
is
like
here,
4
so he
assertions
can
already.
help
This is
shed some light.
insane,
I'll
bro.
make an assertion of myself. I think you're kind of a
You said
hypocrite.
you can't answer hypotheticals. You
I
said
can't.
that.
No, I choose not to answer hypotheticals because they're
Oh, now it's
illogical.
a choice. First you couldn't do it,
Everything's
now
a
it's a
choice.
choice. Oh my
Yes,
No,
to
god.
you did
hypothetical.
say you can't answer
This
hypotheticals.
guy
You did
backs
say
up
that.
so
I
fucking
Yeah,
heard
I
much.
you.
can't.
You
Dude,
I
did
it's
say
can't.
so
that.
crazy, bro.
I can't answer that hypothetical because I didn't know Melanie.
No,
What
So
school
how
you
could I
get
no, you
fired
possibly
said
from
answer a
that you
for
can't
this,
hypothetical?
answer
bro?
Not?
You
hypotheticals.
got
I,
fired. You
I'm
ain't
just
a
saying.
fucking professor. You got
Oh God! Just try to use your brain once, please. It's not
the
that hard.
things y'all find to fight, even when there's nothing to fight about, y'all will find some little
I
thread
know it's
to tug on the
ridiculous. I mean,
person.
come on. You're arguing about
Yeah,
you can't
but
answer a
you're looking at a
hypothetical.
friend
You
that,
said
that
you
has
can.
nothing to do with the situation.
Okay, so maybe I've got some sort of mental disease where I'm not able to answer hypotheticals. Okay,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, dude, it's
you
fine.
caught
You're
me.
retarded.
You
You
got
don't
me.
have to
You
engage in
got me.
anything.
You
It's
got me.
fine.
Why
I'm
are you so triggered,
anti-hypothetical.
bro?
he's a
I'm a
hypothetical.
hypotheticalist.
Why are you so triggered, bro?
I'm not triggered. I'm
You sound
laughing,
like
dude.
it.
Dude,
With
I found
underlying,
generally
right?
when
You're not an
I
actual
found
teacher,
generally when
right?
people say you're triggered, that's because you're triggered because you're not getting the response
Underlying's
you
right.
want.
Yeah, the
Underlying's
thing
for
is, you
sure
said you
right.
don't
He's
engage in
not a
hypotheticals when
teacher,
you're in a
bro.
purely
You hit that on the
hypothetical
fucking
field.
head.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm
That was
sorry. What
right
do you know
now.
about physics? Do you think experimental physics is hypothetical?
Dobez, it's layers deep. I can't even penetrate it.
Yeah,
Experimental
that I
physics.
will debate with you. Let's talk about that. How is experimental physics hypothetical?
I don't
You
answer
made the
hypotheticals.
assertion. Back it up.
Because it
I don't
uses
answer hypotheticals.
hypotheses.
Which is where the word
Therefore, it's
hypothetical comes from.
hypothetical.
Actually, I don't know if that's true. That would legitimately be a question for the
He
Dave.
doesn't know if that's true.
No, I don't know if hypothetical
So
comes
you
from
just asked
hypothesis.
us a question, but you don't know the answer for it? Oh
No,
my
he doesn't.
Stupid
It's like being a
scientist asking
I
questions he didn't know the
know.
answer
Yeah.
to.
it's like being a
Now
professor
you see
without
why I
being a
said I don't
teacher.
answer hypotheticals because I don't assume that he knew
I've
anything about
already
what he was
What
admitted
is
talking
a
that.
about.
hypothesis? What is a hypothesis?
Shift, you could have turned that into a joke. What's a lesbian's favorite physics theory? Missed opportunity. Hello, Joe. Jobs, throw, Haribo.
Come on, tell me how physics is hypothetical.
He
This is going
doesn't
to be
even
great.
know what a hypothesis is.
I have no idea.
It's
Zero.
fucking
Don't even
crazy,
understand the
bro.
scientific method.
That's
I use
fucking
I use
crazy,
tarot
bro.
cards.
Do you
Tarot
know what
cards.
the scientific? Okay, tell us what the scientific method is then.
I don't know it. I don't know it.
Oh, yeah, I do
I know
remember
you
you, David.
don't.
Nice to see you again.
You're laughing
I
because
do
you're
not
coping
remember you,
now.
Joe,
I'm
but
It's weird.
laughing
If
nonetheless,
you're a
because
good to see
teacher
you
and I know all
because
guys
this
got
shit,
along.
you
you're being
don't,
ridiculous.
bro. I'm fucking pulling all the kids out of school, bro. What are we talking about?
Yeah, pull your kids out of
He
school.
doesn't fucking know what the scientific method is. Doesn't know the
I,
laws of logic. Holy fuck! How do you
I fully
fucking?
endorse keeping your
How do
children
you
uneducated.
function in
I
life,
fully endorse
bro?
that.
What are the order of operations for math? Can you
Yeah.
answer that?
What? Use your words. What was that? I'm sorry. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
What
You were
are the
muffling.
order of operations for math? The standard order of operations.
You
Addition,
must.
subtraction,
Yeah. You learn that
multiplication,
in like
division, I
6th
think.
grade. I don't do
Usually.
arithmetic. I do math.
But
Dude,
you
I
do
don't even know
everything in the
what your degree
parentheses
is at
first,
this point. You
regardless of
said
normal.
3 different things at this point.
Right?
What 3 different things did I say exactly?
said a theoretical physicist and
I never said theoretical. Go back. Look at that. Look at the chat. I wrote it. If Jeff can find it in the chat, I specifically
the last third thing that you said, I don't remember the.
So, okay, so the first assertion you made was incorrect, and you were proven wrong. What was the second thing I said? Just because you heard theoretical physicists.
I think it comes down to y'all don't like each other, because even when you dismiss each other's argument, y'all really don't like right away.
But it's sort of ironic that you're saying online when there's physical, textual proof in the chat what I said, and I specifically said experimental physics.
Yeah, experimental physics uses hypotheticals. It relies on them. It heavily relies on them. You goofy fuck.
Does it? Does it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, does it? You should.
It does. Yes.
Well, which
one? You want to bet money? How much do you want to bet right now? How much?
Just give him one. Just tell him what are the hypotheticals.
Yeah, just tell me an example of it. I'll admit I'm wrong. Tell me an example of it.
All right. So
that space exists.
What's the hypotheses as the compass? Can you explain that for us?
The hypotheses of a compass?
As the compass, you fucking dummy.
What does that even mean? The hypothesis.
Right.
As the compass.
You don't know what that means.
No, I'll admit I have no freaking idea what that means. I have no idea what that means. I'll agree with you.
So the hypotheses
explain it to me.
Are testable statements that propose explanations, right?
Of a compass?
For observed phenomena. Oh my god!
You said what is the hypothesis of a compass?
No, that's not what I said. But you just. I guess you don't know these terms, even though you apparently teach it. That's weird.
Apparently not. I don't know what the hypothesis of a compass is.
Do you have students like this in your class?
No.
This is fucking wild, dude.
No, we have admission requirements. We have admission requirements, and you have to have a certain base level knowledge and intelligence to be able to be admitted to the university. I don't get questions like that. The dumbest question I ever got was
got to back up in their news. He doesn't teach.
Who was in their news from the.
Oh, I didn't notice. I forgot to see the punchline. They didn't have a liquor license. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, you get credit for that. We love a good lesbian joke here.
I do know that physicists can't do threesomes.
Because they're the dual slit.
No, they can't solve the three-body problem.
That was even more.
Mr. Math over here, do you understand that one, Craig? Since you know your order of operations.
Oh.
I love how he starts now all of a sudden asking questions when he can't.
Can you solve for X?
Bro, start answering questions before you want to fucking start
Just
asking.
let X be X.
Yeah, find X. Here it is. Want to talk about some Lie algebra, maybe? You want to do some group theory?
What do you call 6.9?
What do I call 6.9?
Mm-hmm.
A number?
A period in the middle of a good time.
Okay. I'm going to steal that one.
That's a good lesbian math joke.
No, you can't steal that one.
Keep them covered.
That was actually well done.
Okay, can I let me see if you maybe let me give you a little better faith and see. I mean, I've been as good faith as I possibly can, but let me see if I could help you out a little bit. Einstein's thought experiment about chasing a beam of light. Are you familiar with this?
Yes. I haven't really thought about it in a while, but if you don't mind me pulling it up to refresh the exact specifics of it, yeah, go ahead.
Or how about Galileo's thought experiment about dropping off things in different weights?
Yeah, let's go with that one.
Okay, so would this be a hypothetical?
Oh, well, okay, so the other guy, I forgot his name, who really doesn't like me, that's not necessarily a hypothetical, it's what you call a thought experiment. I guess if somebody called it a hypothetical, I wouldn't totally disagree with it. Maybe I should clarify my statement from before. There are some hypotheticals which I possibly could answer. The one specifically about Melanie, since I don't know anything about Melanie,
thought experiments are how hypotheticals are used, bro. Are you serious right now?
That's what you think. If I don't know Melanie, you hypothetically could You say, well, if, like I said, if Melanie comes
You're
on
not
the
a
panel
fucking
and whips
professional,
out her
dude.
dick, would that annoy you? Well, I guess
I
hypothetically,
forgot to ask if
How
she
about
still
probably
whips
will.
Schrodinger's cat?
whip out her
Schrodinger's
pussy.
cat, is this a hypothetical?
Ask me something intelligent and I'll
Is
answer it.
Schrodinger's cat a hypothetical?
It's a thought experiment.
Is it a hypothetical, you stupid fuck?
Why don't you explain Schrodinger's cat to me?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I'm serious.
You don't know it?
We talked
Is
about
that
the
what
other
you're
day.
doing and you don't
Yeah,
know
no,
it?
explain to me the consequences of it and what it means.
You're just trying to
Superposition.
deflect because you don't know the
No,
answer.
no, you keep trying to call me out. Let's see how smart you are. Why don't you explain to me
No,
what
no. You don't get
Oh,
to
no.
dodge the
You don't want to do
question.
that.
I
But you
will
got it on the
explain
back
to
of a
you it.
pack.
I will explain it to
I'm
you
done.
as
No.
long as you first tell me, is it a hypothetical?
I would call it a thought experiment. Melanie is probably correct. It's both a hypothetical and a thought experiment.
Okay, so
Okay, now
if a cat is placed in a sealed box with a device that has a 50% chance of releasing some poison gas,
Sounds like song.
right, within
Yeah.
a certain time frame, right,
Yep.
based on the decay of the radioactive atom, right? You with me so far? Or
well, you said originally a device which does what?
do you not know Schrodinger's cat for
No,
real?
because you use there are two ways of explaining it, and you use both examples. You said poison and radioactive decay. Which one do you want to use?
God,
There's
dude.
a little
Just
violet.
continue on. I know.
People he's a
I know what you're trying to
professor.
say. I know what you're trying to say. Just continue.
This is actually sad, dude.
Continue.
This is actually bad, dude.
Because you start explaining Schrodinger's cat and you get it wrong in the second sentence. You get it wrong in the second sentence. But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you just misspoke. Continue.
This is so bad.
Continue. What is the consequence of Schrodinger's cat? Let's say there's a
We
bomb
don't
in there.
know until we open the box.
If you look inside the box, there's a 50% chance that it's exploded and killed the cat. And there's also a 50% chance that it hasn't exploded and the cat is still alive. Okay? Continue, please.
Are you actually so you don't see how this is already a hypothetical? Stupid.
It's a thought
Are you
experiment.
actually serious? You've already bought into the hypothetical. You don't have a cat in a box with a radioactive
is in
device,
both states at the same time.
No, but it's a thought experiment which actually explains
that uses hypotheticals. Do you know
so
what?
So the cat is both alive and dead at the same.
So Craig, you got your panties in a bunch because you call it a hypothetical. I call it a thought experiment.
What's a thought experiment? What is it?
A thought experiment
I didn't start that conversation hypothetical.
A thought experiment is an experiment carried out in the imagination, you stupid fuck. Hypotheticals are all thought experiments. Are you actually dumb?
Hey, you just have to resort to calling stupid
fuck. You can't be a professor. No, bro. You ain't a professor, bro.
Well, hypotheticals don't necessarily have to have an experimental component to them. They could just be...
I'm going to assume that you haven't even finished high school, but okay.
Yeah, okay, but you don't know anything about fucking anything. Shut up.
Well, you don't know Schrodinger's cat. That's
I don't know Schrodinger's cat.
Don't know
Until the box is open, what is the cat considered?
You tell me. What is the consequence of Schrodinger's cat?
Exactly. You don't know nothing, dude.
Jeff is getting it correct. You haven't even mentioned superpositioning yet.
You're fucking dumb.
That was the whole point of the experiment was to illustrate the concept of superpositionality.
Is this scientific foreplay? Like, what is happening?
I know. I'm getting. Yeah, I am.
Hello.
How come your shirt why is your shirt still on, Jeff?
I guess they haven't done enough of it. Actually, I'm saving myself for that 1,000 streams. So if y'all could get me just a few more subs,
how many more do you need?
Do our shirtless disco party? That's a good question. And I've offered the challenge of everyone doing it before Mike Cerrone gets a chance to claim credit for it.
Oh goodness gracious! Now you've ruined the mood.
Yeah,
only if you let it.
Man, I was getting hot and bothered.
Wow, I shut up. 9-7. So I only need what 23 more. Wow, I was at 36 earlier.
Well, I have some friends on another live stream. You want me to have them come right here?
Yeah, then you could get the. Oh, Mike would love my. Nick Volt got Jeff to 1,000.
Oh, they ended their stream. I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
I mean, the stream's still going on. There are only 3 people there.
Mike, you still have a
Hypothetically,
chance.
that was something.
You know, I wouldn't disagree that he could probably get you to 1,000 streams. You just got to really get him worked up. Him and Chink, you'll easily
Oh, I
get.
don't fool. I don't fuck with Chink. He's one of Dutchie's.
He's
She's
not.
my.
They don't even. Literally,
Oh
they
yes, he is.
don't.
Are
They
you part of
just
that
met.
crew too? Why are you?
No, I'm not. Stop it.
Why are you defending Chink?
I know. I'm just telling you that they like just met
That is
on
true.
CPs.
I
And then
don't
he put
fool
up
with anything that comes out of her orbit. Anything from her galaxy, any type of space junk
okay,
that
I'm just saying
floats here
they
from her
bumped into
galaxy,
each other on a
I don't
panel.
fuck with.
Okay, let's
You
just
know,
let's
she's the
what?
only troll who ever got me to lose my
And I
temper.
don't even need to bring Dutchie into it. That was just the easy way of writing Chink off. I can write him off based on his own actions alone. So
Then do
I just
that.
have no respect for him whatsoever.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, like, my understanding is like he's absolutely like he doesn't.
He's a troll. He's a troll. He's in it for the
Okay.
thrill that trolls get when they pull off a good troll, and that's it. There's no deeper layer to him than that.
See, a good troll
It's
has to
all
have
fake
both.
content
You gotta
bullshit.
be able to do both.
And welcomes effort. Right, exactly. And he cannot do both. And he doesn't even put up a very good show of pretending to do both because he's the one
Hmm.
that I called Schrodinger's troll. Because from the
I
very start, I couldn't tell if he was trolling or legit. There was always
ac-
that
Hmm.
doubt. So he's not even
actually,
good at disarming that.
I will say that that's an impressive use of that hypothetical thought experiment. Applied it to him. I can't
Hi,
disagree with that.
Zephyr. Are you here to tell menstruation jokes?
Hey, Moose. Yeah, we are, I
Not unless
guess.
it's in
Okay.
I got
question.
one for
Who's
I
you.
think they're
interesting
kind of
tonight?
it's kind of a gross one.
How
It's
about I?
kind of gross, so
Here,
probably not.
I'll start. What did one tampon say to the other?
What?
Nothing.
I'm just.
Nothing.
Oh,
Nothing.
go.
They were both stuck up cunts.
Right.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
that's funny. Okay, I guess mine's not
I
that
didn't
bad.
get it.
Oh, you're
What is
next.
a lesbian favorite arts and crafts?
Oh no.
They
Finger
love to
painting.
finger paint.
What
Okay.
is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
Terrible.
so
actually
mine.
fucked it up, but what does lesbians love doing on their periods? Finger paint.
Okay, that's even worse. This is terrible.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to tell that joke. You're
I got it
canceled.
right.
What's the best thing about dating a gypsy when she's on her period?
Oh, God, you're canceled too.
You finger her and you get your palm read for free.
Oh God, that's you know what?
His
Ban,
shift.
ban
Don't
everybody, Jim.
huff and puff now.
Well, what is brown and sticky?
Okay, I regret everything about all of this. Theoretically, no, not theoretically.
A stick.
A sugar daddy.
Oh, there
A
you go.
stick.
A stick,
Stick.
brown and
Oh,
sticky.
I'm
Oh, I
sorry.
get it. Like this cute
Is
little
this
thing here.
is
Speaking of
this
pussy.
So
kitchen? Is this
I
kitchen?
I
Is
have
this
to
kitchen?
commute.
Yes,
Oh
Oh my
my
it
God!
god!
is.
I
Oh
just
my
told my
God!
wife I want a more. I want a new cat.
Oh, nice. Let me
On
not
camera.
get my channel shut down over this cat.
Oh my God! How cute
I'm
this
getting
cat
porn
is!
bombed by your cat.
Oh my God! Another kitty cat. Does your cat have a real cat name? What's your cat's name? I swear, if you say like Maud, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind.
My
His name
cat's name is Stan.
Is
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 what?
who? Staff?
Stan.
Who?
Stan.
oh
Dan?
My last cat's
Stan.
name was Steve.
Oh God! Wait, your cat's name is
Actually, I
Deb?
wanted to get a new black cat and name him Mike, but
Oh God!
I don't know
Wait,
if I can use that name anymore.
right? It's been ruined. Wait, your cat's name is Deb? Like a receptionist name? Deb?
Deb. Actually, it's happened a
Oh
few
God!
times where Stan's vet will call and we'll go, "Is Stan there?"
Wait, Stan or Deb? What? Oh,
Stan.
Stan. Stan.
Like
Stan.
Stanley.
oh, good, like the M&M. So, dear
Yeah,
Stan.
or Stanley.
So, oh, for fuck's sake! Y'all are grounded. For all
Everybody
of you
calls
are
him
grounded.
Terrence Kitty.
My
So
dog's name is William.
For a cat? Oh, for a dog?
Yeah.
Okay,
William? Would
the
you call him
only thing,
Bill?
yeah.
William. Yeah, that's it. Because you have to trade him with like a sound you make, like if he does something really bad. And so, like if he runs out of the street, so he learned his emergency word to come back is Bill.
Oh my god. I'm
So
so
did your
mad at
neighbors
you. I
say
don't
Free
even
Willy all the
know.
time?
Here's the thing. The only thing you got going on with your pets is that, like, you got the Eminem song and then you got Will I Am. So it's like you could kind of get away with, like,
Well,
that.
actually, the reason he's named Stan is so you know the show South Park.
Of course.
A little bit.
So my wife accuses me of being like Randy, and therefore our new cat was named Stan.
Okay. Wait. Okay. She says you're like, okay.
Which sometimes I cannot disagree with her.
All right. Well, don't do that. You might as well just accept defeat now. Because here's the thing: women are always right.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yep.
Only if you let them be.
That
Because you have
that
reality on your side.
that's probably why this has been my longest relationship, because I just go, "Yep, you're right."
That's so smart. Also, it's not a hypothetical,
No,
Jeff.
it's not. It's so damaging to
Like
his
outside in the real
authenticity and
world,
mental
it's
health.
so much pressure. You have to always be like in charge and this and that. When I come home, total beta. It's whatever you want,
Your cat
whatever
is
you want.
very high energy. She's
And
Everybody
I
Man,
calls him a terrorist.
she looks like
that
she's
that
ready to
poor
get busy with
that cat is
everything and
just trying
anything.
to pump up the fucking.
She had
He
to
I
does
was
send them
have
gonna
all
to
say
feed the
like
splayed
3
out on the
doggies.
its name is Kitchen. It's got to
kitchen.
like fucking.
We told her she was gonna damage that cat.
I know that cat is fucked up.
I was dating this woman who brought her cat over to live at my house. The cat's name was Sandwich. What the hell kind of name is that?
Oh my god! I don't know if I
And
hate it or love it.
this cat was
I
so
don't know
Sandwich
if I
meat
stupid.
hate it or
kitchen.
love it. I don't
The
know
I
if I
love
cat
hate it or love it.
cats.
the cat didn't have like what do they call object permanence. It also, like when it was
Okay,
bored, it would sit
wait,
right in front
wait,
of the wall, staring just at the wall on the floor. It
wait,
was like,
They
what the
trip.
hell
They
is wrong with your
trip.
cat?
They're
wait.
tripping.
Dumb that down for me. What is object permanence?
Yeah, you know how like humans like you have a ball and then you put it behind your back, and like you do this with, like, I think it's like at age 2 humans start developing, like they know the ball is behind
Weird.
you.
Okay.
But this and like cats know this too, but like when I show bird videos on my TV and the birds like run off to the screen to the left, it runs all the way to another room because it knows when it's going
Right.
outside.
Okay, I see. That's so cute.
This cat Sandwich didn't have any of that.
Oh
None of
my
that.
god. See,
Maybe
I
it's
don't like this
autistic.
when
Professor.
you
Well, I mean, his name is Sandwich.
You
He
yeah,
sounds
but
like
professor
when you
he
say
could
it,
live
is
when
now.
you say
terrible.
a sentence like that, when you say this cat sandwich, it sounds so awful.
Right. Good thing he's. I hope he wasn't in Korea.
Oh
Maybe that's
god.
what they named their
Oh my
cats
gosh.
over there.
Oh,
Sandwich burrito. Actually, I think I knew of somebody named
oh
a
my
cat
gosh, that's
burrito.
the cutest name. Look out for look out for Oh my god, that's so cute. Also, hi everybody on panel that I don't know.
Yeah, we
Hello.
got a lot of new people tonight. I don't know where they came from. I think Easy
Professor,
might have
you're an
brought them in.
unbearable cunt.
I'm sorry, what about a cunt?
Yeah, I disagree.
Well, that was a party pooper.
I didn't hear it. I just heard cunt.
Oh, that Nick is an unbearable cunt. It's
Oh,
British
okay.
for like
Yes.
asshole, I
I'm
guess.
barely fine, so.
So,
You know,
Call
I
people
used to use
asshole.
that word. I didn't realize how offensive it actually is. I was like, oh, like
What
I would say
cunt?
that, and people would be shocked, and they're like, oh my god, you can't say that word. I was like, what
Oh,
word?
good. I need to
I love that word,
put
and I
it
love the
higher in my
book.
repertoire.
You know, now that I know it's bad, when I do use it, it's deserved,
Hmm.
and it does feel
Yeah.
good. Like you've earned that title.
Is Speakeasy a real person or a video on loop having a dance bar?
He's a real person, believe it or not.
He's a dancer. He's a private dancer.
Okay.
He's a dancer for money.
All right. I wasn't sure. All right. What song do you think he's listening to? Like Mary Had a Little Lamb or a
He's not
goat or
right.
Baby
Blinding
Shark.
lights.
I don't know. It's hard
you
to
know,
say.
wiggity 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 whack.
Fear of a Black Planet. What's going on in his background?
I don't.
It's a
I
dinner
think he's
party.
like getting. He's like
I
playing
think
like.
he's listening to what's his face, Biz Markie.
I think he's like listening to
Got
some
what I
theme
need.
I'm such a boomer. I don't know any of these artists.
song. No. It's like the
My
Full House
cousin,
theme song or
just a
some shit.
friend.
Or Mr. Belvedere. You know what I mean?
He's not listening to us. We can say whatever we want.
I'm
That's all.
sorry. Did you say Mr. Belvedere? Like
Yeah.
the Mr.
Yeah. Doesn't he look like
Yeah, the
he's
old
like
white
really
guy
like
that worked for that
yeah.
family. What was he, a butler or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chauffeur?
Or like
You know,
his company, like he's all like, yeah, come on, knock on my door, fuck yeah, we were waiting for you, hell yeah. Where the kids are hurting
I used
his
to
and
love
yeah,
that show. I thought that's what life was going to be like when I grew up.
yeah, yeah. Look at him,
The
he's just
show
like,
Different Strokes. Did you watch that show?
Yeah, we did. With
You're talking about Willis
Willis. What you talking about, Willis? And they had Adelaide. I loved Adelaide, the old lady.
and the Jeffersons.
Oh my God, I live for the Jeffersons. That was my favorite show growing up.
you know what I
Good
just
times.
we have this
Good
station
Times,
which
What's
plays.
Happening, Jefferson, Sanford and Son,
Taxi.
Chico
All
and
the
the
good
Man,
shows.
I for some reason started watching the show Perfect Strangers.
Balky. Yeah.
And I had no like I just learned this yesterday because I was watching it that who's that? What's that show with Urkel? Family Matters is a spin-off of Perfect Strangers.
No way.
I was like, wait a minute, that's that guy, and it was legitimately those characters. Yeah, look it up. I was like, no, but yeah, it's a spin-off of Family Matters.
They're always spinning off the black people into their own show. That happened with All in the Family too.
And that cartoon, the
The
didn't what's his
Cosby
name get his
Kids.
own show?
Who?
The funny one with
Bill
with
Cosby.
no, the one where they just with Stewie, little
family,
babies,
Family
family
family.
Guy.
Family Guy. Didn't
Yeah.
their black character get their own spin-off cartoon?
It sure was a spinoff of Perfect Stranger. The
Yeah, they made
Winslow
one with
family.
It's
the
nasty.
what was his
Cleveland,
name? It was
the
Cleveland
Cleveland
Cleveland.
shit.
show.
Yeah, Cleveland.
The
Yeah,
Cleveland Steamers.
Yeah.
Cleveland
Speaking,
Browns.
I want what he's
speakeasy,
on.
speakeasy. What are you listening to? He's so happy.
I know. Something brought him joy.
I like it better now.
Oh, sorry, Craig. Hang
Right.
on.
I was happy, and leave it to
I-
typical women to just try and fuck a man's happiness.
What did
up,
she do to you? Shift brings nothing but joy and good
See that shit?
vibes. Most of the
Typical
time.
woman want to just fuck a man's happiness up. All
What
right.
did she do to you?
I think Speakeasy stole my playlist.
Wait,
Giving
are
out
you
shit
mad
She
at,
asked
are
wrong.
what
you
you're
mad at
listening
me?
to.
You're mad at me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't her.
Never ask a man what he's listening to.
We were listening to some
Woman.
party tunes.
Tiny
Some
Toons?
potty tunes.
Party
Oh,
tunes.
oh, sorry. I was
Blinded
like,
Lights
Party.
by The
Hey.
Weeknd, and then I was listening to Feel It Still by Portugal the Man. Some good
oh, wait,
tunes.
you know what? I just remembered I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's why you asked me, right?
Mm-hmm. Leave it
Yeah.
to a man to
You
fuck
just
it
mad
and
that
he
I
don't
don't
give
show
a
you
shit.
attention like most of the men you talk to. Sorry, sweetheart, I'm
Exactly,
married and you're not interested
exactly,
in me, right? You
exactly
don't
right.
interest me. You don't
Oh,
interest
you're
me.
still
And this
talking?
little like
Weird.
flirty thing you tried at the
Okay.
party didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're trying to
Yeah,
get flaky with
right.
it.
Okay,
Dumbass up.
cool.
Why is everybody
Dumbass
so
up.
angry
I
today?
can't tell if
You
it's
couldn't
this
compete
flirty or
with my
not.
wife on her
I
worst
did
day,
care,
okay?
but
So
Why are
actually
we so angry
relax
today?
all that shit. Relax all that. Relax all that, right?
Relax your hair and your tracks.
Oh my
I'm an
gosh.
overdose of irony.
Are you on the rack? Like, what's happening here?
He's just funny. It's
If
nature.
we went to 100
Speaking of
random people
menstruation.
and they asked between us who sounds like they're on rocks, I bet you they'd say you. But I mean, you can go for
Not
what
if they
you.
saw video. If we
They
did it
ask
by
you
video.
rock? Okay, cool. Yeah,
If
I
we
rock.
did it by video, Jeff, then it'd be you, not
Oh,
me.
yeah, I guess I should.
You come on.
But you give me a run for my money.
You know why I don't
I
look like I
appreciate
do
that.
rock? Because I never have. That's right. Okay?
I don't even know what that
I don't
is,
do hard
honestly.
I don't
drugs.
even know
Never
what you're
have.
Rocks.
talking about.
So nice try though. I barely even drink. but y'all want to try and call me crackhead and all this. That's
Nobody
wild.
said that. You called yourself
that?
rock.
You're so
You're like, y'all
mad.
accusing me of doing rock. I don't do rock. Y'all would have called
I'm
me
not mad.
rockhead.
Wait a minute. Me saying what you guys said is making me
We
mad.
didn't say anything about you doing a rock.
Jeff, is your audio working over there, bro?
I didn't shift. You
I
did.
know you didn't.
I didn't say
Oh.
shit about it.
And you
You
I
said
said
he
it
was
was
on
though by
because
rock.
saying
the theme of Mr.
if we showed
Belvedere.
video, you added
Oh,
in.
well, yeah, I
Jeff,
guess you're
see,
right
this is
then.
not. Come on, Jeff. You just added into it. You said if we showed video, though.
Yeah, because
What?
you were bopping and dancing and like
Come on,
What?
stop
people on the
treating me
street
like
do.
I'm some fucking big meaty that's doing this for no reason. I'm just
Man, you
not
touchy
crazy.
tonight.
I just do it
You
better than most people,
are
right? I
so
come,
You
upset.
where I come from, right? Because I didn't do this on the internet the whole time. I always did this in real life. So, like, where I come from, if you're not good at this, it follows up with hands. And I just happen to be good at both. So, like, God blesses certain people, works a little harder on some of the gifts he gave to the world. And, then there's you.
If
What are
you were
you
really
being
good,
good
you have
at?
to tell us.
I'm glad you're good at it. Good at something.
What are you being good at?
I don't think there's anything I'm not good at.
That is an excellent answer. I fully endorse that. Well done.
Losing.
Can you spit bars?
Yep, he can spit some bars.
I literally have music on all streaming platforms.
So can you spit some for us?
I
Well,
might be a
no.
little
He's not good at
impressed.
losing. That's one
Oh,
thing he doesn't do often.
Mama taught me if you're
I'll
good
just
at
take
shit,
his
you
word
don't do
for
it for free, right?
He can you could do this bar. I mean, you could do a few bars.
Yeah, you can listen to me on every single music streaming platform.
Hey,
Speakeasy.
Speakeasy, do you know the
Okay.
words to the Mr. Belvedere theme song?
No, could you sing it for us?
No, I don't know them. I can't. That's what I was asking.
You're just thinking this might be a
Got
good
me excited.
idea.
I was hoping that I was going to learn them.
I know.
Can you
I was hoping
sing
that you'd be good at that.
Piano Man?
Oh, knowing the
I
lyrics doesn't
feel
mean
like
I'm
there's like
good
a
at it.
funky.
If I knew the lyrics, though, I would be good at it.
I feel like there's like a funky beat though. Like when he walks up, it's like there's a cool beat to it. Does anybody know the lyrics? Like legitimately,
We can
I'm
look
going to
it up.
ask AI.
please. Like
You know what's funny? Like your voice actually matches that picture. Like if there was a pink looking fish like that could talk, I would picture your voice with it too. It's actually pretty weird. It's crazy. Like that raspy, smoked for 50 years voice. Like, yeah, like that's what
That's
I
my
would
voice.
picture.
Okay, well,
That's my voice. Is a raspy.
Oh,
Smoke
I
for
didn't
50
hear it.
years.
I've heard way worse smoke for 50 years.
Almost
Voices.
sounds like
I guess
Sam
it's-
Elliott, you know.
yeah. I'm sorry to disappoint. I don't smoke.
Where'd
How
you
do you
get your
spell
voice from?
Belvedere?
Wait, what about Mr. Belvedere? Did you find it?
I'm trying to
I
figure
guess
out how to spell it.
that might be a result of too many dicks down the throat. Then I don't know if it comes from.
According to our new arrival, life is more
Stretchy,
than mere
raspy.
survival.
Yeah.
And we just got might live the good life. Days go by. It's bigger love of the family.
Oh yeah.
Note there are some few
That's really
variations and extra
touching, man.
lines depending on the episode or version.
Whoa. But you can't play the song because I can't. It's like a really it's like a roller coaster. That the melody.
So I asked ChatGPT for the lyrics for the song, and then you know how ChatGPT gives you other suggestions, like would you like me to do this? It says, "Let me know if you want it in leet speak, goth poetry, or sung like it's a metal ballad."
Goth poetry, gothcore poetry.
I am gonna ask it goth poetry.
So
That's
excited, Mr.
wild.
Belvedere in goth.
Yo, just real quick while you're doing that, I asked Google to find a poem for me yesterday morning, and instead it was like it decided for itself that it wasn't gonna do a search for a poem, and instead it was like, you know what, fuck that noise. I'm just gonna write a poem for you, and it literally wrote me a paragraph. It like sent me a message, and it was like that seems like a fun project, and it was like it like told me that it wasn't gonna do the search, and that it was gonna write me a poem. And then, because I told it that I was looking for a poem without certain words, and then the robot was like a total dickhole, and it like wrote a poem, like not using the words, but using the definition of the words I was trying to avoid. fucking weird. I've never seen anything like it before.
Did you
I was like,
fuss at it?
did I what?
Did you fuss at it?
No,
Correct it?
I just sort of like back to, and then I tried to recreate the situation because, like, I was like trying to do it again, and then it acted like it didn't do it, like it just, but
I actually
what's that?
figured it out. Is Backpack and Map have the crazy raspy voice now too, or is that just you?
Huh? Those are people?
Yeah. You don't realize we're talking to the real life Dora the Explorer here? You can't hear it?
I don't know Dora. I'm sorry to
Say
say.
hola
I
soy
wouldn't
Dora
recognize
for
her.
a shift.
Hola,
Yes,
soy
really.
Dora.
See, this is what happens if Dora was to grow up smoking 50 packs of cigarettes a week.
Mhm.
That's
A
what she
Dora
would
for the
sound
modern
like,
age.
bro. That's
Being worried
wild,
about being
bro.
deported will do that to you, though.
Oh, wait, hang on. We get to see Leggy at work. This is a rare treat. Wow, that's water? It looks like you're
This is
in
like
the
triple
ocean, like
outboards. Yeah,
under
that's
the
out on the water.
surface of the water.
That's freaking scary.
Is that a tugboat?
Wow. That's the Atlantic Ocean. He's up in
That thing's
Maine.
flying.
Yeah, you're going so
They're doing about
fast.
40 knots.
How much you want to jump in there, bro?
I can't really hear y'all. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's a blessed fucking day out here.
Hey, send me a couple of
Foggy,
lobsters too.
chilling. It's gonna be a good day.
Yay.
Huck your phone in. We want to see the bottom.
We want to see those lobsters we be catching.
Ah, shit.
What was that? What about lobsters? What?
Yeah. Are you a lobster
They
man?
want to
Like
see a
you fish for
lobster.
lobsters?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I love lobsters, man. Get me one. Send in Nebraska. Thanks, man. I'm your number one fan now. No, for real,
And
I
who
fucking love seafood.
wait, who just put the poem in the back chat?
That's Mr. Belvedere Guthrie.
Oh,
That's
is
wait.
this the gothic? Okay, a stranger crossed our threshold grim.
Oh, that
With
No, not
eyes
this
like
boat.
dusk
My
and
other
voice
friend's
grown
boat.
dim, he
If I was
whispered
on it,
truths
you
not
guys
taught
could
in
track it, but not
schools.
this one.
That life is more than breath and rules. This is good, actually. Through veils of sorrow, dark yet sweet, we learn that pain and joy may meet. Survival's not the
No
highest
body
goal,
dumping.
but
Not
rather
today, at least.
nourishing the soul. The days drift by on wings of ash, each one a ghost, a fleeting flash. Yet in this house of sighs and grace, the shadowed heart has found its place, and in this ever-twisting net, and then it cuts off. I can see that being a Mr. Belvedere reboot. Dumping bodies. He better be trying to get himself abducted.
no. Oy. Oh wait, there's more, Jeff.
I wrote a poem, and
What?
AI
Oh.
liked it yesterday, so that's kind of weird. You had
Wait,
that.
what? You wrote this or AI wrote
Hey,
this?
hey.
Put it.
I'm
And then
gonna,
I showed
I'm gonna,
So it's not
I'm
Mr.
gonna pan
Belvedere.
over to this balloon with my captain's phone number. Somebody's gotta play a joke on it. Gotta play some type of joke on it.
Like what? Does he know he's going to be on YouTube?
But you gotta be fast. Gotta be fast, because it's gonna be a
What's a joke
blur.
we could play? He's about to go live to the world and probably not even know it.
Yeah,
I
what
could
is
call
him?
I don't know.
and
Something
tell
about
him
his
that
boss's phone.
his donkey
Like,
This is
at the top of
exciting.
his
We get to.
wall.
This is a group troll.
hey, we just got your report card. It's nothing but high seas. Meh.
You look like he hauling ass
Is
in the
that fruit
water.
punch flavored or what?
What is all that colored stuff? That looks like a
I think
gay
those are
pride flag.
buoys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long
You
is
They're
that?
like
can't see it, but there's an
three.
island right there.
I see
Oh,
it.
I kind of see
There
it,
we
like in the
see. There we
distance.
see.
Yeah,
Land ho.
like
That's a slutty
Like
island.
Harper's Island or
Do you
Shutter
hear
Somebody
Island.
ask
mermaids?
him if his boat has a transponder. We can track it.
Why did they say land ho?
Is your boat
I don't.
trans? Does it have a
Does it
trans
have a
something on it?
transponder?
I'm sure it does, but I don't think that they're going to put that
We can
information out in
track it.
public.
I see a bunch of fishing vessels, but they're like thousands of them.
What do we do with your boss?
The buoy has a phone number for his boss's phone. And he flashed the buoy on the screen.
What if we say
Oh,
that like
and
there's a
we missed it.
convicted? No, no, man, no, man. We're failing on board.
Be careful. There's a convicted murderer in the middle of
Yeah,
the ocean. He could be anywhere near you.
yeah. We're like breaker 1 forward. We're looking for a man named
Yeah.
Leggy.
And watch out for fans too at the same time.
Beware the Kraken.
Do they say breaker 1 4 on boats? Or is that just a trucker thing?
Waves are called breakers. Maybe they do.
Oh, see. All right, we're gonna fail you, Leggy, real fast.
I think we already did. We didn't get the number. Were we supposed to call the
I know,
number?
right?
Yeah, send
I
it.
think it was. I think it
God,
was
like not
made of people calling
That
the
would be a
number.
good challenge for our panel game when we create it. Somebody could drive by different buoys in a boat and flash
just
phone numbers
show a
briefly, and the
billboard.
contestants have to like
That would
code
be a really
stuff.
good troll. That's a fun, intelligent troll.
That's such a horrible idea.
We'll probably eventually.
Mhm.
It's also recursive. If it's one of those ones that drags the net behind it.
Mhm.
The fuck was that sound?
Bodie
Oh,
McBoatface.
is it? Shift, does all this make you nervous seeing these fishing trawlers?
Yeah, I'm just really scared that he's gonna dox my school, and it's like really just fucks me up every time. You know what I mean?
School doxing.
Yeah, it's happened so
You
many
know,
times.
Bodie McBoatface is a real name for this British vessel.
No, really.
They made the mistake of doing a hashtag name our ship online poll, but didn't set it up like you can only vote once. So of course, the trolls on the internet kept on asking it to be named Bodie McBoatface, and they actually honored it. But this is not the first time this has happened. Greenpeace had a mascot, which was a whale, and they did the
No.
same thing. And they said, "Name our whale," and the official name became Mr. Splashy Pants.
Oh, that is funny.
Oh, I was
My
gonna say
friends got
Big
in.
Dick.
Oh well, my friends got in trouble. They were almost evicted from their harbor or whatever it's called, their dock, because they named their boat Moby Dick, and they just didn't like it, and I was like, what the fuck? But
Wow, this was in America.
one of the Americas, but yeah.
Oh,
But they wrote dick like real big, like real. It was a big old dick on their boat.
well, you're supposed to write Moby big too. Moby is the whole thing that makes it big.
Yeah, they were going for the dick part.
Yeah, but
There's a whole.
without the Moby, it's not going to carry the full connotation of the
Yeah,
meaning. Why
well,
would you leave Moby small and just enlarge the dick?
if you
Do you
have to
guys know
ask,
working?
I don't know, but Jeff, thanks for having me on. Everyone else on the panel, it's a good talk.
Good to meet you.
Everyone in my chat, I shared the link for you guys to come find Jeff. If you guys want to come over here, give a like and sub, all that.
Oh, definitely a sub. We're only like 20 something away.
Nice, nice. But yeah,
Easy to
thanks for
get
having
over.
me on. Everyone else, it's been a great talk. But yeah, I gotta go do some things. So
Have
you guys
fun.
have
Yeah.
Yes, it
a
has.
blessed night. God bless you all.
Thanks for
Keep
coming
dancing.
on,
salute.
Easy. Take care.
Same here. I'm jumping off. I'm getting tired, and about time for me to head home. I'm at work and all that. Jeff, I really do appreciate you allowing me to be here and express my mind and engage with some of your panelists. And I do appreciate that. Thank you. You guys have a great night and stay safe out there. It's wild. Thank you.
Yeah, good to
Take
meet you.
care,
No,
Mangoes. It's been a pleasure. Come back anytime.
oh, I
I'm
love
going to bounce as
I
well.
mangoes.
will,
Thank you,
my
Jeff,
friend.
for
I
having me
will.
up.
I'm sure we're going to have some good conversations in the future.
I can't wait. Craig, you
Oh, that's
too.
cute.
Thanks for hanging
Salutations,
out
my
with us.
friends.
I gave you a sub, so I'll be back and hang out some.
Oh, good. I'm excited. I appreciate it.
So I
Yay.
came over with Speaks crowd. I'm gonna go see
Oh,
what
okay. Yeah.
they're up to. But
We've
thank you for having
had a
me.
few
Thank
over
you
from
everybody on the panel
Speaks.
for putting up with me.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet
Yeah,
you.
nice
Yeah.
to meet you. Oh, thanks,
Maybe some
Blackout.
more in the future.
Maybe Easy will be the one to help me over that hump, that final
I
hump.
think
Could
like
be.
Evie and I
He's a
are
good
like
dude.
super duper best friends already. I can really tell.
Who?
The easy dude and
You?
I, like we really hit it off. Yeah,
Which dude?
the speakeasy
Yeah.
guy.
You and Speakeasy?
Yeah, he didn't like immediately hate me.
All right, in the back, I don't know who you are, so you're gonna have to really convince me to let you on, and you have to flash your cab so I can see that you're a person. All right, who's left? Leggy, did you do your boss thing yet? Uh-oh, maybe he did get abducted.
Oh
What if he got
gosh.
abducted
Look
while
at the
he's on the
dead crab
boat
legs.
and it's
I,
just a
I I
crab?
don't know why that
No,
was so funny.
it's
There's
not
just crab
funny.
legs hanging out there.
Yeah, that's sad. Don't
And his
laugh.
name is Leggy.
Yeah, I know. That's the fucked up part. I literally just thought, is that why he chose that name? Because he just like laughs at this, and it's like you could almost use the crab legs to like it's like right where the L like you it's synchronized with his nameplate. You know what I mean?
All right, we
At least
got
on my
Crucible Ghost in the back that wants to come on, but Crucible Ghost, I remember last time I let you on, you and I ended up arguing, and I had to bump you. So I normally don't repeat that too often.
Wow, he must have really pissed you off because I've
I don't
heard
remember. He's
like,
an Andrew Wilson
oh no,
stan
I don't know who Andrew Wilson is.
I don't know who that is either.
from the
I
Crucible.
barely know. I wish I didn't.
That doesn't help me at all.
Oh, look, Iran just attacked a hospital.
Oh yeah,
Oh
I saw
no.
that in Israel.
That was a while ago, actually.
I feel safer though because Trump's taking control.
You think? Do you get the impression he's? I get the impression he's very undecided. Like he could go any way.
Uh,
He's like Schrodinger's.
It, it, it,
Le-
well, I'm not gonna say what it looks like, but I
oh,
don't care.
so there's not really anything definitive to go on for me with Trump. It's going to be whoever catches him at the right mood
Everybody gets
and
democracy.
plants the right narcissistic fantasy in his brain.
I gotta go bye everybody.
Bye. We'll see you later. All right. Well, I guess I could wrap up. The panel seems to be dwindling.
I haven't taken
Zephyr,
my trazodone yet.
uh, you got
What?
anything to you got anything to wrap
Oh
up
yeah.
with?
Do you guys know what a dork is?
A dork?
Isn't that a
Mm-hmm.
whale's penis?
Yes, it is.
Oh
Your wife's
yeah,
been
they don't
around
they
it. It's
have
called like
isn't that in the Penis
schmegma.
Museum?
Yeah, they have fossilized ones, and people make knives out of them and stuff. It's kind of
Wait,
weird.
say knives again?
Knives.
Oh yeah, we talked about this on my stream before. I remember the whale penis knives. We even looked at some.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was like fascinated by the fact that people like. I guess it's not that weird. I have fossilized dinosaur poop.
Where's your accent
So
from?
I live in New Mexico. I've lived in New
Really?
Mexico my
Where in
whole
New Mexico?
We got
Albuquerque.
excited.
Oh, I used to live in Santa Fe, and it is
Oh,
my dream to go back. I freaking love. I
how long ago did you live here?
I need maybe like 5 years ago, 6 years.
Oh yeah,
Um,
so it's not much worse than it was then.
yeah, green chili, man.
Oh yeah, I know. Isn't it just friggin' addictive as fuck?
Yeah, and we don't like. So they used to. I think it was Trader Joe's. They actually had authentic New Mexican green chilies, but um, even that didn't taste the same. And here we don't
No.
have that really, like, because New Mexico has sort of a unique take on Mexican food.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep. It's
whether
not.
I like. dry desert weather. But the nice thing about like New Mexico, it doesn't get as hot as Arizona.
No, it doesn't. It's a lot wetter, and there's like a lot more like different environmental areas, you know, like there's mountains and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's not like all just desert. I love it.
It's just, I mean, when I was there, yeah, I mean, I didn't. When I say I lived, like I was there for work for an extended amount of time, but
Yeah, did you work at one of the labs or what?
yeah, well,
Cool, cool. Yeah, I know a engineering physics professor from I think from I what's the one that's right next to Harvard? There's like another college that's right next to it.
oh,
But yeah,
wait, like Harvard,
yeah.
Yale,
There's an yeah,
Princeton, but
I don't
yeah,
remember. But it was like a smaller college that was right next to it was like across the green from Harvard. He was an engineering physics professor there, and that he was here at Kirkland
oh yeah,
SFA.
yep,
And my his dad was actually he's retired now, but he was a metallurgist at Los Alamos too.
that's well, like because I have like this weird fetish with thermonuclear weapons. Like all that area is like the holy land of nuclear weapons. It's like oh.
Weirdo.
Ironically, that's where I got the misconception that you couldn't be a dual citizenship because um, I was told when I went there, like because what they do there, you have to show you're a U.S. citizen. It's like, oh, you can't have dual citizenship. You have to be an American citizen. You know
Huh.
what's funny? After because this is after 9/11, like at the airports, they you sometimes still screen for explosive residue,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh, did you
every
start off?
single time, I'd fly out of Sky Harbor back to Southern California, always got stopped. I don't know what it is about that. Well,
Maybe it
I guess
was the
technically I
Mexican.
do know what is about that place, but that we'd always get stopped.
Yeah. I just like got back from a trip a while back from Northern California, but I was just thinking about that earlier today too, the redwoods. I want to go back.
Well, that place is pretty too.
Yeah, it's really lovely. I have a friend that lives like really far north, almost Oregon. I forget
I,
what
there's a university there, Humboldt, which is like supposed to be this hippie university, but the
Mhm.
state of California like recently made it one of our Cal Polys, so it's all like I would love to be able to work there. It's like way up there, away from the big city, good beer, good weather,
Yeah, I've
good
been in New
people.
Mexico and I've like really gone on a lot of trips, but like we're putting together like getting ready to we've got like two RVs, so we're gonna like fix one of them up and sell the other one and like travel around a bit.
I
Continental US, maybe Mexico.
I really want to be able to retire with an RV and just travel because um like that my neighbors do that. Well, they did. One of them finally passed, but that's all they would do. They would get in their RV and they'll go, "We're going to Montana today. We're going here," and they come back, stay at home for a while, get in the RV, because they would always ask us to like take care of their plants and it's like that sounds like fun. Like
Yeah,
maybe
it
by the
totally
time I retire, like we'll be able to have flying cars. Like I could fly places. Fly an
eh,
RV, like in
We have
Spaceballs.
airplanes.
that sounds like a logistics nightmare
It sounds
flying cars.
expensive too.
People have a hard enough time driving, staying on the road.
Yeah, if everybody
It's
starts flying, these First Amendment auditors, or no, the sovereign citizens, like they say, they don't need a driver's license. I like, I really want to go to the airport and just get in a plane and say, oh, I don't need a pilot's license. I'm just traveling.
yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of I don't think you should have to necessarily register and insure your car, but I mean, I think it's a good idea to probably have a driver's license. I mean, at least get one, like just so people just know that you could drive or whatever.
Yes,
And
that
but if you have an
Why don't you
ID,
think cars should be regulated and insured?
Oh, I don't think they need, because it's like once they're registered once, they should be registered. It's like it's registered. Why do they have to charge you annually? It's kind of
Well, New
stupid. It's like,
Mexico, when I was there, like it
Well,
was
what
like
about
two
the
years
insurance?
registration. It was super cheap.
yeah, it's just like more ways for them to squeeze money out of us, I think. It's like property taxes. Once you buy your
Yeah, it's
property, you should.
taxes that keep society going. Those are good things. People that don't want to
Yeah,
pay
but we
taxes
pay
are
sales tax. We pay
freeloaders.
income tax. It's like it.
You pay
Yeah,
tax all kind of way. There's not just one way to pay
it wasn't
tax.
supposed to be permanent, the
You
taxation.
know what they want to do here in California, because we have really high gas tax, and gas tax goes to pay for the roads. Um, but California also, now everybody here who can afford it has these fancy electric cars, so they're paying less gas tax. And at first it started as just an idea, but now they're legitimately considering taxing us by the amount of miles we drive.
Yeah, they're doing that in Washington State too. A road tax,
Like,
like how far you
Yeah,
drive.
how are you
see,
going to
that's
track it?
correction.
That's BS.
And yeah, it is BS. I think that is the reason for the majority of the problems is like that there's like no oversight. I mean, there can be oversight for something so complex, like, and have it not be. I mean, who's going to oversee the oversight? And it
Yeah,
just goes
exactly.
into.
And
It goes by your mileage, like your odometer.
Yeah, I know,
Like,
but everything gets more complex, and it just seems like it's gonna, they say trickle down, but like really rich people only need one pair of pants or two pairs of pants. They
yep,
don't need it. Yeah, it's
they
like
don't
they're
have to
not.
commute. They may not have to commute as far. I mean, here in LA, commuting is terrible. I drive 35 miles to work every single day. Where I mean, if I had the money and could, work here
well,
wherever
just
I
become
wanted to,
rich
that'd be
then.
nice. The what?
Just become rich, and then you can do the same thing.
Well, I'm trying. I'm
Just
trying.
become
It's
Well, as
rich.
long as you're trying, I guess. Because that's what the woke say. Oh, we're so oppressed because we have to do all this extra stuff that the rest of the people don't because
well,
Whenever
that's
you
their
say
parents'
that, Jeff,
fault.
whenever you say that though, Jeff, you sound like walking up to a homeless person saying, "Why don't you just buy a house if you're homeless?"
a homeless person can get a job. There's a certain amount of choice in homelessness.
Yeah, there is.
No,
I
how does
I
the
assume when I see a homeless person, I assume they want to be there, and I leave them alone. I assume they made a choice to be there. Otherwise, they would not be homeless. They'd be getting themselves out of homelessness.
Yeah, there's a lot of mental illness too that it is
Yep, drug
not.
use, mental
And
illness,
drug use. Well, that's
and
yeah,
there
that's
are
a
some
cope.
people that just want to live that lifestyle. They don't
I
want a
know, and
home.
it's really sad is like because I actually lived in San Francisco in Golden Gate Park for like 2 months, and that was whenever I was pregnant with my youngest or my oldest kid, and that was like '96. Um, the homeless veterans, they
yeah.
were they like actually fed me every day. They made sure that I had food. It was and they like were living there because that was their choice. They were not reintegrated into society after, you know, going to war. A lot of them were Vietnam vets. Well, and it wasn't a war now I found out just like the other day that it's not an official war, but that's just ridiculous. It's a war. It was a war. It was stupid, but it was a war. But just because it wasn't declared doesn't mean it wasn't officially a war. I think if
People
people die,
used weapons against other humans. I mean,
it
Well, I mean,
qualifies as a
if
war.
we're
Yeah.
gonna just redefine words, then why even have a very specific
Well, you
term
know what?
like
That's
war
what
in the
words are.
first place? Because it's a legal term as well.
We, yeah, but like legal is a word,
Yes, but
and
those
legally.
are words for
we wouldn't have
reasons, though.
we wouldn't have etymology dictionaries if words didn't change definitions all the time. That's what language is dynamic.
It is dynamic, but things like legal concepts and stuff help to stabilize it so that we can be talking about the exact same concept over time
It
because
doesn't really help much,
we
does it?
specify it so clearly.
I think we should hurry up and get telepathy so that way there's zero bullshit and we would all know what the other person intended because it would be
Yeah, and in the
transmissible.
meantime, we just have to ask each other and tell each other.
Yeah, well, and just keep trying to explain it. You got to get to know people before they understand you a lot of times nowadays.
But if a word is used one way traditionally, and most people can be relied upon to understand that one definition of it, and we use that as a starting point, and then people start saying, "Well, I mean it this way," and expanding into other definitions. They're
People
the
do that all the
ones
time,
that
and you can't
have to
stop
make the
them.
case for doing that and use the traditional definition as the starting point and meet people where they are. And
Yeah,
that's what I don't see happening with a lot of people.
but the society changes, and that changes the tradition.
Because
So that
if
kind of,
war means this specific thing and people are using it to mean something else, then the burden is on them to persuade me of that new use of it. Because
yeah,
they're
that's
deviating from the traditional, very specific meaning of the word.
yeah, okay. I'm not going to argue with that, but it's a little bit more nuanced and complex, and we can understand each other despite that, which is amazing.
It's not nuanced and complex if you use the definition of war that I'm using, which is the legal definition. Then it's very easy. Does this meet the did Congress declare this? No, yes.
So it wasn't a war, but the Korean War is called the
That's why they
Korean
call it
War.
a
That's just so
conflict.
ridiculous.
Because no one's denying that it wasn't a conflict.
Yeah, people are now because they all looked up the same thing that I did that said the last time that
Well, those are
that
I'm
war was
not. Yeah, those
declared.
are the stupid people, though. I'm just talking about the people that know how
Yeah,
to
I know, but that's what I'm
read
saying
and
is that's
think
the
and process
problem.
information.
People use that definition because it's exploitable
Yes, that exactly.
eventually.
That is my point. The words are being exploited. And
Yes.
that's what I'm pushing against.
Yeah. By using words, it's only going to be so effective. I hope you're not disappointed by that fact too much because I don't see any way to change it without becoming telepathic.
No, I've adjusted long ago. I'm fine with it. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
take care, Nick. I was wrapping up
Talking to
anyway. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
we got to talking. This was a southern
I'm so
goodbye.
glad I got to come on again today. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, you too. It's good seeing you. And I guess we'll
Yeah,
see you
I
again.
will be back. And love you, love you, love you, everyone. Bye.
Take care. All right, this was a fun night. Lots of new people, new energy. I'm getting very close to that 1K, or we're getting very close to that 1K because everyone's helping to get it there. It's not just me. So yeah, thank you everyone tonight. Tomorrow's my Sunday, so depending on how much I get done, I may or may not be out tomorrow. But if you don't see me tomorrow, you'll probably see me the following day, which is Friday, and we can do another Friday evening thing. So have a good rest of your weekend, and I will see you at the next one. Take care, everyone. I really appreciate you all.